Lethal Protector, written by R.A. Black and Sable Phillips, narrated by Russell Newton for Hot Ghost Productions. The woman I love is unsafe because of me. I'm the oldest son of a Mafia boss. My father is one of the most dangerous men in the world. I've spent a good chunk of my life away from my family, and I vowed to protect my daughter from any danger. But falling for her teacher wasn't part of the plan. Deanna Blake. Her brown hair and perfect lips give me sleepless nights. She doesn't know anything about my world. Yet. But it's only a matter of time until she finds out. She'll need me to protect her from my father. I'll be damned if I let him as much as touch her. Deanna is mine to claim and mine to keep forever. 1. Royce. Taking a step back to look over my daughter's finished hairstyle, I was actually pretty proud of my handiwork. Whitney and I had gotten up an hour early so that I could attempt something special for her first day of school. After several replays of a tutorial video and a lot of pessimistic comments from her, I'd managed 2 braided buns on top of her head. They were even symmetrical, more or less. "Well, Wits, what do you think?" I asked her, handing her the mirror I'd brought down from the bathroom. She smiled as she tilted her head from one side and then the other, critically inspecting every angle. "Not as bad as I expected," she teased when she put the mirror down. "It's almost as good as Mom does." I forced a laugh, just hoping it sounded genuine. "Come on, we both know that's not true." Whitney shrugged as she hopped up from the kitchen table and headed to her room to get dressed. "Maybe when you get more practice." "Don't take too long," I called after her. "We need to leave soon." While I was cleaning up the dishes from breakfast, I tried, and failed, to put her mother out of my mind. From the day she'd arrived in San Diego, Margot had made it very clear that she wasn't there to see me. As much as I'd hoped this would be an opportunity for us to talk, my ex-wife would barely spare me so much as a glance, let alone a word. She was there for our daughter. Her daughter, she would say, and for Jill. Fortunately, I had too much on my proverbial plate to spend time being hurt by her rejection. Between trying to teach my youngest brother how to be a Mafia boss and tracking down hard evidence that our dad had been involved in our mom's death, I was already overbooked. So, by the time the summer ended and her 90-day visa was up, I didn't really have much to say about it. She applied for an extension, but it was denied. Despite her reluctance, she was forced to go back home to Bristol. We briefly entertained the idea of Whitney going with her, but to our surprise, Wits wanted to stay in San Diego. She was just getting settled, and she liked having family around all the time. It was obvious that Margot was hurt by that, but she grinned through it and left with one final demand, that I protect Whitney with my life, as if that was ever in question. Even though Whitney had chosen to stay, her mom's absence had noticeably impacted her mood. For the past 3 weeks, she hadn't been her usual cheerful self. Even finally going back to school and being around people her age, which she'd been looking forward to all summer, wasn't as exciting as it should have been. All I could do was keep up my own smile and hope that things got better for her with a little time. My phone rang from where it sat on the kitchen table, and I suppressed a groan as I recognized the ringtone. Miles had been blowing up my phone for the past 24 hours, looking for advice on some Mafia issue or another. While I had admittedly promised to help him learn the ropes, it had been 3 months since then. Wasn't I off the hook by now? I grabbed my phone and silenced it. That morning was already going to be too busy without me adding on the stress of mob business. There was a reason I didn't want the job myself. While I was trying to brush off the guilt of ignoring my brother, the doorbell rang, so I went to answer it with a frustrated groan. And who else should I see through the peephole than Miles himself? Of course. It wasn't like I could pretend we weren't home, but God, I didn't have time for him right then. I made no effort to disguise my impatience when I opened the door. "So you were just ignoring me," he said, putting his phone back in his pocket. He was dressed as sharp as ever, Prada and Dior from head to toe. The way he'd taken to slicking back his black hair, maybe in an effort to look more like our dad, was too severe for his obviously young face. 23 years old, and he wanted to act like he'd been at this for decades. "Well, Can't do that anymore. Can I come in? I don't have time to talk business right now. I'm about to drop Whitney off at school, and then I'm supposed to meet Roger about the wedding. Miles let out a derisive scoff. Okay, well, I need your help with work. Isn't that at least as important as planning Roger's wedding? Later, I insisted, trying to shut the door. Hang on a minute. He took a step forward, blocking the door with one of his patent leather loafers, and I had to consciously avoid sneering at his pushiness. Exactly as I'd predicted, him taking Dad's place in the business was just making his brash, overconfident attitude even worse. He was getting more like dear old Dad every day, and he wondered why I avoided talking to him. I've been checking out that D'Angelo guy. I think I'm going to arrange a meeting with him sometime soon. Maybe that'll be worth your time. Giuseppe D'Angelo was the man our dad had hired to kill our mom. At least, based on what I'd found in his records, it seemed like a pretty safe bet. He was a made man and a loyal pawn in the Moretti family business. Tracking him down had been Miles' main focus lately, but I had to admit, I was surprised he was actually doing the work. While it was obvious he enjoyed the power that came with the job, he was using it for our common goal, avenging our mother's murder. When he turned away, guilt nagged at me again. Maybe it wasn't fair of me to brush him off like that. Miles. I took my glasses off for a second and pinched the bridge of my nose, thinking about my schedule for the day. Yeah, I'll give you a call about the job later, okay? Whatever it is, we'll figure it out. Now that he'd gotten what he wanted, his face split into a grin. Uh-huh. Tell Witz I said hi. Shutting the door behind him, I glanced back into the kitchen to check the time and winced. Whitney, I called up the stairs. You're cutting it pretty close, kiddo. We really need to get going. She quickly appeared at the top of the stairs and scurried down to meet me, wearing a frill-covered, flower-printed dress, complete with the tiny matching handbag she'd insisted that she needed. Okay, she said brightly. Let's go. You don't think the purse is a little much? I muttered. It wasn't likely the other kids would recognize the outfit as Dolce & Gabbana, but she definitely looked like she had money. That shouldn't have been a problem, but I was already worried enough that our last name would cause issues for her. The last thing I wanted was for her to have trouble fitting in because of our background. Her smile disappeared to be replaced with a pout. Dad, I need it. My phone is in here. Uh-huh. And what else? I have some pencils, she argued, her pout only intensifying, and hairbands. Being 9 years old, she didn't really have much need for a purse, but I could tell from the look on her face she would rather argue until she was late for school than give up. As stubborn as her mother. All right, let's go. The drive to the school was mostly uneventful, with Witz sitting in the back seat and absently swinging her legs as she stared out the window. Meanwhile, I was thinking about the many, many obligations I still had to my family. Every time I took care of one, it seemed like 3 others popped up in its place. At this rate, it seemed like I was never going to get out from under the Moretti mantle. What if no one likes me? My daughter's voice, uncharacteristically nervous, drew me out of my brooding. What? Why would you think that? I asked, glancing at her briefly in the rearview mirror. It's going to be harder going to school here, she explained, nervously fidgeting with one of the ruffles on her sleeve. Mom said it'll be different, really different. What if it's too different? Your mom said that? What, in some passive-aggressive attempt at persuading her to move back to the UK? Surely Margot was above that. At least, I wanted to think so. Although, if she thought it was the best thing for Whitney, I could imagine her doing something manipulative like that. It won't be too different. I bet you'll get used to it soon, and it'll start feeling totally normal. Besides, how could they not like you? You're great. You have to say that. You're my dad. Yeah, and it's also objectively true, I said with a shrug. How many of the kids here know judo, you think? How many of them are learning French just because they feel like it? When I took another look at her, she was smiling bashfully. Trust me, kiddo, you're going to be the coolest person they've ever met. When we got to the school, I went in with her to make sure she could find her class. Remember, I'm going to pick you up out front after school, I told her, as we looked for some kind of receptionist who could help us. Don't leave. Don't ride with anyone else. Just stay there and wait, even if I'm not there right when you get out of class." "That only happened once," she mumbled, thumbs hooked in her backpack straps. "Twice. Because we'd come in from a side parking lot, it took a minute to get to the front desk, but we did. There was an older woman there with large glasses and blonde hair fading to gray. She looked friendly enough. Putting on my best good-natured dad voice and smile, I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, can you help us out?" She looked up at me with surprisingly blue eyes and a broad smile. "I'm sure I can. Is this a new student?" She turned her smile on Whitney, who shyly returned the gesture. "Yeah, we're trying to find her classroom. Her name is Whitney Moretti, 4th grade." Unfortunately, because I'd seen it so many times, I didn't miss the slight waver in the woman's smile when she heard our family name. Still, she recovered faster than most. "Right. Let me just look you up," she said, turning to her computer monitor. After a few clicks, she looked up again, all traces of apprehension gone. "Okay, Miss Whitney, you're going to be in Mr. Kaufman's class. I can show you where it is." She led us down the halls, asking Whitney some questions and seeming surprised at how readily and extensively she answered. Good to see her jitters were going away. "Here we are," the receptionist said as we reached one of the many open doors filled with chattering children. Only a few of them looked up as we came inside, eyeing Whitney curiously. The teacher looked like he was barely my age, but he greeted both of us warmly. After a brief introduction, he thanked me for coming in and said he would help Wits get set up. "Have fun," I told her, planting a kiss on top of her head. "Learn things. Don't cause too much trouble." "Okay." The smile she gave me was as confident and eager as ever. "Bye, Dad. I love you." "Love you too, kiddo." I took one last look over my shoulder as we left. "Mr. Moretti," the receptionist, Beth, as Mr. Kaufman had called her, said. When I looked at her, she smiled again. "The principal wanted to have a word with you, if you have a moment." "Oh, sure," I agreed, following her back toward the front desk. "Is there something wrong with Whitney's paperwork, or—" "Oh, no, nothing like that. She just wanted to welcome you in person, I think." There was a collection of offices near the reception desk, and she led me to one labeled Maria Torrillo, Principal. "Just give me a second to see if she's available." I nodded and waited for a few seconds as she went into the office and announced me. The fact that the woman wanted to speak to me already made me a little wary, but maybe she was like this with all the parents of new students. Beth came back out with her smile still in place. "All right, go on in. It was a pleasure to meet you." "You too." I gave her another nod, then headed into the principal's office. The woman stood behind her desk to shake my hand. Between her long fingernails, her businesslike blazer, and her tight black bun, she looked awfully severe for elementary school faculty. "Hello, Mr. Moretti. I'm Maria Torrillo, the school's principal." She sat stiffly. Her smile wasn't as genuine as Beth's. "Please, have a seat." The first day of school, and I'm already being called to the principal's office. That has to be a record. Either my joke didn't land, or this woman was just perpetually stone-faced. Was there something you wanted to talk about?" "I wanted to formally welcome you and your daughter to Mount Hope Elementary." She sat ramrod straight in her leather chair, hands folded tightly on the desktop in front of her. "We'll do everything in our power to make sure Whitney's experience here is a good one. If there's anything you need, any special arrangements that would be good for her—" Miss Torrillo," I said, raising a hand to stop her. "I think you might have the wrong idea. I'm not here representing my family. Neither is Whitney. She's just here to learn. Nothing more, nothing less." Maybe I should have expected this. It wasn't the first time I'd considered changing my name so people would stop assuming that inconveniencing me meant crossing the mob. I'm not expecting any special treatment for her, or unusual treatment of any kind, for that matter. Just think of her like any other student. "Of course." The principal gave me another tight smile, and I wondered whether my words were actually reaching her. We took another few minutes to discuss Whitney's class schedule, what sort of extracurriculars she could be involved in, general school policies, that sort of thing. Since the woman seemed so uncomfortable in my presence, I didn't stay for much longer. Besides, I was supposed to be meeting my brother soon for a less stressful conversation, hopefully. Unsurprisingly, Jill had quickly gotten tired of staying at Moretti Central, as she called it, so she and Roger had gotten an apartment in Carmel Valley. It was supposed to be temporary, just until we could find Dad and get the situation with him straightened out. Afterwards, they were planning to leave the country to get away from the family. And I guess so was I. Although, with Margot being so adamantly against being anywhere near me, I wasn't sure I really had anywhere to go. Something else to be addressed later. I met Roger at their apartment, and he welcomed me with a smile. "Hey," he said, "thanks for coming." "No problem. It's not like my schedule's jam-packed these days." "No, my responsibilities only came in fits and bursts, apparently. Where's the missus? I figured she'd want to be involved in this." "Future missus," he corrected, leading me to the dining room table. He paused at the kitchen. "Do you want anything? Water? Scotch?" I rolled my eyes. We both knew I wasn't much of a drinker. "I'm good." "Jill's visiting her sister," he went on as we settled at the table, where several folders, files, and forms were laid out. The wedding planning had only been going on in force for a short time, and Roger had asked for my help from the very beginning. "Oh, that's good, right?" I asked, picking out the folder that was filled with venue options. "Things were kind of shaky with them for a while, weren't they?" "That's putting it lightly. Annette got really fucked up about their dad's arrest, and she just kind of withdrew from everyone. Seems like she's been getting better lately. She's been by a couple times to talk about wedding planning and a baby shower." "Already, huh? Jill's, what, 4 months along?" "I think she might be jumping the gun a little," I laughed. Maybe, but Jill can't stand to discourage her when she's so excited." He shrugged and leaned back in his chair, nodding to the papers I was starting to sort through. "Oh, we've been debating about the venue a lot." "Yeah? Do you guys have different opinions about—" I paused, frowning at one of the locations they'd chosen as an option. You know this is in London, right?" Roger nodded, watching me carefully. "We were thinking about doing the ceremony there. Just wait until after the move, after we're actually settled in. We both feel like it'll be tough focusing on moving and planning a wedding at the same time. But it would make it harder for her family to be there, and obviously we can't do it until we move, which we can't do until we've figured out something with Dad." "Right." I put the file down and stared at it without really seeing. We'd talked about the moving plans before. Jill was interested in London, and I'd told her about my visits there while we were living in Bristol. It seemed like she and Roger had decided on that, but I hadn't realized they were thinking of doing the wedding there. That would definitely be a very different experience. "Yeah, it's a lot to think about. I figured you two would want to do it sooner than that. I don't want to say get it out of the way, but believe it or not, Jill wants to wait until after the baby's born," Roger said. "One less thing to stress about, maybe. She has a lot going on right now, all things considered." "Yeah, don't we all? I hate to change the subject to something so unpleasant, but speaking of Dad, Miles was talking about setting up a meeting with D'Angelo, so maybe we'll get some closure on that sooner rather than later." "You finally talked to him, huh?" Roger knew all about my reluctance to stay involved in the business, and my fears that Miles was turning into our dad. "Not by choice." I laughed without smiling. "He came by the house this morning. I'm really starting to feel like I'm enabling more than I'm helping him. Are you sure you still want him to come to the wedding?" For the second time that day, my joke fell flat. "Come on, don't be like that," my brother said, frowning uncomfortably. "He's still our brother. I don't think he'll ever end up as bad as Dad. After seeing the way he was and how he fucked over everyone around him, Miles knows better." "You would think. But some of the things I've seen him do, the decisions I've seen him make," I shook my head. "I really get the feeling he's enjoying being in charge too much. Honestly, I'll bet you anything that even once we've settled things with Dad, he still doesn't call it quits." There was silence for a few seconds. We both knew that was a bet he wouldn't win. "He listens to you," Roger argued. "Try to, I don't know, steer him in the right direction. Don't you think I've been trying? He isn't my kid. This shouldn't be my responsibility. I shouldn't have to fucking raise him or train him to do a job I want nothing to do with. I let out a slow, irritated sigh and took off my glasses to lay them on the table. After another brief pause, Roger cleared his throat and tried to change the subject. Hey, Whitney started school today, right? Did you check it out? What was it like? Oh, God. I rolled my eyes hard. No, it was mostly good. But the principal was so fucking weird. Whitney was the one part of my life that never failed to make all the other parts worthwhile. It helped to remind myself of that now and again. 2. Deanna. As a child, I'd assumed that first day of school nerves only affected the students. After all, the teachers were the ones in charge, and they had everything planned and under control. Becoming a teacher myself disproved all of that. There I was, about to start my second year of teaching 4th grade, and I was still just as nervous as any of my students might be, maybe even more so. If they were expecting me to have everything under control, they would definitely be disappointed. I tried to push away all those persistent self-doubts and focus on at least getting to the school on time. Putting in my second earring, I allowed myself another quick look in the mirror and ran through a mental checklist. Was my hair neat but not severe? Were my clothes modest and professional but still approachable? Was I free of any loose accessories for little hands to grab? I could answer all of these questions with a semi-positive yes, which was probably as good as it would get for the moment. Before leaving the house, I went to say goodbye to my grandparents and checked one last time to see if they needed anything. We were still living in the same house I'd grown up in, the house they'd raised me in after my parents' deaths. By this point, they were both in their 80s, and they needed my support more than either of them wanted to admit, but I was more than happy to give it. It was the least I could do to repay them for taking care of me. Knock, knock, I said, opening their bedroom door to poke my head inside. Are you two up and at 'em? Do I need to come drag you out of bed? We're getting there, my grandpa laughed as he came out of the bathroom. He'd already changed out of his pajamas, complete with suspenders, even though he wasn't going to leave the house. My heart ached at the shake in his step as he went to retrieve his glasses from his nightstand, but he was in better shape than my grandma. Are you heading out, dear? She asked from where she sat in bed. She had at least managed to sit up, propped against 2 pillows behind her, but she still looked exhausted behind her hesitant smile. I was about to. Do you need anything before I go? I came over to the bed to sit at her side for a minute, hoping my worries didn't show on my face. Her heart had always been a little weak, and over the past few years, she had started developing anxiety attacks. That was the main reason I was so reluctant to leave them. I was terrified that she would have one while I was away and couldn't help her. Do you want to move to the living room, maybe? I have time to help you in there if you want. I'll get her there sometime, Grandpa assured me, making the situation out to be as less serious than it was, as usual. Don't you make yourself late for work, worrying over us. We'll be all right. Grandma smiled and patted my hand. Go on, honey. We'll be here cheering you on. Okay, if you're sure. I should be home around 4:30, I think. If you need anything, I'm just a call away. Trying to accept that I could turn my attention elsewhere for a few hours and the world wouldn't end, I gave him one more smile and headed back to my room to grab my things. Once I'd made sure I had everything, my purse, my lesson plans, all the little first day let's get to know each other games I had in mind, and with just a few minutes to spare, I went to the door and called down the hall. You two behave while I'm gone. Wish me luck. After a few seconds of silence, there was still no answer, which immediately worried me. They always wished me good luck before I left for school. I lingered in the open door for a few seconds, trying to convince myself that everything was fine and that I really should leave. But my nerves won out. I shut the door and hurried down the hall to their room. I could hear my grandpa quietly shushing and talking to Grandma, and when I came into the room, my stomach dropped. She was lying curled up on her side in bed, her body shaking slightly, while she struggled through short, labored breaths. "Oh, God," I muttered, covering my mouth with one hand. Seeing her like that put my heart in a vice, my chest squeezed tight in distress. Grandpa was sitting on the bed beside her, stroking her hair softly and telling her over and over that she was all right. "What happened?" He shook his head slowly, as if he'd toned down all his actions to be gentler at the moment. "She got worried, I guess. She didn't say much after you left, but she must have been thinking too much." He had confessed before that he didn't really understand the whole anxiety concept, how it could be a medical condition, rather than just a nervous feeling, but he still did his best to support her through it. "She'll be all right in a few minutes, hon. You should get going." I stood by the bed with my purse still on my shoulder, twisting the strap while I tried to decide what to do. I wouldn't have called myself superstitious, but I did believe in signs. After I'd been thinking just that morning about her condition and my fears of leaving her alone, this sudden attack seemed like a pretty clear message that I shouldn't. Even though I knew she wouldn't like it, I took my cell phone out of my purse and stepped out of the room to call the school's principal. Rather than a hello, she answered with a curt, "Let me guess." Wincing from her cool tone, I muttered, "Hi, Mrs. Torrio. How are you this morning?" "I'd be a lot better if I knew all my staff was going to be present for the very first day of the school year," she said plainly. "What's going on, Deanna?" "It's my grandma," I said, even though I was sure she already knew. This wasn't by any means the first time we'd had this conversation. "She had another attack this morning. I'm really not comfortable leaving her here after that." "Isn't your grandfather there with her?" "Yes, but he's—" I lowered my voice a little and walked further down the hall. "He's not exactly in the best health either. If something were to happen, I think they would need my help." "Right." Since the third or fourth time this had come up, she'd started losing sympathy for me, for all of us, and her tone made that very clear. "Of course, I'll go ahead and arrange for a substitute," I promised, hoping to redeem myself even a little. "And I have lesson plans I can email over, so—" She cut me off with a heavy sigh. "Are you capable of doing this job, Deanna?" Excuse me?" My blood chilled slightly at what her words implied. My grandparents had retirement savings to live on, but I hated the idea of losing my means to support myself and having to ask them for even more help. "I understand that you're in a difficult position with your grandparents and their health," Ms. Torrio said. I could just see her in my head, red-nailed hands folded on her desk, her jet-black hair framing an unforgiving face. "But you knew about that when you took this job. You're working with very young children, and at that age, the best way for them to accept you and trust you as an authority figure is for you to be here every day and present yourself as one. If you can't do that, if you can't provide that stability for them—" "I can," I argued hastily. "Maria, you know how much my kids mean to me. Of course I want to do everything I can to make this a good experience for them." "Well, if that's the case, you need to figure out a way to make it happen. I do know how important they are to you. I wish more of our faculty was as passionate about helping the kids as you are. But being a great teacher doesn't make any difference if you can't be here to do the job." How could I argue with that? As much as I wanted to be flattered by her praise, her point was still that I needed to improve. And she was right. Whatever needed to be done to make that improvement, I would just have to do it. "I understand, I really do. And I promise, I'll do better in the future. This year will be different. And I'll even be working from home today," I promised. Again, she sighed, but it seemed more resigned than frustrated. "I sincerely hope you can make good on all that. I would hate to lose you over a commitment issue." After one more apology, I ended the call and immediately went back to check on my grandparents. Grandma was sitting up in bed again, resting against Grandpa's chest, and looking even more tired than before. "Hey," I said as gently as possible, coming over to her side. "Feeling any better?" She nodded weakly. I'm so sorry for scaring you, Dee Dee, and now you're going to be late for work on your first day of the year. Don't worry about that. I'm staying home for today, okay? I'm just going to focus on you. You're missing the first day? Grandpa asked, his brows furrowing in either confusion or disapproval. Isn't it important for you to be there today? You guys are always my first priority. Besides, I have a plan to make up for it, I told him. It's going to be fine. I hope. With the assurance that, again, they could always call me if they needed me, I went back to my room to arrange for a sub and send in the plans I'd had for the day. There wasn't really any point in the kids playing the games I'd set up with the sub, since they probably wouldn't see her again, but at least they could get settled in and learn the rules of the classroom. I even made a plan to video chat with them first thing in the morning to introduce myself and explain why I couldn't be there. It worked out surprisingly well, all things considered. I learned all their names and made sure I committed every single one to memory, so I'd be able to come in the next day and recognize them. The kids were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, eager to talk about themselves and hear about each other. A few times, I needed the sub's help calming them down, but overall, they were content to follow my directions. It was a good class, definitely. Afterwards, I spent the rest of the day altering my Day 2 plan to sort of mesh with Day 1. I'd be playing catch-up a little, but we could make it work without getting too far behind. Around noon, my circadian rhythm already synced up with the school schedule, I took a break for lunch with my grandparents. To his credit, Grandpa had managed to get Grandma into the living room, and they were watching some old sitcom together while I cooked. The whole thing was sweetly reminiscent of my childhood watching cartoons while they made breakfast. That evening, I had plans to go out with a couple of friends, plans that I was now a little iffy on. I'd been checking on my grandma periodically throughout the day, and there were no signs of her having another attack, but then there never were until it happened. Still, they must have realized that I was fussing. They both insisted that they would be all right for a few hours while I went out to try to have a social life. After some back and forth, they finally convinced me. At 8 o'clock, I met my friends Terry and Carol at a quiet restaurant downtown. They were already there when I showed up, and Carol waved me over to the corner booth they were at. "Oof, you really have that school teacher look down, don't you?" she said, leaning against the table on one arm and looking me up and down. "Is it that bad?" "I am a school teacher," I reminded her. "Yeah, but you don't have to look it all the time." "Ignore her," Terry said, shaking her head. "We're glad you could make it tonight, aren't we, Carol?" "Of course we are," Carol said, playfully rolling her eyes. "I'm just teasing. She knows that." "Okay, don't keep me waiting," I begged, scooting into the booth beside Terry. On her other side, there was a baby carrier covered in a blanket, and she laughed as she placed it between us. "Are you ready? Drum roll, please." She gently whisked the blanket off to reveal a tiny, dark-haired baby girl tucked into a bunny-patterned blanket. I couldn't help a gasp of amazement. "This is Cassandra Louise Kay. We're calling her Cassie for short." "Oh, she's beautiful," I squealed, covering my mouth with both hands. The last time the three of us had all been together was at Terry's wedding a few months ago, so this was my first time meeting her newborn. The baby was fast asleep and didn't stir at all from the noise around her. "Isn't she?" Terry asked, beaming. "And she is a handful, let me tell you. I swear, Tyler was not this much trouble when he was born." "Or maybe you just don't remember because it was so very, very, very long ago," Carol teased. "Hush, you!" I couldn't pay much attention to their banter as I was too enchanted by Cassie's sweet face. She was swaddled and didn't move much, but I could see the blanket rise and fall slightly with every little breath, and now and then she would let out an audible sigh. Seized with jealousy, I let out a sad sigh of my own. "We should probably let her sleep," I said begrudgingly, keeping my hands to myself, despite the urge to scoop her up. Terry agreed and carefully covered her face again before setting the carrier aside. My eyes kept flickering over to it, despite my best efforts. "So, Now that we're all caught up with the big event in Terry's life, Carol said, turning a sharp gaze to me. What's going on with you, Miss Blake? Realizing that I didn't have really much in the way of news, I blanched slightly and tried to smile. You know, same old, same old. You can't give me that same answer every week we ask. It's been months. There must have been some change in your life since then. Between looking after my grandparents and planning for my second year of teaching, unfortunately, there hadn't. Sorry to disappoint, I mumbled. The new school year started today, didn't it? Terry supplied helpfully. How are your new kids? Oh, they're great. Surprisingly well behaved for a room full of 9-year-olds, I laughed. I got to video chat with them for a bit and... Video chat? Carol repeated, raising an eyebrow. You mean you weren't there? I sighed as I was forced to explain the incident with my grandma and how I felt like leaving her alone wasn't a good idea. I also explained the conversation I'd had with Miss Torrio afterwards and how she'd subtly threatened my job security. Wow! Carol took another sip from her drink. What a bitch! No, she has a point. As much as I disliked being the cause of her frustration, there was no denying that this problem was my fault. It's just hard to leave the house and give my attention to something else for 8 hours when I know she could need me any minute. And that's a really gracious mindset for you to have, Terry agreed. But babe, you can't let it keep you from living your life. I understand wanting to take care of them. Of course I do. But it's been 4 months since the last time we saw each other, and for you to not have any news to share since then? I really feel like you're putting your own life on hold, just on the chance they might need you. Surely they don't want that. This was something Grandpa had said before, too. I could see where they were coming from, but it didn't change the responsibility I had to the people who raised me. While they'd been mourning their son, they'd still gone through the challenge of raising his grieving child. Now that I was an adult, I had some idea of how incredibly difficult that must have been for them. How could I not do everything in my power to repay them? They'd been there in my time of need. How could I not stick around for theirs? Carol, I said abruptly, looking up at her, I'm sure you have plenty of updates to make up for the lack of mine, right? What's been going on with you? While Terry frowned at my deflection, Carol was perfectly happy to take over the conversation. I'm glad someone finally asked. My top priority's been advancing my career as usual. She'd always been devoted to her work in marketing, so it sounded like that part hadn't changed a bit. But I've also crossed off 4 names from my hit list. Carol had an ongoing list of men she planned to sleep with at some point, and was always adding and removing names. She had definitely been busy. Good Lord, Carol, Terry laughed. If you keep changing men like you change clothes, you're going to exhaust all of San Diego's options? Oh, I'm exhausting them all right, she grinned wickedly. Oh, what can I say? I still haven't found one who checks all the boxes. Besides, at least one of us needs to be getting laid. My cheeks were already burning from hearing about her escapades, so the reminder that I hadn't been involved with even a single man for years on end didn't help. I'd just been too busy to bother with anything like that, and it wasn't like I'd had great experiences with dating in the past. Who says I'm not? Terry asked with a pout. Even if you are, it's by the same guy every time. Doesn't that get monotonous? Face it, you're a mother of 2, and Dee Dee's a school mom. No offense. As if our boring lifestyles were a cause of genuine distress for her, Carol let out a heavy sigh and stirred her drink with her straw. There's a reason we're in this quaint little restaurant instead of a bar, and I'm drinking a Shirley Temple instead of a Manhattan. You two just don't get out anymore. Part of me wanted to be irritated by the way she summarized my life so plainly, but as I thought back on the uneventful day I'd had, it didn't seem like I had much right to argue. 3. Royce. I distinctly remembered telling Miles when he decided to take over for Dad, I'm not going to do the job for you, and I'm not going to be your advisor forever. But there were times when it really felt like he called me in to solve any problem he couldn't deal with himself. Or worse, problems he was able to solve but couldn't be bothered. Granted, he'd gotten a little better about getting things done himself, but it seemed like he had forgotten that my help was supposed to be temporary. He always expected me to be able to fix things for him. The point is that I found myself occupied with his work immediately after I'd dropped off Whitney for her second day of school. Knowing she was happy there and eager to go back put my mind at ease. At least one thing, the most important thing, was going well among a sea of other complications. For 45 minutes, I'd been sitting at the table in the conference room, the quietest part of the house, staring at my laptop screen and fidgeting with the pen between my fingers. If I'd been the one in charge, the one with the authority to act on it, I could have had this problem solved yesterday. It became more complicated with Miles and his reputation in the mix. The issue technically wasn't his fault. One of Dad's contacts, an Eduardo Basile, had started badgering us, the Morettis, that is, and sowing doubt about Miles's leadership abilities. His criticisms didn't have much basis, considering Miles was pretty much everything a mob boss is supposed to be: confident, charismatic, a little arrogant, and more ruthless every day. His only real deficiency was a lack of experience, one his bravado could often cover up. Unfortunately, he was also a lot of things that a mob boss should not be: impulsive, reckless, flippant, and shockingly immature at times. Those things made it difficult for him to establish a solid reputation as a reliable leader. He could win over a room when standing right in front of them, but judging his actions was something else altogether. And I'd tried talking to him about this before. I'd explained it more than once, and more than once he'd told me very convincingly that he got it, he understood, and he'd make an effort to do better. Maybe he was talking circles around me just as easily as anyone else. I wrote out some vague ideas as to how we could deal with Basile civilly. The ideal solution would be to convince him that he was wrong about Miles and turn him into an ally again. But with one poorly timed comment, my little brother could very easily screw that up and make it worse. Now I realized why Dad hadn't bothered teaching all this to Miles and Roger when they were growing up. It was exhausting. When my phone rang, interrupting my thoughts, the distraction was frankly welcome. Despite not recognizing the number, I answered. "Hello?" "Mr. Moretti." Right away, I recognized the woman's steely voice. "Mr. Rio." Surely there was a good reason for Whitney's principal to be calling me personally. "Can I help you with something? Is Whitney okay?" "Yes, she's fine. But there was a bit of an incident this morning. I'd like you to come in and discuss it with me if you can." "What do you mean by an incident?" I asked, already getting up from my chair and gathering my things. "She was involved with a fight with another student. She isn't hurt, but we still need to have a discussion about her behavior." Oh, God, Wits. Knowing my daughter as well as I did, I could have guessed on my own that she wasn't hurt. Despite my trying to keep her away from the family's business, she'd always been confrontational and scrappy. But what the hell was she doing getting into fights at school? That she'd never done before. "Okay, I'm sorry about this. I'll be there as soon as possible." I left the house without a word to Miles about where I was going. As I drove to the school, I was trying to think of what reason Whitney would have for fighting. That morning, she couldn't wait to get back, and she was already telling me about the friends she was making. Someone else must have started it, surely. When I got to the school, I found Beth at her desk, and she gave me a sort of sad smile. "Hi, Mr. Moretti. You can go on in." She gestured to Miss Torrio's office. When I entered the room, I found her seated just like she was when I'd left the day before, with the addition of Whitney across from her. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Moretti." I was getting a little tired of being addressed by my last name. "Of course. What happened?" I took the chair next to Whitney, but she was staring down at her lap, refusing to look up for a second. One of the braids I'd worked so hard on the day before had been pulled out of its wrapped-up form and hung sadly against her cheek. "Whitney was in an argument with one of her classmates," the principal explained. I'm told he was teasing her about her accent, and she responded by attacking him. That's not what happened, Whitney snapped, looking up at the woman angrily, then turning to me. I said rubbers instead of erasers by accident, and Oliver wouldn't stop picking on me about it at recess. I called him a wonker, and then everyone else started calling him one and laughing at him. He tried to push me, so I nogged him. Seoi nage was a judo throw. If I recalled correctly, it meant she'd grabbed the little boy and basically thrown him over her shoulder onto his back. I would have been a lot angry about that if he hadn't gone after her first. You're sure he wasn't trying to push you? I asked. Yeah, everybody saw it. I didn't know why I'm the only one who got in trouble. She shot another glance at the principal, causing me to look at her too. That boy isn't being punished at all for starting it? Whitney may say that he was the one who started it. He may have even intended to, but the matter of the fact is that she grabbed him first, she answered, posture stiff as ever. Wait, so she's just getting in trouble for being faster than him? I asked incredulously. She was defending herself. Maria Torrillo's dark brown eyes bored into mine for a few seconds before she spoke again. The safety of my students is very important to me, Mr. Moretti. It has to be my top priority. Whitney's actions today show that she's prone to inciting violence. This is only the second day of class, and she's already started a fight. I didn't, Whitney piped up, but the woman spoke over her, still staring at me. Given her family's background, I feel that it may be in my students' best interests for her not to be around them. I was stunned into silence for a second, my mouth falling open without my notice. She couldn't possibly be saying what I thought she was. There was no way this woman had the fucking audacity to sit there and tell me that my 9-year-old daughter was a danger to the other children around her because of our family history. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, Miss Torrillo, I hissed, sitting up straight in my chair. It was tempting to revert to the falsely pleasant and vaguely menacing attitude I'd always used to talk business, be the Mafia prince she was expecting, but I refused to play into her assumptions. That person was not me. Are you expelling Whitney based on a first offense, and a very mild offense at that? Do you believe that strongly that she's a threat to your student body? Out of curiosity, has that boy also been brought into your office and threatened with expulsion? That boy and his family don't have the reputation you and yours do. Although the growing tension in her body was visible, she didn't back down, and she didn't look away. Maybe she had somehow convinced herself that this really was some noble method of protecting her wards. Oh, for the love of... My tirade stopped before it could begin, as the door opened behind us. Maria, I wanted to... The woman standing in the doorway, most likely a teacher or another receptionist, balked when she saw me and Whitney. Perfectly shaped auburn curls hung over her shoulders, and her generous figure was wrapped in conservative layers of fabric. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were with someone. I can come back later. It's fine, Deanna. Mr. Moretti and his daughter were just about to leave, the principal said, now focused on the new arrival so she wouldn't have to look at me. We absolutely were not, I argued. The new woman, Deanna, started to turn away. Then her eyes lingered on Whitney and she hesitated. Is something wrong? She asked timidly. Is it anything I could help with? That's a good question. What exactly is wrong here, Miss Torrillo? I asked. When she didn't answer, I looked up at the new teacher, hoping she would realize how ridiculous her principal was being and side with me. My daughter, Whitney, had a spat with another student. I think we're deciding exactly what her punishment should be. Would you agree that expulsion is a step too far? Expulsion? The woman's eyebrows shot up in shock. Surely that's not necessary. Whatever happened, the two of them can probably work it out. Or maybe... Deanna, please, the principal said, eyes closed in frustration. You don't need to be involved in this. What grade are you in, Whitney? She asked, ignoring her superior and focusing on wits. I liked her already. Fourth? You must be in Mr. Kaufman's class then, Deanna reasoned. I teach fourth grade too. Maybe it would be better for you to be in my class instead? Then you can make up with that classmate of yours later on, once you're not angry anymore. What do you think?" She had a way of talking to Whitney gently without treating her like a baby, something she couldn't stand. Despite looking even younger than Mr. Kaufman, this woman somehow seemed more experienced. "That sounds good," Whitney said tentatively, glancing up at me. "Mr. Kaufman's classroom smells funny anyway." "Assuming that's okay with you?" Deanna continued, and the three of us all turned to Miss Torrio for an answer. Rubbing her temples, she shook her head, but was apparently tired of dealing with us. "Fine. If that's what you want, you're welcome to take her. Just let Beth know." As we got up to leave, satisfied that we'd found a better solution, she called after me. "Just keep in mind, this is strike one." I rolled my eyes and maybe shut the door a little harder than necessary. "Thank you for that," I said, addressing the teacher now that we were away from that woman. I don't think I was getting anywhere with her on my own. Is she always that stubborn? "Definitely," Deanna laughed. "But she has good intentions. She's just a little too intense about the way she enacts them sometimes. I'm Deanna, by the way. You can call me Miss Blake." She added the last to Whitney, smiling again. "Royce Moretti. I'm getting the feeling that everyone at this school is great, except for your principal." I nodded back toward the office door as we went to Beth's desk. "Well, I'm glad the rest of us have made up for her," Deanna said with a bashful smile. After a brief stop to inform a slightly confused Beth about the change, she turned to Whitney. "Did you get to have lunch yet?" "No, Mom. I got in trouble during recess." "Let's go to the cafeteria then. I think you'll still have time to eat before everyone goes back to class." Despite being a little reserved when speaking to me, she seemed totally at ease and confident talking with Whitney, something that came with being an elementary teacher, I figured. "Hey," I said, catching Whitney's arm for a second and kneeling to talk to her. "Will you be okay if I leave?" She glanced up at her new teacher, then back at me. "Yeah, I think so." "You know, we're going to have to talk about that fight, though, don't you?" Her eyes dropped down to her shoes. "Yeah." "But was your form good?" Just as quickly, she looked up at me and grinned. "It was really good. The look on his face was the best." "Well, you better remember it, because you can't do it again," I said, reaching up to unpin her other bun so she had matching braids. "I'll see you after school, okay?" "Okay." When I got up, I nodded at Deanna. "Thank you again, really." "It's no trouble at all. Oh, but you're welcome." She acted so shyly that I almost worried that I was intimidating her somehow. But she hadn't reacted to our last name at all, so I figured, I hoped, that it wouldn't be an issue with her. I checked my phone when I got back to the car and found multiple text messages from Miles. Hello? Did you leave? Were you going to mention that to me? Royce, what the fuck? I'm getting really fucking tired of you just ignoring me whenever you feel like it. There were others, but I stopped reading. He was sounding way too much like my dad, like I was one of his employees and should always be at his beck and call. Somehow, he really was getting worse every day, refusing to answer his demands or explain myself, because he was my little brother and not my boss. I went back home and did something I hadn't done for quite a while. I started looking for jobs. Committing to a job in San Diego would be counterproductive. It would just make it harder for us to move later. For a while, I'd been job hunting in Bristol, but going back there seemed less viable at this point, so I started to look in London instead. If Roger and Jill were going to move there, why not me too? Whitney had always enjoyed our visits there, and it wasn't too far a drive to Bristol, so she could be around her mum pretty easily. But as I was looking, I had to think about my conversation with Roger. Like he'd said, no one could go anywhere until our issues with Dad were resolved, meaning no matter how many finance jobs I found that were a perfect fit for my qualifications, no matter how many resumes I sent out, I still had no idea when I would be able to start. Damn it. I was ready to be finished with my father, and as much as I hated to say it, finished with the Morettis in general. But our only current lead on Dad was D'Angelo, and in order to meet with him, I would have to talk to Miles. one complication leading to another. At least I could rest assured that Whitney now had a teacher who seemed to genuinely care about her. I thought of calling Margot to tell her about what had happened, either to update her on Whitney or just to share the insanity of the situation. But after that shit she pulled, telling Wits that school would be harder here, I was in no hurry to prove her right. Besides, we both knew she didn't want to speak to me, so I was done trying to force it. In fact, I couldn't remember the last time a woman had spoken to me by choice rather than obligation. Maybe it was better that way. At least until I was out from under my family's thumb, there was no point in dragging anyone else into their issues with me. 4. Deanna. After Whitney's dad left, she and I had lunch together. She gave me a brief rundown of her life between bites of mashed potatoes and carrots. Of all the many tall tales I'd heard from my students, hers was certainly one of my favorites. She said her mum was from the UK, and she'd lived there for a while, but based on the inconsistency of her accent, it seemed likely that she was faking it. She talked about knowing judo, which was difficult to reconcile with her small size. She clearly hadn't inherited her dad's height. In hushed, confidential tones, she even told me that her family was involved with the Mafia, which was why her parents had divorced. What an outlandish background she'd made up for herself. As if the man I'd met earlier, the bespectacled father figure with his rolled-up sleeves and gentle green eyes, could possibly have been involved in organized crime. Still, I wasn't going to call her a liar. "It sounds like your life has been pretty busy lately," I reasoned, and she nodded solemnly. "I shouldn't have fought with Oliver before. I'm supposed to be good so Dad doesn't have to be bothered." Awfully self-aware for someone so young, I couldn't help thinking, but I could recall having a similar philosophy around her age. "That's a nice way of thinking about it, but I'm sure your dad doesn't think about taking care of you as a bother." After lunch, I brought her back to my classroom and introduced her to the rest of the class, who dutifully greeted her. It seemed like some of them already knew her, maybe from the collective recess both classes shared, and they were either fascinated by her or a bit wary. Just what kind of fight had she been involved in? "All right, guys," I said once she'd been seated and everyone was calmed down from the unexpected interruption. "We're going to do some reading together now. Can our row leaders pass out everyone's books?" Each student read a page of the short book I'd picked out for the day, and once all of them had gone at least once, I asked for volunteers to read a second time. Most of the class was still a bit shy, but there were a few who had shown themselves to be outgoing right away, and many of them raised their hands, eagerly waving to get my attention and wiggling their little fingers. Whitney was part of the second group, and she had a surprisingly clear reading voice. Maybe this was something she practiced at home? I could imagine her dad taking turns reading aloud with her, which was something I shouldn't have been thinking about one of my students' parents. Why was it that man, Royce Moretti, kept popping up in my mind? I'd met a few of the other kids' moms or dads that morning and apologized for my absence the day before. And while I still remembered their names and faces, I certainly wasn't thinking anything of them individually without meaning to. It must have just been that we'd spoken so recently. Just the fact that he was fresher in my mind. Nothing to do with the way he'd smiled while thanking me for helping Whitney. I tried to put him out of my mind and focus on my kids instead. Somehow, I was much more comfortable working with them than thinking too hard about my own circumstances. The rest of the day went smoothly, with the kids participating and getting along well. What more could I have asked for? I did notice, though, that Whitney contributed a bit to the class talking out of turn. She had quite a lot to say, it seemed, and she had trouble knowing when it was time to let someone else talk. That was something we could work on in the future. The last thing I wanted was to subdue her when she was such an enthusiastic sharer. At 3 o'clock, we started wrapping up our day, cleaning up the room, and gathering all our things so when the bell rang at 3:15, I could send the kids out to their buses or to wait for their parents. I'd volunteered to supervise the car riders as they waited for their parents, so we all went out together to the grassy area near the visitor parking lot. One by one, their parents arrived to pick them up, the sounds of their playing and laughter quieting down as their numbers decreased. Whitney's dad showed up when there were only a few kids left. When he saw me, he gave me a brief wave, which I returned before he sought Whitney out. She was seated in the grass, facing another girl from our class, Maisie. Maisie had been a bit shy thus far, so it was nice to see Whitney had approached her and they were getting along. She certainly had enough confidence to share. "Hey, Wits," Royce said, reaching down to flick one of her braids. "Let's get going." Still, she hesitated. "Maisie's mom isn't here yet," she said, squinting up at her dad in the August sunlight. "Can I wait with her?" I don't know if... The way he paused and suddenly looked conflicted, I could only guess she was giving him some powerful puppy eyes. He could only resist for a second before sighing and raising his hands in resignation. "Okay, we'll wait." Satisfied, the girls went back to their conversation, ignoring his presence completely. When he saw me watching, I gave him a sympathetic smile, so he came over to talk to me. "Hi again," I said, trying to convince myself there was no need to be nervous. "Hi. Are you still on kid-watching duty, even outside school hours?" he asked, gesturing to the small collection of students still waiting. "Oh, I prefer to think of it as a privilege," I told him honestly. "And speaking of, Whitney was great all day. I don't know how she could have gotten into a fight when she's so sweet." "You don't know her very well yet," her dad said, glancing over at her again. "Trust me, she's full of surprises." "Well, she certainly has a very active imagination." He raised his eyebrows. "Oh, yeah? What makes you say that?" "She told me quite a story after you left, about how she used to live in England, her judo lessons, how she's learning French because one of her uncles said she couldn't do it." I laughed at all that, shaking my head. Only 9 years old, and she's already done so much. Royce didn't laugh with me, cocking his head to one side and looking slightly confused. That's all true. Her mom is from Bristol, and she lived there for most of her life," he explained. "That was where she got interested in judo at 6 years old, I think. But the French thing didn't start until we moved back here." Oh, I'm so sorry." Whether from the heat or from embarrassment, I was suddenly burning up. It just sounded like so much. I thought it must be something she'd come up with on her own. "No, I understand." This time he did laugh, though I couldn't tell if it was with me or at me. He didn't seem upset, at least. "You're right. She definitely has done a lot for her age." I couldn't help wondering, though, did that mean that the Mafia business was real too? I hadn't mentioned that part in case it could upset him, but surely that detail was a little too far-fetched, right? "She also mentioned that her mom recently went back to Bristol. It must be difficult for you two, keeping up such a long-distance relationship." Apparently surprised by that, he went wide-eyed and quickly looked away. "Oh, no, it's not like that. Her mother and I are divorced. We have been for years." He used his left hand to readjust his glasses, and I could see that he wasn't wearing a wedding ring. Of course, that was the detail of the story that Whitney had neglected to mention. "Oh, I don't think I've ever put my foot back in my mouth that quickly," I muttered, avoiding his eyes. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed." "It's fine," he said with a shrug, gazing thoughtfully at his daughter again, while she and Maisie were weaving delicate flower crowns for one another. "We've been in a sort of weird situation this year. I was living in Bristol, then I had to come back here for a family emergency, and I brought Wits with me. It was totally out of the blue. Then, having our mom here over the summer just to leave again, it must have been even harder for her. So she probably has a hard time knowing exactly what our family's status is at the moment." "I see. I can only imagine how difficult that must be for you. For the two of you, I mean. But I definitely know what it's like for a family emergency to throw your life off track," I admitted. "It's good that that's a priority for you, though." "What?" "Your responsibility to your family." Talking about this sensitive subject wasn't helping me cool off at all, so while he was still looking away, I took the opportunity to peel my cardigan off and held it loosely in one hand. The sleeveless bateau blouse underneath at least left my arms much cooler. To your daughter, or whatever it is that brought you back here. I think that's admirable, putting them before yourself. Was that inappropriate to say? Should we have even been talking about this? I might have been completely overstepping my professional bounds. Royce let out a brief, humorless laugh, almost like a scoff. It does sound awfully noble, when you put it that way, he said, slipping his hands into his pockets. Had I said something wrong? Everything about the sudden downshift in his attitude suggested that I'd upset him somehow. I was probably making a fool of myself. I should probably have stopped while I was ahead. Are you close with your family? When I was already assuming I'd run the conversation into the ground, the question came as a surprise. Well, what little family I have, yes. My grandparents raised me, so these days I look after them. He looked back at me, and for the briefest moment, his gaze flickered down to my bare shoulders. He was probably surprised by the sudden change, but he met my eyes seconds later. By yourself? Mm-hmm. That's the responsibility I have, I explained with a smile. A lot of people don't take it seriously, but it's important to me, and it seems to be important to you too. I'm trying to give you a compliment, and just not doing a very good job of it. Laughing nervously, I dropped my head and hoped I didn't seem as foolish as I felt. You know, it might sound weird, but I actually think I'm already familiar with the sentiment you're going for. That whole concept of family loyalty is something I was raised with. When I chanced to look at him, he was watching me sharply over the rimless top of his rectangular glasses, but just as I noticed how intense his gaze was, it softened as he continued. I have to say, it sounds a lot nicer the way you say it. Another reflexive, nervous giggle passed my lips, and I tried to turn my attention elsewhere so I wouldn't read too much into the look he was giving me. It looks like Maisie's mom is here. I nodded to the girls, who were both on their feet, waving goodbye as Maisie hurried to her mom's sedan. All the other kids had been picked up while I was distracted by my conversation with Royce, and I realized, with horror, that I hadn't been paying attention to my duties. Whitney marched over to us and looked up at her dad. Okay, now we can go. Well, thanks for your permission, he said, nodding to the parking lot. As she started off, however, he paused to tell me, I feel like I've taken up a lot of your attention today. More than he knew. Sorry about that. It's no problem. I enjoyed talking with you. I answered before I could stop myself. Then, to make matters worse, my attention is available whenever you want it. Oh, God. I must have sounded so ridiculous. Royce was obviously older than me. Based on the way he and Whitney dressed and the car he drove, he was also incredibly successful. And he had an ex-wife he'd just spent the summer living with. Where did I get off thinking my attention might mean anything to him? I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Seeing the smile he gave me, somehow a different smile from the one I'd seen earlier, banished all my nerves and doubt from my head to replace it all with unexpected, unfamiliar warmth. Whitney called for him to hurry up, so he gave me one last wave and turned to follow her. My mind was buzzing, my heart was pounding, and I had to take a moment to calm myself before I could drive home. It was a nice fantasy to think that Royce might be even marginally interested in me, but I still forced myself to put it aside when I got back to the house. Just like I'd told him, I had responsibilities there, and they had to come before anything I wanted for myself. I found my grandparents inside, seated as usual in the living room. However, they were sitting on opposite ends of the couch. Uh-oh. Had they argued about something? Hey, you two, I said, as I took my messenger bag off my shoulder. How did the visit go today? My grandma had been scheduled to finally see someone about her worsening condition. I'd done some research and found that a generalized anxiety disorder like hers could lead to other serious physical health issues. It had taken months, but I finally convinced her to go get checked out again for the first time in a few years. Grandpa looked at Grandma, visibly miffed. Tell her how it went, Patricia. That was another bad sign. He only ever called her by her full name when he was mad. Most other times it was patty cakes. She straightened up in her seat, refusing to be cowed, and said, "I didn't go." "What?" I dropped my purse on the armchair at my side and thrust my hands to my hips. "Why not?" "They're not going to tell me anything new, Dee Dee," she said, though she refused to look me in the eye. "I know I'm old. I know I'm nervous. I know my heart's going to go sometime. I don't need a doctor to tell me any of that." "But they can help you feel better," I insisted. "They might even be able to help you live longer. Don't you want that?" She had been so difficult every single step of this process, as if she would rather simply suffer than go through the trials of getting treatment. Tears of frustration sprang to my eyes, but I blinked them back. "There's no point in trying to explain it to her," Grandpa said, eyes on the TV again. "I tried all day, and she still wouldn't get in the cab. If she doesn't want to get help, there's nothing you can do to make her." Perfect. Now they'd both given up. I wanted to keep arguing, but after all the times we'd had this conversation in the past, I just didn't have the energy. Defeated, I took my bag and went to my room. Whether they liked it or not, I wasn't going to give up. I wouldn't just let her pretend nothing was wrong when we had to watch her get worse every day. I was going to reschedule that appointment the next day, and she would go, if I had to drag her there myself. Forcing conflict like that was completely outside my nature, but she wasn't giving me a choice. Trying to distract myself from my anger and all the guilt that came with it, I worked on lesson plans for a few hours. Although I would still need the rest of the week to start getting a feel for what each student needed help with, I could still put general lessons together. But thinking about school made me think about my students. Thinking about them brought Whitney to mind, and thinking of Whitney led to... I sighed when I realized that I'd been staring at my computer screen for 15 minutes, daydreaming about Royce's smile and wishing he'd had longer to talk. After a few seconds of debating with myself, I gave in to the temptation and looked him up on Facebook. Royce Moretti, San Diego, California, personal financial advisor. His smile in his pictures was nowhere near as genuine as the ones I'd seen that day, unless Whitney was also present. There were a few of the two of them with a woman who, by the looks of her, must have been Whitney's mother. She was tagged as Margot Garner Moretti. She looked closer to Royce's age than me and was, frankly, beautiful. But her smile didn't seem entirely real either. Royce was also tagged in a few other people's pictures. Roger Moretti, Miles Moretti. The obvious family resemblance said they were brothers. I wonder whether they'd had anything to do with the family emergency he'd mentioned. They all looked pretty happy. Roger even had a baby on the way, but I guessed it was hard to judge that based on a platform that mostly showed the positive parts of people's lives. Finally deciding this was creepy when I'd only just met the man, I forced myself to close out of the site before I made the mistake of sending him a friend request. What had gotten into me? I was even considering calling Carol to tell her I'd finally met someone that I was interested in, but I was sure she would just laugh at me for assuming so much based on 2 little conversations. No reason to tell her about it until and unless I actually had something to tell. 5. Royce. If I thought the past few months were sort of weird, I definitely wasn't prepared for the next few. I continued working with Miles, fighting a losing battle against his increasingly shitty attitude. No matter how many times I tried to steer him in the right direction, he always took the wheel from my hands and did a 180. The power of being the boss had completely gone to his head. Just when I thought he couldn't get any more irritatingly full of himself, he went above and beyond to prove me wrong. As much as I wanted to keep thinking of him as my little brother and giving him just one more chance over and over, he continuously proved that this was a mistake. I kept looking for work, using February as a tentative start date. If we hadn't found Dad and dealt with him in the next 6 months, I was sorely tempted to assume he was already dead and cut my losses. Based on the way Miles was going, it seemed like Dad was better off dead than enduring whatever punishment he had in mind, Roger, Miles, and I did finally meet with D'Angelo, and it went only a little better than I'd expected. He confessed to have been hired to kill our mom, at least, and that our dad was the one who made the call. Unsurprisingly, Miles wanted to kill him right then and there, but D'Angelo explained that he'd had no choice in the matter. No one said no to Darren Moretti and expected to walk away from it. That was a point none of us could really argue. Roger and I managed to talk Miles into letting him go with the knowledge that the new head of the Morettis didn't want to see his face again. Not a perfect outcome, but at least no one else died. D'Angelo gave us the proof we needed, but didn't bring us any closer to finding Dad. Even as Miles exhausted his list of contacts, he still couldn't come up with a single lead. Meaning that Roger, Jill, Whitney, and I were all still stuck in San Diego for the foreseeable future. Moving plans couldn't progress, meaning wedding plans went stagnant too. Jill tried to make the best of it by focusing on her pregnancy instead. On the brighter side, their baby was healthy, due in January, and it was going to be a boy. Roger was over the moon about the whole thing, so much so, he was happy to support Jill through all the various symptoms she was dealing with. I had to commend him for his enthusiasm. Pregnancy could do scary things to a woman. As for Whitney, she was doing great in school as always. She was making friends, joining clubs, and we even found her a dojo here in town where they were amazed at the skills she already had. Margot would call occasionally, asking for updates on her daughter, and I gave them or let Whitney give them herself. Lately, talking to Margot had started seeming like a chore, and I didn't have to wonder why. After the day Whitney transferred to her class, Miss Blake, Deanna, and I only talked more and more. Always in appropriate settings, of course. Student-teacher conferences, school events, that sort of thing. But I made sure to attend every one that I could, and made excuses to talk to her before or after school. Either I was totally misreading her, or she was very interested in me. And to my surprise, despite having told myself I wasn't going to get involved with anyone else for a while, I liked her too. For one, Whitney loved her. The two of them got along great, and each of them was always gushing to me about the other. It had also been quite a while since I'd had such an easygoing dynamic with anyone, really. Maybe it was because she was totally uninvolved with any of my family's dramatic bullshit, but being around her never made me tense or stressed. I didn't feel like she was something I needed to deal with. Most of all, she was just so nice. My only romantic experience thus far, the one I'd been involved in for 10 years, was with Margot, who was harsh and critical and combative, even when we were together. Deanna was nothing like her. Maybe that was refreshing in itself. Unfortunately, neither of us had brought up exactly what was going on between us. She was obviously shy about the subject, and the last thing I wanted to do was make her uncomfortable or scare her off, so even by the time December rolled around, I was still looking for some way to bring it up casually, while still allowing her to go at her own pace. Maybe it shouldn't have surprised me that the opportunity came in the form of a call from her. So I wanted to ask you something, she said once we had exchanged the usual hellos and how are yous. I'd given her my cell number months ago, just in case, but it was more often used for chatting or texting or casual flirting than for any actual emergencies. I'm all ears. So, we're having a sort of Christmas party at the school Friday evening. Grown-ups only. It'll mostly be faculty, but parents are welcome to come too. I know Maisie's mom and dad will be there, and Christina's mom, I think. I let a second pass in silence, hoping she would be a little more explicit about the point of this call. Sounds like fun? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She had a habit of laughing nervously, even when she hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, she did it often enough that just hearing it forced me to smile. So, I was wondering if maybe you'd like to come. I don't know if Wits had told you about it already. No, but I'm glad you did. Finding the urge to tease her and ask if this was a date, I instead asked, what time on Friday? 6 o'clock. So many people have little ones of their own, we didn't want it to run too late. I'll be there. Really? I could picture her delighted grin, the way her warm, soft brown eyes would light up. God, how had I let myself get so attached so quickly? Okay, great. I can't wait. I'll see you then. Yeah, see you then. Ending the call, I sat back in my desk chair to take a few minutes away from the work my brother kept pushing on me to think about myself. Maybe this party would be a good chance for us to talk a little more openly about our feelings. That sounded so official somehow, and it almost put me off. But I tried to remind myself that I wasn't asking the woman to marry me. I just wanted her to acknowledge that she wouldn't act like this with any other student's parent. My phone rang again, and I reflexively smiled, hoping it would be her again. But instead, my ex-wife's name was displayed on the screen. Slightly deflated, I answered, "Hello?" "Hello, Royce. How are you?" There was something so formal in Margot's voice, like this was a business call or something. "Well, and you?" "The same." "Are you calling to talk to Whitney?" "No. I wanted to ask you why the Post is giving me letters with your name on them." I had to pause for a second to realize exactly what she meant. "I don't know. I haven't had mail sent to that address in years." Margot still lived in the flat where we'd raised Whitney, back when I thought I could somehow travel back and forth between my family in San Diego and my family in Bristol without sacrificing either. "This looks quite recent. Something from an accounting firm? We are interested in your qualifications and would like to see you for an interview. None of that sounds familiar?" she asked. Shit. When I was filling out applications, I'd figured that most businesses would be reluctant to hire someone who is currently living in another country. So when I'd applied to businesses in London, I'd used our old address in Bristol. It never occurred to me that they would actually use it. I figured most of the communication would be done over the phone or through email. "Royce!" Margot snapped, bringing me back to the conversation. "I'm sorry. It was a mistake. If you get any others, just ignore them." "Are you trying to come back here?" she demanded. "Is that what this is about? You're trying to subtly tell me that you're coming back?" "What? No. I wasn't thinking about you at all," I told her honestly, and she let out a scoff. Pinching the bridge of my nose with my free hand, I went on. "Whitney and I are coming back to England at some point. I'm not sure when, but we won't be in Bristol. We'll be in London." "And why is this? Why are you making a deliberate effort to distance her from me?" "Margot, it's a 2-hour drive. It's not that outrageous. If you really want, we can work something out where she travels between the two of us. Either way, it'll be a lot easier than whatever the hell's going on right now." "What exactly is going on right now? Is there even a reason for her to still be there? Is your father still threatening me?" There was no fear or apprehension in her voice, just a lot of anger. "It's complicated." During her time in San Diego, we hadn't actually talked about why my brothers and I were still looking for our dad. All she knew was that he'd done something to us, and we needed to repay him for it. She barked out a laugh. "Oh yes, it always has been, hasn't it? I'm so bloody tired of hearing how complicated things are for you." "Then why did you call just to gripe at me?" I was on my feet now, pacing back and forth in my office. "What do you want me to say? Do you just miss fighting with me every chance you get?" "I miss a lot of things about you, but that isn't one of them." Suddenly, I could hear tears in her voice, but it was still as sharp as ever. "But the rows are all that's left between us anymore. There was so much before, and now there's just this. And Whitney is mixed up in it." That was the last thing I'd expected to hear from her. It seemed like she was saying pretty much exactly what I felt. We were great together. We were in love. But now it was permanently past tense. No going back. No repairing it. "Maggie, have your mail sent elsewhere," she said. "And when you do bring my daughter back here, try to let me know about it." The call ended with a beep in my ear. Well, at least it was clear where that relationship stood. I got Jill to pick Whitney up from school on Friday. The plan was for her to stay the night at their place, a favor I'd asked in case I wound up occupied for the night. Maybe that was assuming a lot, but I preferred to be prepared for anything. Around 5:30, I was still figuring out exactly what to wear. Surely this wasn't any kind of formal function, right? I wound up going with a tie anyway. Why was I so stressed about this? Maybe because I hadn't needed to actively impress a woman for the past 10 years? It was a little weird being at the school that late, but the main difference was just how empty the place was. After a little searching through the halls for the teacher's lounge, I found Deanna standing outside the door waiting for me. At least, the smile on her face when she saw me said she was waiting for me. She dressed up a little compared to her usual teacher wardrobe of knee-length skirts and cream-colored cardigans. The dark green dress she was wearing hugged her waist, making her ample curves seem even more dramatic, and I was pretty sure the straps on it were an inch from being outside the dress code. Her hair was half pulled back, leaving her collarbone bare in a way I didn't often see. "Hi," she said when I came closer. "Hey." I tried to keep my gaze respectful while still admiring her. "You look fantastic." She blushed and dropped her head. "What, this old thing?" she asked, smoothing her skirt. "Well, I was kind of hoping you would like it. You said this is your favorite color, right?" "Yeah, I think I said that sometime in September," I laughed. "I'm surprised you remembered." "Oh, that's a very important question to a 9-year-old, she informed me. "It's like basic knowledge about their personality. So I guess it's just something that sticks with me. Whitney makes it a little harder when she changes her answer every few weeks, though. She likes to keep you on your toes." Glancing into the lounge where the actual party was happening, I asked, "Are there any other parents here? Or am I the one weird outsider?" "I told you there would be. I can introduce you to people if you want. I'm very good at the whole getting to know you thing." In a lot of ways, her work informed her personality. She would often reference kids' books or the sort of basic moral lessons involved in early education, but she did it in a way that applied to adulthood. The end result was an unusually compassionate and unintentionally playful personality, one I couldn't seem to get enough of. "Please do. I actually think you and Beth are the only ones here I know." "Oh, unless... Is the taskmaster here too?" "Who?" She covered her mouth with both hands, giggling guiltily as she realized who I meant. "Miss Torrio? No. She came by for a few minutes earlier, but she couldn't stay." "What a shame. She's such a joy to be around." "Hey, be nice," Deanna said, lightly swatting my chest. "Some of the people here do actually get along with her." "Maybe I don't need to meet everyone then." "You're awful." She laughed again and beckoned me into the room. Being introduced as Whitney's dad, Royce, was a decided upgrade from Mr. Moretti. If I had to choose one part of my family to identify myself by, it would definitely be Whit's. It surprised me how many of the teachers had positive things to say about her, considering she wasn't in class with any of them, but she'd always been a go-getter. She'd probably made a point of meeting every single member of the faculty personally. To be totally honest, the party itself wasn't really eventful. More of a function than a party, with a bunch of teachers standing around, talking about the slightly more adult subjects they couldn't discuss with their students present. Still, nothing scandalous or dramatic, nothing like the parties my family was known for. But Deanna stuck with me, never once leaving me alone to awkwardly navigate this unfamiliar social situation by myself. And, like that playful tap earlier, she kept finding excuses to casually touch me, whether it was pushing my shoulder after I'd made a joke, or leading me to some other part of the room by my hand. I wondered if anyone else in the room noticed, if they assumed we were together. At 8 o'clock, the party was officially over, and not a minute too soon. Seeing her smile and laugh for 2 hours straight while thinking about what I had to say was torture. Realizing this was the opportunity I'd been looking for, I cleared my throat as Deanna and I left the room. "So, Miss Blake, can I walk you to your car?" "I would appreciate that, thank you." After seeming so comfortable socializing, her shyness had returned when it was just the two of us. I've been wondering, did you call each of your students' parents and invite them to this personally? I asked as we walked through the darkened halls, neither of us in any real hurry. She tensed up slightly. No, I didn't, she admitted. Just you. Why me? Well, she kept her eyes straight ahead, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. You're the only one I've really talked to much. None of the others bother to say more than a quick hello or goodbye most of the time. And I enjoy talking to you, so I wanted us to have the chance to talk for longer than 10 minutes. It was nice, I agreed, stealing another glance at her. But it would have been nicer if it were just the two of us. She took a deep breath, and even from the side, I could see the broad smile that spread across her face. Oh, really? I was sort of thinking the same thing. In fact, I actually... She stopped to reach into her purse and pulled out a red headband. Attached to one side was a sprig of green leaves and tiny white berries. I made this to wear tonight, but I changed my mind at the last minute. Is that mistletoe? I asked, trying and failing to hold back a grin. She nodded bashfully. Why didn't you wear it? Because we were going to be in a group, and I... She took a deep breath as she slid the headband on. It looked like it had belonged there the whole time, like it completed the outfit. The red certainly matched her flushed cheeks as she looked up into my eyes. I didn't want anyone kissing me but you. Damn. And here, I thought I was the one making a move. After you went to all that trouble, how can I not? Even in heels, she was several inches shorter than me, but between her standing on her toes and me bending down a little, she was at the perfect height for me to kiss her. I took it slow at first, but the way she leaned into me and rested her hands on my chest said it was safe to go a little further. Slipping my arms around her waist, I held her closer and licked her lips. Despite the catch in her breath, she grasped at my shirt and let me inside without hesitation. She was a little shy about moving her tongue against mine, but she made up for it with a soft, almost inaudible little moan. Her body was even softer against mine than I'd expected, maybe since I had never really touched her before. But now that I had her in my arms, every instinct was telling me not to let go. My hands started to slide down the back toward her hips and Deanna broke away from me with a tiny squeal, covering her face with both hands, while I looked up to see who had interrupted us. Beth stood at the far end of the hall, wearing a knowing smile. I do hate to interrupt you two, but we're trying to lock up for the evening, so maybe that conversation should be had elsewhere? There was no condemnation or reprimand in her tone. If anything, she just seemed amused. Deanna nodded silently and started toward the parking lot again, dragging me by my hand. I'll see you on Monday, Deanna. I waved back at Beth before we disappeared around the corner. Oh, how embarrassing, Deanna groaned. Sorry, I said, trying not to laugh at how cute her shyness was. But I agree. It would be best to take this elsewhere. Once we got outside, I held her back by her hand, pulling her into the building's shadow, where we could hopefully have a little privacy. There weren't many people around at that point anyway. You met Jill today, right? Oh, yeah, she said with a smile, apparently content to stay in my arms while we talked. Roger's fiancée, right? She was so nice. And so pregnant. She said Whitney was going to stay with them this evening. Yeah, I have the house to myself, so I was wondering if you might want to come keep me company. I raised her hands to my lips and kissed it while I waited for her answer. She opened her mouth, then paused, and her smile disappeared. Oh, you mean stay the night? Only if you want to. Was that too fast? Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. The last thing I wanted was for her to think this was a one-night stand. Whatever you're comfortable with. I don't know. She pulled her hand away, drawing in on herself like she was afraid. Shit. How could I have screwed this up so badly? I don't think I'm ready for that, yet. No, that's fine, I assured her, letting her go so she wouldn't think I was trying to push her into anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. No, please. It's not your fault at all, she insisted, taking my hands again, but not stepping closer. You didn't do anything wrong. I like you, Royce, a lot. I just need a little more time, okay? I told you it's fine. I wanted to kiss her forehead, to let her I know I wasn't offended or upset with her, but now I was afraid of messing up again. Will you still let me walk you to your car? Yes, of course. She stayed close by my side as we walked, keeping her fingers laced through mine. And she did kiss me again before she left, which was encouraging, even though she pulled away before I could hold her closer. When I got back to my own car, I dropped my head against the steering wheel and groaned, furious with myself. How could an evening that was going so smooth suddenly turn so awkward? It was my fault, obviously, for asking too much. She was a few years younger than me. Maybe I hadn't taken that into account with my expectations. Obviously, she wasn't ready to move that fast, and I should have known that without her having to tell me. The house was quiet when I got back, and I realized this was my first night there completely alone. Even once Margot had left, there had always been Whitney. Now that it was just me, the place felt too big, too empty. And it was no one's fault but mine. 6. Deanna. When I got home, I had to take a few minutes to sit in the car and calm myself down. It was all I could do not to cry. Why had I panicked like that when Royce invited me over? I should have been eager, enthusiastic about sleeping with him. Any other woman would have been. So why had I gotten scared instead? I hadn't expected the conversation to shift from our very first kiss to the subject of sex. There was a reason Carol had teased me about not being with anyone lately. I'd only ever had one sexual experience, and it was a terrible one. God, Royce must have thought I was so childish. I like you a lot, but I'm not ready for that. I couldn't even say the word out loud. I groaned and dropped my head back against the seat. Stupid. It was the truth, but I still shouldn't have said it. I just hoped I hadn't turned him off completely. Maybe I could try again another time. Maybe once we'd been together a little longer, I'd get more comfortable, assuming he still wanted to be with me at all. Forcing myself out of the car, I tore my headband off and shoved it back into my purse. It seemed so silly now. Everything I'd said seemed silly and immature. Maybe I just didn't know how to fit into adult scenarios. Maybe I never would. When Royce came to pick Whitney up Monday, he was as friendly as ever, but not any more than that. He did flirt with me a little, and he kept giving me that smile I liked so much, but he didn't say anything about what had happened after the party or our relationship. I couldn't tell if he was just trying to give me time to figure things out, or if he wasn't interested anymore. And of course, being as shy and nervous as I was about the whole thing, I couldn't ask him. So it was the same sort of brief conversation we usually had, and then he left, as if nothing had changed. The next few weeks were similar. He got a little more blatantly flirty during our phone calls and text conversations, but he never repeated his offer for me to spend the night or asked me to go out with him. Somehow, we were in an even more ambiguous place than before. I found myself thinking about him more and more, though, even when I shouldn't have been, wondering what he and his family were doing for Christmas while Grandpa said grace for our dinner, holding my grandma's hand while she cringed at the fireworks on New Year's Eve, and mourning the fact that I couldn't kiss Royce at midnight. That was another thing to worry about. My grandma had a doctor's appointment coming up, again, and I was taking the day off to drive her there myself so she couldn't get out of it. I made sure to cover all my bases. Lesson plans were ready. The kids knew what was going on. I had a sub arranged, everything I could think of. And yet, Ms. Torrio still felt the need to call me the morning of January 6th to gripe at me. I was hoping to talk to you about the food drive next week, but apparently you aren't here this morning, she said when I answered. Have you gotten to the point where you're just taking days off without telling me? What? Maria, I've had this plan for weeks, I reminded her, my phone sitting on the bathroom counter while I curled my hair. Ask Beth. Look at the schedule. You approved the request yourself. Humph, she said simply, as if that answer wasn't good enough. It was my understanding you wouldn't be taking days like this anymore, planned or not. We already talked about this, and it's not the schedule that's the bigger problem. I know we talked about it, and I've been keeping it in mind. I let go of the curl I was holding and shifted my weight, trying to focus on two actions at once. I haven't taken a single day off the entire fall semester. Other than the first day. Other than the first day, I agreed begrudgingly. I've been trying so hard to focus on work and on being there for my kids. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. I'm wondering if you're giving Whitney Moretti too much attention. I stopped, stunned, in the middle of wrapping another lock of hair around my curling iron. I give her as much attention as any of my students. And you're sure you don't give her any preferential treatment because you're interested in her father? My mouth fell open by reflex, and I gripped my curling iron tighter. I don't know what you... Deanna, everyone knows. You two aren't exactly subtle, and I'm concerned that your involvement with him might be hurting your other students. It would have been much easier to hear all this if Royce and I had actually been dating, instead of whatever vague in-between we were in. If we were, all those assumptions she was making might have been justified. But as it was, she was jumping to a lot of conclusions. And even more importantly, how dare she suggest I would ever let my kids suffer because of my own personal relationships? Whitney Moretti is one of my best students, I told her plainly. She's smart and eager and does her best to help others. Whatever treatment I give her, it's what she deserves. That doesn't mean that I'm treating my other students badly, and it certainly doesn't have anything to do with her dad. With my anger at Maria, my anxiety about Royce, and my fears for my grandma all bubbling to the surface at once, tears of frustration started welling in my eyes, and I had to rub them away with my free hand. I arranged to have this day off so that I could focus on my grandmother's health without worrying about my job, so please, just let me... My hair got stuck on my curling iron, and in my anger, I yanked on it, only to smack the hot barrel into my arm. I let out a shriek from the burn, but managed to put the iron down carefully before running cool water over it. It was a bit awkward reaching the faucet, as the burn was directly in the middle of my inner forearm, a solid, inch-thick line straight across. Are you all right? Maria asked after a few seconds. I'm fine. She must have heard the tears in my voice because she let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be bothering you on your day off, and I shouldn't have said you were playing favorites. It's just that man. He makes me so nervous that... Maria, I began wearily. Right. I'll leave you alone. Take care of yourself. I hope things go well for your grandmother. Mercifully, she hung up, allowing me to drop my head and silently cry from pain for a few seconds before I had to pull myself together again. Grandpa appeared at the end of the hall. You okay, honey? You sounded like you hurt yourself. I'm fine, I repeated, hoping my smile was convincing. Just got a little clumsy with my curling iron. Does Grandma need any help getting ready? Nope. She's ready when you are. Unlike her last missed appointment, he seemed pleased and proud of her. Good to know they were on better terms. I looked for a Band-Aid big enough to put over my burn, but we didn't really have anything suitable, so instead, I wore a sweater over one of the few pairs of jeans I owned, wincing slightly as the cloth rubbed over the burn. But I felt it was better to keep it protected somehow. Grandma was still a little grouchy as I helped her out into the car, but she went without protest. Our first appointment was with the same psychiatrist who had diagnosed her GAD, the same one I'd seen after my parents' deaths, Dr. Marley. He was a sort of playful older man, sometimes a little too lighthearted for my taste, but he made Grandma laugh, and she was comfortable around him. She updated him on the changes in her condition since the last time they'd spoken, including the more frequent panic attacks. Well, that sounds a little less fun than a barrel of monkeys, he said, once she described what her attacks felt like. It always terrified me to hear her talk about being unable to see, unable to move, hardly able to breathe during those moments. This was why I wanted her to have help. Now, you have a few options for treatment. I think psychotherapy would go a long way, if I'm honest, but it's tough to make that happen when you won't leave the house. He nudged her knee, and she smiled guiltily. The other big one is medication, but that can be a little tricky for a grown girl like yourself. She chuckled at that. I know I'm old, Bill. You don't have to sugarcoat it. You're golden is what you are, darling, he assured her. Point is, before I describe anything, I'll want you to get that ticker checked out. Once I know how that's doing, I'll know what's safe for you to take. Once he'd finished with her, including arranging a follow-up meeting, he turned to me. And how are you doing, Dee Dee? Me? I'm all right, I said with a smile. Unfortunately, he had more practice than most with seeing through anxious people's I'm all right lies. Are you? That leg's been going ever since you sat down, he pointed out, nodding to my nervously bouncing knee, which I forced to stop. You know, ignoring it doesn't make anything better. Is it something in particular that's bothering you? Or is it just the general stuff? You know, I muttered, avoiding his eyes and allowing my leg to start bouncing again. My arm had been throbbing throughout the meeting, and I only became more aware of it as I started getting nervous. Just this and that. Work mostly. Hey now, wasn't this supposed to be my appointment? Grandma asked in mock indignation. She was probably trying to help me avoid talking about the things that were stressing me out, since it was what she would have wanted too. It was nice of her, but probably not the healthiest option. You're right, Patty. I'll have to talk with Dee Dee another time. Soon, he agreed, giving me a meaningful look. Once we'd left Dr. Marley's office, we went to Grandma's next appointment with a cardiologist. This was a woman we'd never met before, a Dr. Cowell. She was much more straight-laced than Dr. Marley, and wouldn't even let me in the room while she was talking with Grandma. Judging by the look on Grandma's face when she came out of the exam room, she would have preferred to have me there to help her stay calm. They must have talked about some pretty serious issues. Are you Patricia's caretaker? The doctor asked me plainly. Even though I knew Grandma hated that word, this woman seemed like she might refuse to share any information with me unless I agreed. Yes, I said, shooting Grandma an apologetic look. Did you find anything out? Based on her family history, I definitely think she's at risk, the woman said bluntly. Heart disease is my main concern. We're going to do some blood work, and I'll contact you again once those results come back. Depending on how that goes, I might like to run an ECG during her next appointment. Until then, I want you to keep an eye out for any chest pains, shortness of breath, heart palpitations, etc. You mean the things that happen when I have an attack? Grandma asked flatly. Yes, I suppose so. Even though I wasn't the one who had spoken, the doctor kept talking exclusively to me. Keep track of how often the attacks happen, and look for any observable triggers. Maybe that will give us a better idea of how they're affecting her heart. Once we were back in the car, Grandma was fuming. Does she think we haven't been doing that already? She demanded. Does she think we've just been ignoring the attacks, not looking for ways to avoid them? All I could do was smile and nod as she ranted, as if she wasn't describing exactly what she had been doing. By the time we'd picked up lunch and gotten back to the house to eat with Grandpa and update him on how the appointments had gone, we were both exhausted. I excused myself to my room, but couldn't manage to get any school-related work done. I did some research on heart disease, and after seeing how deadly it was, I was finding it nearly impossible to stay hopeful for Grandma's future. After taking an hour or so to myself to recover and replace my everything's fine front, I made a point of spending the rest of the day with my grandparents. But after they went to bed, I had no more distractions and was left alone with my fears. All I could think about was the fact that I was going to lose them someday, maybe even someday soon, and then I would just be alone. I had a few cousins on my mom's side, but we didn't really talk, and I certainly wasn't close with any of them. In fact, because I'd been so devoted to taking care of my grandparents for the past few years, it'd been hard for me to have any other close relationships outside of them. Around 10:30, unable to keep sitting alone with my thoughts and looking for some support, I tried calling Carol. She didn't answer, and I was shocked at how professional her voicemail sounded. Party girl by night, businesswoman by day. What I wouldn't give for even a fraction of her confidence. I thought of calling Terry, but it was a school night, and I didn't want to wake her kids. Besides, surely as a young mom of two, she needed all the rest she could get. That only left one other option, one I was more nervous to try but somehow wanted the most. I debated with myself for maybe 10 minutes before finally deciding to send Royce a text message. "Hi, are you still up?" It only took a minute of anxious staring at my screen for him to respond. "Yeah, we missed you at school today. Whitney said your grandma was sick?" "Something like that," I wrote back. "It's kind of a long story. Do you mind if I call you?" "Not at all." Before I could start the call, he sent another message. "Actually, Whitney's in bed already. If you want, you could come tell me about it in person?" I bit my lip nervously as my thumbs hovered over the keyboard. He was just inviting me over to talk, right? There was nothing inherently intimate about it. And I'd been thinking about his kisses for weeks, wanting more of them. If the conversation led to that, it wouldn't be so bad. I took a deep breath and wrote out my reply. "Okay, I would like that. Can you send me your address?" Even though I told myself this was supposed to be a casual thing, my stomach was in knots as I touched up my makeup and went to the car. Focusing on my GPS directions helped a little, but not much. I was so torn between excitement and apprehension. I wanted to spend time with Royce, of course, but I didn't want to disappoint him if he had expectations I couldn't meet. Surely he wouldn't fault me for it, though. He was too sweet to be pushy about something like that. I hoped. When I pulled up to the house and saw how huge it was, I almost wondered if I had the right address. But there was Royce's sleek black car parked in the driveway. Who knew financial advisors made so much money? As if I didn't have enough to be unsure about. I texted Royce when I got there instead of knocking, trying to avoid waking Whitney up. He answered the door looking a lot more casual than I was used to seeing him. His brown hair wasn't quite so well arranged. His shirt was untucked, and the first couple of buttons were undone. "Hey," he said, stepping back to let me inside. After closing the door behind me, he surprised me with a soft, lingering kiss. And that smile! Seeing me set back for a moment, he let out a self-conscious laugh. "Sorry, I probably should have said something first. I've just been meaning to do that for a while now." "Oh, it didn't bother me," I assured him quickly. "It's a nice way to be greeted, actually." Taking a step back, I took a better look at the house around me. The style was pretty minimalist. Everything had clean angles with little embellishment. It seemed appropriate for him somehow. "This place is gorgeous." "Oh, thanks. I felt like it was a little too much at first, but it's been growing on me." He indicated a staircase on the back wall near the kitchen. "Whitney's room is up there, and I think she's turned the extra bedroom into a painting room. Last month it was exclusively for video games. I'm honestly a little nervous about setting foot in there and seeing the state of it." "She's certainly very proactive." When I looked back at him, I caught him watching me closer than expected, and he quickly turned away, clearing his throat. Anyway, come inside," he said, nodding as he led me toward the living room. "Oh, do you want a drink or something?" My stomach squirmed a little at that thought. I'm not much of a drinker." He surprised me with an abrupt laugh. "Neither am I. There's no alcohol in the house, but I do have water and a lot of juice." "That sounds nice," I said, as I followed him to the kitchen. While he was getting our drinks, he asked, "So, what happened with your grandma? Is she all right?" "More or less. It's sort of an ongoing thing." We talked very briefly about my grandparents in the past, usually when discussing our childhoods, but I hadn't gone into many specifics. My grandma deals with an anxiety disorder. She always has. Most of the time it's manageable, but over the past few years, she's started to have panic attacks. Bad ones. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Royce said, setting a glass of white cranberry juice on the counter in front of me. I don't really know much about mental health conditions like that. My family isn't big on addressing problems, less obvious than a bullet wound. He winced slightly at his own words and tried again. So, I don't know exactly what a panic attack entails. The way she describes it, it's like she loses control of her body. She's almost unconscious when it happens, but she's just aware enough to know that it hurts. Realizing that talking about the attacks in such detail wasn't making me feel any better, I shook my head. They're bad, and it's awful to watch. Lately it seems like they're getting more frequent, too. That's the reason I missed school today. I was taking her to a couple of doctor appointments. Can she not go on her own? Royce started toward the living room, so I followed him to sit on the couch, still holding my glass in both hands. It's more like she won't. She's so stubborn about the whole thing. I sighed. We spoke to a cardiologist today, and she brought up the idea of her disease. Then I made the mistake of doing some research on it by myself, so now I'm even more afraid for her. I paused for a drink of my juice, embarrassed to be dumping all this on him at once. Sorry, you shouldn't have to listen to me whine about this. I don't think you're whining. Those sound like legitimate concerns. It's obvious that you care about her. You're dealing with a lot of stress, trying to take care of her. If you need to vent sometimes, you should. That's always been hard for me, I admitted. I feel like it's just my responsibility to make things work out. I shouldn't waste time worrying and should just make it happen. I definitely know that feeling, he muttered, taking another drink. But I still think it would be good for you to talk to someone about all the pressure you're under. Even if it just feels like a bunch of petty complaints, it helps to get it out. And I don't mind. I mean, I'm happy to be that person, if you want. Despite my disheartened mood, I couldn't help smiling at that. Thank you, Royce. But what about you? I feel like you usually change the subject if we get on a topic that upsets you, I pointed out. Isn't that the same thing? Don't you need to vent too? Talking about things that irritate me usually just reminds me how irritating they are, he said with a dry smile. It helps more to think about something that makes me happy instead. And I definitely wouldn't want to take out my anger on you. I don't want to show you anything less than my best. I took another drink, but it didn't cool me down at all, and Royce, looking at me so warmly, wasn't helping either. Setting my glass on the coffee table, I let out a nervous laugh. I probably should have changed out of my sweater, I mumbled, pulling my sleeves back, maybe just for something else to focus on. Is it, hey? The concern in his voice made me look up, and he reached across me to take my hand. With my sleeves rolled up, the burn on my arm was visible, though it had faded from angry red to pink and didn't really hurt anymore. Royce pulled my arm closer to inspect it. What happened? I burnt myself while culling my hair this morning. Now, I was definitely blushing. Who's that clumsy? To my surprise, he leaned down and pressed a kiss to the burn. I froze as his lips met my skin again, and again, moving slowly along my arm. When his tongue brushed my wrist, my breath caught, and he seemed to realize what he was doing. Oh, I'm sorry, he said, drawing back, but not letting go of my hand. I don't know what I was... It's fine. My voice was barely above a whisper, my eyes locked on his lips. It had been such a small gesture, such brief contact, but it had taken my body from warm to hot in seconds. Royce must have noticed my staring. He leaned in a little closer, hesitated, then kissed me again. I easily sat forward to meet him, already letting him slip his tongue past my lips and trying my best to keep up. His fingers pushed into my hair to tilt my head back a little. Without meaning to, I rested my free hand against his thigh, and he shivered slightly, breaking the kiss. Some part of me said I might have made him uncomfortable and I should apologize. But the stronger part said to stop worrying so much. Kiss him again. Royce apparently agreed with the second. Releasing my hand, he reached for my hip instead, pulling me up on my knees, then into his lap. "Is this okay?" he asked, sort of breathless like I was, and I nodded quickly. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, and his hands grasped tighter at my hips when our lips met. This close, I could feel that he was just as warm as I was. He groaned softly when my chest pressed into his. Keeping me still, he sat up a little to grind his thigh between my legs, forcing a whimper of shocked pleasure from my lips. I had to break away from him to catch my breath, leaning heavily against his chest and shuddering slightly. I'd never been this excited before, never wanted anyone this much. All my apprehension from earlier had disappeared, pushed out of my mind by desire. Royce ran his fingertips up my spine and spoke into my ear. "We could go to my room, if you want." I nodded again, not thinking to refuse for a second. He helped me carefully to my feet, seeming amused by how shaky I was, then led me down the hall to his bedroom. After flicking on a lamp by the bed, he shut the door behind us. The room was bigger than mine at home, with a desk to one side and a large window on the far wall, but all I could think about was the bed. It was huge, with dark purple sheets and a plush gray bedspread. After slipping my shoes off, I crawled into it and collapsed on my back into the softness of the covers. "Good to know you approve," he chuckled, coming to kneel over me and slide one hand up my thigh. "Now, where were we?" "Here, I think." I pulled the hem of my sweater up a little, prompting him to slide his hands underneath it, over my stomach to my breasts, and I let out another sigh while he touched me. Something about the slow, thorough way he went about it was what really excited me and kept me anticipating more. Satisfied with my reaction, he pulled the sweater off, then dropped his head to kiss my neck while he unhooked my bra. "You okay?" he asked, once he'd taken it off and thrown it to the floor. "You're shaking a little." I'm fine." Even if I was sort of nervous, it was mostly from inexperience. But everything Royce was doing suggested that he was going to help me figure things out. "Oh, trust me," he said with a playful smile. "You're much more than that." His mouth worked its way down my neck to my collarbone, then my chest. He took his time exploring with his hands and his mouth, swirling his tongue slowly around my nipple before taking it into his mouth to suck on it. As hard as I tried to keep myself in check, I couldn't hold back my breathy moans, my fingers clenched on the covers beneath me in an effort to keep myself grounded, but he was making it awfully difficult. Only when he'd successfully taken my breath away did he move on, trailing kisses down the center of my chest, along my ribs, across my stomach to my hips. His tongue slipped just under the edge of my jeans, and I let out a squeak of shock. "Relax," he purred, pausing to look up at me. "You can always tell me to stop if you want me to stop." "I don't." Trying to prove how sincerely I wanted this, I sat up and helped him with his shirt's buttons so he could shrug out of it and toss it aside. For a single dad and a financial advisor, he was surprisingly fit. Somehow, looking at him in his button-downs, I hadn't expected his chest to be so firm underneath. My fingertips started to trace a scar on his left shoulder, but before I could ask where it had come from, he caught my hand in his and kissed my fingers, distracting me again. "Hang on," he said, stopping me when I tried to reach for his waistband. "I've been thinking about this for weeks. Give me a second to enjoy it." Nice to know I hadn't been the only one obsessing a little. But did that mean he hadn't been enjoying it thus far? "What do you mean? You don't want to—" "No, I do," he assured me quickly, taking his glasses off to set them aside. "I just don't want to rush. Let me focus on you for a minute first." Maybe he just really liked seeing me get flustered from his attention. Well, if he wanted to take it slow, I definitely wasn't going to argue. Okay. Hoping it was what he wanted, I lay back down and tried to relax, brushing my hair back behind me so it wouldn't be trapped. Royce hesitated for a second, his eyes lingering on my lips, then my chest, before he snapped out of his distraction and kept going, quickly unfastening my pants and hooking his fingers in the top hem. I tensed up again as he tugged at them, unable to look at him, but lifting up my hips to help him get them off. My panties went with them, leaving me totally bare and blushing hard with embarrassment. Luckily, Royce didn't tease me or spend too long staring. He knelt between my legs, pushing them gently apart to cover my hips with slow, open-mouth kisses. Torn between curiosity and nerves, I found myself watching as he leaned down and ran his tongue between my lower lips. I'd never had that kind of attention before, so the soft warmth of his tongue and the pleasure that came with it sent hot shivers straight to my core. I took in a sharp gasp and curled my legs up by reflex, shocked by how good it felt. "Too much?" he asked, seeming genuinely concerned, and I laughed bashfully. No, it was just good. Better than I expected," I admitted, forcing my feet to rest on the bed, and even spreading my legs a little wider for him. "Don't stop." I only caught his smirk for a second, before his mouth was between my legs again, his tongue moving wetly against my clit. He made sure to go slowly, probably because my constant moaning made it clear how little experience I had with this. "Oh, God, that's so good. Oh, Royce." My voice was thick with pleasure as I whimpered out his name, and he let out his own sound of satisfaction, holding me closer. Dropping his head a little lower, he teased me with the tip of his tongue, before pushing it inside, forcing a deeper groan from my lips. Now, I really felt ridiculous for not accepting his offer the first time. If this was what he'd wanted to do, why on earth had I rejected him? His tongue moved back up to my clit, still just as soft, but somehow hotter. My hand shook as I reached out to cover my mouth, struggling to keep myself quiet somehow, despite how incredibly good he was. Still, even muffled by my hand, my high-pitched begging must have been obvious. My hips twitched and raised a little for more of that delicious heat, and he made a sound between a hum and a chuckle in response. Sitting up for a second, he wiped his mouth and leaned over me for another deep kiss. My enthusiastic response must have surprised him, since he let out another laugh. While I was distracted with his mouth, again, he slipped one hand down to explore my wetness. I moaned against his lips when he pushed a finger inside me, but he didn't let go, instead digging my nails into his shoulder to hold him tighter. He slowly worked with his fingers, maybe trying to make sure I was ready to go all the way, which was thoughtful of him. He had me so worked up by that point, I would have begged him just to give it to me, and might have wound up getting hurt. Everything about this experience was a surprise. The only time I'd ever had sex before, it'd been more like I was doing something for my boyfriend, not like we were doing it together. Even when I knew Royce wouldn't be selfish like that, I'd assumed it would be purely physical thing, something I only wanted to do with the person I had feelings for, sure, but still, not an emotional act in itself. Royce was proving all that completely wrong. Being with him like this, I was only more aware of how much I wanted to be with him in general. When he pulled his fingers out, I broke away from him for a deep breath. Please, I breathed, looking hazily, longingly into his green eyes. I'm ready. I don't want to wait anymore. Neither do I, love. 7. Royce. I blanched slightly when I realized what I'd called her, but judging by the blush and smile on Deanna's face, she didn't think it was too much. I stole one more quick kiss before grabbing a condom from the box in my nightstand. After having my mouth all over her and listening to her tell me how good I was already hard enough that I was getting desperate. But I wanted to make sure I didn't move too fast for her. Her asking for it was a relief, since it meant I didn't have to. Trying to be quick about it after already drawing the foreplay out for so long, I stripped out of my pants and rolled the condom on. I thought about asking if she needed lube, but after the time I'd spent with my tongue and fingers inside her, I knew she was already plenty wet. So instead, I slid the tip of my cock up and down her dripping folds to be sure it would go in smoothly and asked, "Ready?" "Mm-hmm." Between her half-lidded eyes and her panting lips, the way her quick breath made her breasts rise and fall, and even the auburn curls splayed out behind her, my heart rate spiked just looking at her. Now that I had her permission, I started to press inside the burning heat of her pussy, forcing myself to go slowly for her sake. Deanna took in a deep breath and arched her back once I was fully buried in her. Her eyes drifted shut, and she rested a hand on her lower stomach. God, so deep. As if I didn't want this bad enough already. Caught up in her praise and how good it felt, I pulled back and thrust in a little faster than I meant to. She let out a sharp moan, louder than before, and by reflex, I clamped a hand over her mouth. Seeing her eyes go wide, I worried that might have been a little too forceful. "Sorry," I muttered as I took my hand back. "We're not alone, so we need to keep it down." This was the reason I'd wanted us to have the house to ourselves. The last thing I wanted for her was to hold back all those sounds that let me know she was getting what she needed. "I forgot for a second," she said softly, apparently unable to catch her breath completely, even when I wasn't moving. If I get too loud, you can always cover my mouth again." Oh, so she'd like that. I'll keep it in mind. While my hips built up a rhythm of thrusting into hers, she was obviously trying to keep her voice down, but having a hard time of it. It was difficult to hold that against her, when every word out of her mouth was telling me how incredible I was and begging me not to stop. I almost wondered if she was exaggerating for my sake, but the intensity in her voice and the overwhelmed look on her face seemed completely genuine. Somehow, she'd made this such a uniquely personal thing, to the point that being with her didn't feel comparable to whatever sex I'd had before. Maybe because it was obvious how emotionally involved it was for her, it felt that way for me too. Regardless of the reason, I found myself keeping as close to her as possible, kissing her again and again, telling her, as if there was any way she didn't already know, that she was gorgeous and God, I wanted her. And I meant every word. Can you go faster?" she asked, wetting her lips. "Whatever you want." I gripped her hips tighter and lifted them a little to give her what she was asking for, determined to see her come before I did. Now that I was sitting back a little, she had room to slide one hand down between her legs and touch herself. When she did, she tensed up all over, squeezing around my cock and forcing a sigh from me too. "Oh, it's so good," she gasped, distracted, hazy-eyed, like she was in danger of drifting off at any moment. But the rest of her body seemed pretty firmly grounded, her fingers rubbing her clit in tight circles, her free hand grasping at my arm. "Are you getting close, love?" I asked, keeping my voice low to match hers, and trying to focus on her past the heat building in my own stomach. God, she was soft. "Are you going to come for me?" "Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm almost—" She had the presence of mind to cover her mouth again, to keep back a scream of pleasure, but the way she bucked her hips and her pussy twitched and tightened around me, her orgasm was every bit as satisfying as I'd expected. I fucked her through it, then had to bite down on a deep groan of my own when I came with her. Whether because it'd been so long for me, or because Deanna was unbelievably good, I had a genuine trouble getting track of my breathing again, even after I was done. When I finally did, at least enough to check on her, I found her watching me with something so unexpectedly soft in her eyes that it sent heat rushing through me all over again. Not satisfied to pull out just yet, I leaned down and kissed her again, slower this time, wanting to feel every second of it completely. "You're amazing," she breathed when I let her go, sliding her hand up my jaw, her thumb over my cheekbone. I wasn't the sort of person to blush easily, but she was pushing it. Turning my head to kiss her hand, I slipped out of her, drawing another soft gasp from her lips. While I got rid of the condom, she squirmed in the bed and managed to crawl under the covers, so I came to join her, and she curled up against my side immediately to let me hold her. I've, um, I've actually never... Wait, was that your first time? The notion only surprised me because looking at her, and knowing how sweet she was, I couldn't imagine she hadn't had plenty of offers. Oh, no, not quite. Your first orgasm? She shook her head. I've had sex before, and I've had orgasms, just never at the same time like that, she admitted, with an embarrassed giggle, meaning whoever she'd been with in the past had been selfish. I couldn't understand how anyone could just ignore their partner like that, when it was so much more gratifying to make your girl scream. It surprised me how much I liked thinking of her as my girl. But that was definitely the best one I've had, she mumbled, snuggling up to my shoulder and running her fingertips over my chest. I'll take that as a compliment. I wrapped an arm around her, beyond content to fall asleep with her beside me, but she pulled away to look up at me. I was wondering about this scar, she said, touching the same one on my left shoulder she'd taken an interest in earlier. It looks pretty serious. Can I ask what happened? I didn't answer right away, leaning my head in my hand and trying to decide how much I should say. It was a work-related injury. That wasn't actually technically a lie. It was just work she didn't know anything about. Thus far, I'd managed to avoid telling her about the details of my family's business and my part in it. It was wrong to keep it from her, but I was certain that if she knew, she wouldn't want anything to do with me. And I was trying to get out from under them anyway, so maybe once I was no longer involved in their business, it would be all right to tell her everything. You got a scar like this from your work as a financial advisor? She asked skeptically. It's not the only job I've ever had, you know. I still had some more physically involved work before I got out of college. Still the truth, just not the whole truth. It was years ago. The story probably isn't as exciting as you might think. That part was definitely not true. Well, I still want to hear about it. She punctuated her sentence with a yawn, and then a defeated sigh. Later. Is it okay if I stay here for tonight? She'd gone back to tracing shapes on my chest with her fingertips, avoiding my eyes like she thought I might kick her out or something. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, I said, holding her closer, and she rewarded me with a bashful smile. It's a school night, though. What time do you need to get up? Oh, God. She wrinkled her nose and dropped her head back against the pillow behind her. I forgot about that. I'll have to go home to get ready. So probably around 5? Glancing at the clock on the nightstand, I winced along with her. So we'll get around 5 hours of sleep, I laughed. Just like when Whitney was born. Who am I kidding? I was lucky to get 5 hours then. I'll set an alarm. Maybe we'll have time for a cup of coffee before you go. Deanna smiled and tugged the covers up over her shoulders, pressing herself against my side again. I'd like that. I woke to the sound of my phone ringing across the room, and I sat up blearily. To my surprise, I wasn't alone in my bed, but the memory of the night before quickly came back and brought a smile to my face. I pressed a brief kiss to Deanna's head before reluctantly climbing out of bed and going to answer my phone. It was only 4:46 in the morning. Who would be calling me that early? Hello, I managed, clearing the sleep out of my throat. Wow, it's a miracle, said Miles from the other end, sounding wide awake. You answered my call on the first try. I consciously suppressed a groan of irritation, searching across the floor for my pants. What do you want, Miles? I asked quietly, hoping not to wake my company. Just wondering when you're going to be by the hospital today. I got a couple things I want to go over with you, so I want to make sure I don't conveniently just miss you. He said all that like it was totally casual, like he wasn't openly admitting to manipulating me. For a minute, I'd forgotten that Jill was supposed to get induced that morning, meaning baby Jonathan would be introduced to people sometime later in the day. Of course, I had to be there, not only to meet my nephew, but to support Roger and Jill, who had been stressed out of their minds lately with preparing. And Miles knew that. I don't know yet, I told him honestly. Roger hasn't told me anything. I'll be there whenever they ask me to come. I'd probably go as soon as I'd dropped Wits off at school, actually, to be there for them just in case, but if that meant spending hours unable to get away from Miles, the prospect was definitely less appealing. Great. Well, I guess I'll just hang out for as long as I need to. What is it you want to talk about? I'd started pacing in front of my desk now. It was still pitch dark outside, not even close to sunrise, but my eyes were adjusting to it. What's so important that you needed to call me about it now? I just heard some bad news about Eduardo Basile. My blood went cold. Bad news? Yep. This businessman, not everyone can hack it. Gli incidenti accadano. Accidents do happen. It was something Dad used to say when he wanted to not so subtly indicate he'd off someone and turn their death into a threat without actually taking credit for it. How did Miles even know about that? You didn't. I didn't do anything, he said innocently. I could just picture him, leaned back in Dad's big leather chair, his feet on the desk, playing with one of those butterfly knives he'd gotten so fond of. I had absolutely nothing to do with his unfortunate demise. Not directly, anyway. Believe it or not, there are a few people around who actually like me and the way I run things. Maybe he shouldn't have been talking shit. For the love of God, Miles! I shoved my hand through my hair, hardly able to believe he could have been that stupid. Basile hadn't been a huge figure, not incredibly influential, but everyone knew that he didn't like Miles, and everyone knew that Miles was aware of it. What were you thinking? How is it going to look if anyone who badmouthed you winds up dead without you even trying to talk to him? You think that's any way to make people trust you? I told you, I didn't fucking do it, he growled, responding defensively like he did to any criticism. I didn't even ask anyone to. Someone actually did it to help me. That doesn't make any sense. People don't just unexpectedly get assassinated without someone planning it. And if Miles genuinely didn't do it himself, it was obvious someone else had, but it probably wasn't intended as a favor. In fact, it might have been the opposite. Royce? Deanna's voice floated weakly through the air, and I went rigid. Shit, I'd forgotten she was there. And I was talking about fucking assassinations with Miles. Holy shit, my brother crowed through the phone. Do you have some woman over? Didn't you actually bang someone who isn't Margot? I generally thought you lost your game completely. Who? I hung up on him and switched my phone to silent, dropping it on my desk so I could focus on the more important issue at hand. Deanna had crawled to my side of the bed, and when she switched the lamp back on, I could see the fear and confusion written all over her face. Who was that? She asked, holding the blankets over her chest. What were you talking about? That was... shit. How was I going to explain this? I couldn't just lie to her. Even if I could commit to it and get past my conscience, what explanation could I come up with for that conversation? No, there was no point. She deserved to know anyway. If I was asking her to be with me, I couldn't keep this a secret forever. Heaving a sigh, I went to sit on the corner of her bed. It was my brother Miles. How much did you hear? I woke up when you started shouting. She retrieved my glasses from the nightstand and handed them to me. Something about people winding up dead. Assassinations. Why were you talking about something like that? Where could I even start? My family is caught up in some really unsavory things, I muttered. Nothing to do but just say it. We're involved with the Mafia. It's our family business, so to speak. Our dad has always been what you'd call a boss, in charge of the whole family and its operations. Wait. She shook her head, brows furrowed. You're talking about the mob? Organized crime? You're serious? Unfortunately, the Morettis are actually a pretty prominent family on the West Coast. I'm surprised you haven't already heard of us. That's the reason Miss Torrio doesn't like Whitney or me, because of our family history. So you're involved in it too? Deanna had drawn away from me, as expected, looking uncomfortable with my presence. You work for them? I am, but I don't want to be. You already know I'm the oldest of my brothers. That means I was trained to take my dad's place growing up. He always expected me to take over for him and run things, but I find the whole thing so fucking repulsive. The bitterness in my voice hardened my tone, and my hands clenched into fists. I'm sorry. I should have told you before now. I can't believe she was serious. Who? Whitney. The day we met. She said that your family was part of the Mafia. I assumed it was part of the silly story she'd made up for herself. And even when you told me everything else was true, I thought surely this couldn't be. But I'm sorry, I repeated. I've been trying to get out of it for years, but I keep getting dragged back in. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want Whitney to be either. But getting away just isn't that simple. Have you ever... She didn't finish the sentence, but I didn't bother asking her to. I could guess what she was wondering. Have you killed for them? Are you a murderer? My answer wouldn't have made her feel any better. After another moment of tense silence, she crawled out of the bed, still a little shaky, and started to retrieve her clothes. I need to go. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't. It's fine. I don't blame you. I'd run too if I could. Hell, I've tried. I stayed where I was on the bed as she got dressed. She hesitated by the door for a second before leaving, without another word. So much for that relationship. Another thing my family has taken from me. At least it went smoother than when Margot left me. It was funny Deanna had asked me about that scar. The two were related. Whitney had only been 5 or 6 at the time. I had a routine of spending 2 weeks in Bristol for every month I was in San Diego. Margot never liked that, but when she refused to raise wits in San Diego, I had no choice but to split my time. I'd just come back, and we'd had another fight about Whitney missing me while I was away, and some vaguely threatening calls she'd been getting from my dad. Margot accused me of caring more about my dad and his business than about her and Whitney, an idea I fought tooth and nail to dispel. At the time, I thought I still had some kind of obligation, some responsibility to obey my dad, probably due to his family is everything rhetoric. But weren't Margot and Whitney my family too? The argument ended because Whitney intervened. She came to our bedroom door in tears, distressed and worried from listening to us shout at each other. So, despite not actually finding a resolution, we dropped the conversation, just like we'd done every time it came up over the past few months. The last straw came in the form of an assassination attempt. I'd been scheduled to fly back to San Diego that morning, but my flight had been delayed for some reason, so I went back to the flat with the girls. Whitney was overjoyed that I could stay for even a few more hours. The 3 of us were sitting together in the living room, playing a game she'd made up, when there was a knock at the door. Margot was closer, so she got up to answer it. "Can I help you?" she asked, looking the stranger up and down. "Margot Moretti." His accent was American. Already wary, I got up to investigate. "Yes," she answered, frowning. I caught the movement as he reached behind him, and adrenaline flooded my veins. Without thinking, I crossed the living room in 2 strides and grabbed Margot to shield her. There was a gunshot and what felt like a hard punch to my shoulder, a feeling I recognized. Margot screamed my name, holding tightly to my shirt, but I pushed her toward Whitney to keep myself between them and the hitman. "Shit!" He froze when I rounded on him, then tried to bolt back down the corridor. "Get back here, you bastard!" When I caught him, oddly, he didn't try to shoot me again. The pain from my shoulder didn't register at all as I was beating him, furious, bloodthirsty. "How fucking dare you!" Somehow the words, "Do you know who I am?" burst from my lips, even though it was obvious he did. But he wasn't there for me. He was there for Margot. Suddenly, remembering that I had left her and Whitney alone, I drove one last rib-cracking kick into the asshole's chest, then went back to our flat. They weren't in the living room, and for a split second, I was afraid someone had dragged them away, but I could hear crying coming from the bedroom. When I went in, I found them huddled together on the far side of the bed, Margot cradling Whitney in her arms and sobbing over her. But they didn't look hurt. Thank God, they didn't look hurt. Margot! I came to kneel at her side, trying to be as gentle as possible after the trauma they'd just been through, but she slapped my hand away when I reached for her. Get out! She growled. What? Get out, Royce! Leave! She barked, glaring at me with bloodshot eyes and holding Whitney closer, like I might try to take her, like I was a danger to her. I can't keep doing this. I won't. I won't stand by and watch you get yourself killed. I won't have my daughter brought up around it. That was the first time she'd called Whitney her daughter instead of ours. She was shaking, either from rage or fear or pain, and I hardly knew how to respond. The worst part was that I knew she was right. It wasn't safe for them to be involved with me. It wasn't safe for them to even be related to me, whether I was there or not. Staying with them, knowing they would be in danger, would be even more selfish than leaving. Maggie, please. I tried reaching out to her again, and she let me cup her cheek. Her fury had faded into exhausted defeat, and when she blinked, still more tears rolled down her face. Her response to strife had always been anger, always fiercely indignant and demanding wrongs be righted. This was different. I'd never seen her so broken. Her dark eyes strayed to the bullet wound in my shoulder, the blood that was soaking my shirt, then back to mine. Firmly, quietly, she repeated, Get out. What choice did I have? How could I keep arguing after she'd just been proven so painfully right? I dropped my hand and nodded slowly, getting to my feet. No! Whitney wrenched free of her mother's grasp and wrapped her arms tightly around me. Don't go, Daddy. You can't. Stay and keep us safe. We'll be safer when Daddy leaves, my love, Margot told her, trying to pry her arms away from me, but she only held on tighter. Hey, come on, Wits, I said, kneeling in front of her and holding her hands in mine. It's okay. Even if I'm not here with you, I will always keep you safe. Both of you. I glanced at Margot, but she refused to look at me, arms tightly crossed. I love you, sweetheart. You know that, right? She nodded, her face still a tearful mess. I love you too, Daddy. Somehow, I managed to hold it together in front of her, even putting on a smile as I leaned forward to plant a kiss in her thick hair. As I was leaving the flat, I finally became aware of the searing pain in my shoulder, but it was nothing compared to the miserable ache in my chest. Margot closed and locked the door behind me. Looking down the corridor, I saw that the would-be assassin had left. I'd always assumed he'd been sent by some rival family intent on killing the Moretti's heir and his family, but now, as I finally got up from my bed and went to the kitchen to make coffee, it occurred to me that he could have just as easily been sent by my own father. After all, he hadn't tried to hurt me. He hadn't targeted Whitney, who was supposed to be the family's future. Just Margot. Just the inconvenient distraction. I almost let out a hysterical laugh as I realized he'd tried to do the same thing to her that he'd done to my mom. Good God, our family was fucked up. Maybe it was for the best that things hadn't gotten that far with Deanna. 8. Deanna. My hands were shaking as I unlocked my car door and got inside. How was it that the best night of my life could be followed by the worst possible morning? Assassinations? The Mafia? How was I supposed to respond to all that? If Royce was involved in those things, how could I justify staying with him? And why, knowing that he was a criminal, did I still feel bad about the hurt on his face as I was leaving? I tried to calm myself down on the drive home, without much success. Wasn't I entitled to just a little bit of shock and outrage? He'd been keeping this huge, dangerous secret from me over all the months we'd known each other. That made it a lot harder to trust whatever else he'd told me. I thought about all the things he'd said when we were in bed together, that I was beautiful, that he loved seeing me that way, that he wanted so badly to please me, and wondered if I should be doubting all that too. I almost wished I hadn't overheard that conversation, that I could have just stayed with him and been blissfully ignorant. When I got home, trying to be as quiet as possible to avoid disturbing my grandparents, I went into my room and opened up my laptop. Even though I was certain I wouldn't like what I'd find, I needed to know exactly what it meant for Royce to be part of the Moretti family. So I Googled Moretti family Mafia. Apparently, there'd been an incident involving them the previous year, a kidnapping that somehow went viral and got a lot of publicity. I found the video of the incident and was shocked to see Roger and Miles, I recognized them from their Facebook photos, harassing Jill in what looked like a grocery store. Was that why Jill and Roger were together? Because they'd kidnapped her? But when we'd spoken, she'd seemed so happy with her life. Could she really have been forced into it? As I kept exploring the event and the Moretti Mob hashtag on Twitter, I only found more and more horrible testimonies. Most of them were directly related to Darren Moretti, Royce's father. By all accounts, the man was a monster. He'd been involved in violent kidnappings, blackmail, extortion and protection schemes, even murder. And Royce worked for him? He was even the heir to the throne, so to speak. That was the man I had trusted with my body. But hadn't he said he didn't want to be involved in it? The more I read, the easier it was to believe that even if someone wanted to get out, the rest of the family wouldn't allow it. Was it possible that his participation really was being forced? If so, maybe my original judgment of him wasn't completely wrong. Maybe he was just in a difficult and complicated situation, and I was blaming him for circumstances he couldn't control. I had no way of knowing. I closed my laptop and set it aside, scrubbing my eyes before dropping my head into my hands. Having gotten so little sleep after all that, exertion, I was physically and emotionally exhausted, and I still had a full day of school to teach. How could I do that with all this buzzing in my mind? While I was trying to force myself onto my feet to get ready, my phone pinged with a text message. I glanced at it with dread, afraid it was Royce, but it turned out to be from Carol. "Hey, hun, just saw I missed your call. You okay?" I was definitely not okay, but it wasn't like I could explain everything that was wrong in a text. The idea of having someone to talk to about it was appealing, though, considering I hadn't told anyone else about my relationship with Royce yet. "Yeah, more or less. Are you by any chance free this evening, though? I was wondering if we could talk for a bit." "Just the two of us? Sounds like fun. Maybe I'll get you to have a grown-up drink with me." Somehow, knowing that I was going to see her and have the chance to talk about this new and unexpected complication was a comfort. When Whitney got into class that morning, she greeted me like any other day, and I found I had to force myself to return her smile. She'd told me herself about her family's background. Did that mean they were involving her in it too? Surely not. She was still so young. But she knew enough to be aware that it was a shifty operation and that it should be kept a secret. Was she as reluctant to be a part of it as her dad was? It was a relief that Royce hadn't walked her in, as he often did, in order to see me for a minute or two. I wouldn't have known what to say to him. Maybe he was aware of that and intentionally giving me some space. Once we'd started class, a little hand raised and waved at me. It was Maisie, seated in the desk right next to Whitney's. Since they'd become friends, she'd been growing more confident and more outgoing, though still not as much as Whitney herself. Still, it seemed like she was doing better socially, and there was no question who was to thank for that. "Yes, Maisie?" She put her hand down. "Are you sick, miss? You look really tired." The others nodded and murmured their agreement, and I could feel my cheeks flushing. "I'm fine," I answered with a tight smile, But thank you for worrying about me. Good to know my exhaustion was so visibly obvious that even fourth graders could pick up on it. Throughout the day, I found myself observing Whitney closer than usual, closer than I had in months. How could such a sweet girl be the scion of a Mafia family? Surely she was a little defensive at times, and she did like demonstrating her judo abilities for the others. But she wasn't aggressive or cruel. Most often, she was volunteering ways to help her classmates if they needed it. Surely she wouldn't grow up to be anything like Darren Moretti. I just couldn't imagine it. As the day stretched on and we got closer to dismissal, I started to get a little nervous. Royce would have to come pick Whitney up at the end of the day. What if he wanted to talk? What if he asked me where our relationship stood? I couldn't say one way or the other with confidence. Maybe Carol would be able to help me figure something out, but that would only be after I saw Royce. When the final bell did ring, and I took the car riders outside to wait for their parents, Whitney approached me, seeming a bit nervous. "Miss Blake," she toyed with her backpack straps, rocking back and forth on her feet in front of me. "Are you mad at me?" "What? No, Whitney, of course not. Why would you think that?" "You've been looking at me kind of funny today," she pointed out. "My papa used to look at me like that when he was here. Like I did something bad and he wanted me to apologize, but I didn't know what it was." "Your papa? You mean your dad?" "No, his dad," she clarified. "My grandpa. After he made his comeback last year, he saw me around the house. He would pull his scary face." She demonstrated with her best judgmental scowl and crossed her arms. It was strange to see her so serious, even in imitation of someone else. "Well, I'm definitely not mad at you, and I'm sorry if I was making that face," I said with an apologetic smile. "It's like Maisie said earlier, I'm just a little tired today." Of course, Whitney had no idea that I'd been at her house that very morning. Her usual smile returned as she accepted that I wasn't mad, but something else she'd said stuck out to me. "Your dad told me you guys moved back because of a family emergency. Do you know what happened?" "Papa made us come back," she said, shaking her head so her dense curls fluffed out around her head. "He said we had to, or something might happen to my mom." Her eyes drifted down toward her hot pink combat boots. "Dad didn't want to come, but he wanted Mom to be safe." "I see. So, he was serious when he said he found it all repulsive. He'd been trying to live in Bristol, away from the whole business, and his dad had forced him to come back. How could I hold that against him, knowing he did it to protect his ex-wife?" "And he told you about all of that?" She set her face in a stubborn pout. "We don't keep secrets from each other. It's my life, too. He says I have a right to know." The girl was much more mature than her age suggested, it seemed, maybe because she had no other choice. We talked for a little while longer about her family. She told me how much she liked being around her uncles, and how her Uncle Miles had been too busy to spend much time with her lately, which was sad. She also mentioned that Jill was having her baby that day, and that she was excited to finally get to meet him. It was difficult to keep thinking of them as a group of dangerous criminals when they sounded like any other family. When Royce showed up, our conversation had come to an end. He cleared his throat for Whitney's attention, but didn't come too close. "Let's get going, kiddo," he told her. "Jill said she's excited to see you. She spent all day dealing with a bunch of boys." "Is Nana there too?" Whitney asked as she went to meet him. "Yeah, you'll get to see her." While she grinned and raced off toward the car, he stole a quick glance at me and gave a slight smile. But he didn't say anything, and for some reason, not speaking to him made my stomach drop a little. I called, and he stopped in his tracks to look back at me. Tell Jill and Roger I said congratulations." "Will do." He hesitated before coming a little closer so he could speak to me without the rest of the kids hearing. "I don't want you to feel like you have any obligation to be friendly to me. I mean, I understand if you want to keep your distance." That's the thing, I muttered, toying with a lock of hair that hung over my shoulder. I'm not sure I do. I'm still figuring it out. But I am sorry for the way I reacted this morning. It wasn't really fair to you. You don't have anything to apologize for. I was the one keeping things from you. I should have been up front before I asked you to get involved with me. You had a right to know. I couldn't help smiling at that, thinking of what Whitney had told me. Well, now I do. And even if I haven't decided anything yet, I do know I like being involved with you, I told him with a smile. Just give me a little time to think, okay? I thought about kissing him. Seeing how relieved he looked that I was still speaking to him, I wanted to kiss him. But I wasn't sure doing it in front of the kids was best. Sure, I'll see you tomorrow. His eyes flicked down to my lips only briefly before he turned away with a little wave. The logical part of my mind was fighting a losing battle with my fluttering heart, arguing that being with him would be dangerous. Trying to make myself care about that was becoming a struggle. At Carol's prodding, I agreed to meet up with her at a bar around 9 that evening. I took a cab since the idea of driving after I'd had a drink or two made me nervous. When I arrived and found Carol at a table by the window, she'd already taken it upon herself to order me a drink. "Oh boy, what's this?" I asked, trying to be graceful about crawling into the tall chair across from hers. Being so short did have its disadvantages. "It's a blue Hawaiian, super sweet, very easy for a beginner like yourself," she said with a smile, sipping an identical drink of her own, though she clearly had a head start on finishing hers. "So, I'm just going to go ahead and ask if there's something in particular you wanted to talk about." "Why do you assume that?" I tried my drink, and she was right. It was very sweet. I could hardly even taste the alcohol. "You aren't usually the one who asks to meet up. Almost every time, it has to be me. So I'm wondering, what made you want to do the girl talk thing all of a sudden?" "Well," I took a deep breath and said the words that I knew would set her off. "There's this guy." "A guy?" As expected, her red lips split into a huge grin. "Dee Dee, have you been holding out on me? You're seeing some guy, and you didn't even mention it?" "It's kind of complicated." Having a drink in front of me gave me something else to focus on, which was helpful since I was so nervous about this subject. "His name is Royce. He actually has a daughter in my class." "Oh, scandalous," Carol giggled. "Isn't that against some unspoken teacher rules?" "I think most people try to avoid it, but it's not against school policies or anything." "So, if he has a 9-year-old, he's probably an older guy, huh? I wouldn't have expected that from you," she said, resting her elbow against the table, her head in her hand, as she settled in to listen to my scandalous tale. "He's only 30, I told her, rolling my eyes. "And how long have you been seeing Royce, single father, age 30? "That's sort of the complicated part. We met at the beginning of the school year, but we only started officially seeing each other around Christmas, and even that was kind of a weird circumstance. I don't know if I can really say we've been seeing each other for more than a few hours at a time. Something always comes up and makes it unclear again." That was no way to have a relationship, I couldn't help thinking. Never knowing exactly where we stood, never being fully confident. After taking another healthy sip from my glass, I added quietly, "I actually, spent the night at his place last night." Carol let out a delighted whoop of laughter, forcing me to cover my face in embarrassment. "Well, well, and here, I thought you didn't have it in you." With the salacious grin, she went on, "But I guess you did last night, "Oh, shut up," I mumbled, trying and failing to hide my own smile. "Besides, you haven't heard the best part yet." I managed to finish off the rest of my drink while I explained about Royce's family, and Carol ordered us both another, Mai Tais this time. She listened with rapt attention as I talked about the Moretti's family business, Royce's reluctant involvement in it, and the way I'd found out, I also told her how great Whitney was, how nice Jill had been, and how hard it was to think of them as mobsters when they seemed to have a lot of strong family ties. So, I said, stirring my drink, I'm still not really sure what to do. I was hoping you might have some advice for me, but please don't tell Terry. I'm worried it would freak her out. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm kind of freaking out right now, Carol said, watching me closely. Hun, this is some intense shit you're involved in. The Moretti's a no joke. Are you sure you want to be a part of that? No, I told her honestly. But I know I like Royce a lot, and I don't really get crushes like this often, so it feels like a big deal. Oh boy. She shook her head and combed blonde hair back out of her face. So, do you have pictures, or is this all up to my imagination? A description? A police sketch? Anything? I can find a picture, I said, rolling my eyes again. I got on Facebook on my phone and picked out one of my favorite pictures to show her. Damn, she said, taking the phone from my hand for a better look. Ooh, okay. I'd join the mob for that, too. I'm not joining the mob. Besides, there's a lot more to him than just his looks, I insisted, holding out my hand for my phone while she continued looking through his pictures. Hey, no judgment. I don't think he needs a whole lot more, she said, then narrowed her eyes. Is this the ex-wife? She turned the screen back toward me, showing a picture of Royce, Whitney, and Margot all together. Yeah. She's cute, but she looks kind of bitchy, Carol said plainly. The little girl is adorable, too. Oh my God, this whole family is precious. You said one of his brothers is single, right? Yeah, the 23-year-old. Oh, practically a child, she said, handing my phone back. As she took another drink, she peered at me over the top of her glass. So, you know what I have to ask next, right? Probably. Go ahead, I mumbled, taking another drink to steel myself. Was the sex good? Maybe because of the drinks, I was feeling just a little bolder talking about it. The sex was amazing, I said, and she let out another cackle. I mean it. I know I don't have a whole lot of experience to compare it to, but he was so sweet and attentive and wanted to know that I was okay. My cheeks were heating up from either embarrassment or tipsiness. It was nice. Oh, honey, it sounds like you're really into this guy, Carol said sympathetically. If you like him that much, who gives a shit about what his family does, especially if he's trying to get out of it? Yeah, I think you're right. I'm dating him, not his whole family. He's the important one, and he's treated me so well this whole time. I set my glass down and clasped my hands in my lap, smiling with relief and happiness. I'm going to go for it. I like him too much to reject him for something like this. I'm happy for you, my friend confessed, but before you settle down too much, we should do this again. I'm having fun. Can you stick around for one more drink? Well, maybe just one more, I agreed, bringing her smile back full force. Good, because I have some pointers to give you the next time you stay the night with him. Despite my blushing, she spent the next half hour giving me detailed advice on what I should do the next time I got Royce in bed. How she was able to talk about it so casually, I have no idea. I was getting embarrassed just listening to her, but maybe she did have a few good points. So I paid close attention, hoping I'd be able to remember everything when the time came. He shouldn't have to take the lead every time, after all. By the end of our conversation, I had successfully transitioned from tipsy to drunk, and Carol seemed amused by how mellow I'd gotten. She stayed with me until my cab arrived, making sure I would be okay getting home, then asked me to let her know once I got there. Maybe because she knew I didn't do this sort of thing often, she felt responsible for my safety. I spent the ride home thinking about what a good friend she was and how much fun I'd had going out with her. Once I got home, I made my way inside with exaggerated care, hoping my grandparents wouldn't be up to see me like this. Luckily, it seemed like they were already in bed, so I went straight to my room and slipped my shoes off, then collapsed into bed. I wanted to call Royce, to tell him about the decision I'd made, to assure him that I still wanted to be with him. When I'd brought up the idea to Carol, she had said it would probably be best to wait until I saw him tomorrow, but I didn't want to wait. Eventually, I made a decision and grabbed my phone, calling him without even thinking about what time it was. When he answered, there was an amused smile in his voice. "You're calling pretty late again, Miss Blake. Is this going to become a pattern?" "Oh, hush," I told him, rolling onto my stomach and kicking my feet absently behind me. "I didn't wake you up, did I?" "No, I've been working, but you're a very welcome distraction." I almost asked what sort of work he was doing, but decided it was better if I didn't know. "Well, I was just thinking about you, about our conversation earlier today." "Yeah? Yeah? I just wanted to let you know I'm not bothered by what your family does. Well, maybe I'm bothered by it, but it doesn't make me want you any less." "Are you sure?" he asked. "Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to hear it, but I want you to know what you're getting into." "Trust me, I've been thinking about it all day," I informed him, "but I came to the conclusion that I want to be with you anyway. Uh, Assuming you'll still have me." "I definitely will." There was a mischievous purr in his voice as he added, "Any time you want." When I realized what he meant, I let out a nervous giggle and covered my face with my free hand. Uh, uh, it's a little late for that tonight," I mumbled. Maybe I should have asked the cab driver to drop me off at his house instead. But I recalled one of Carol's tips that could work instead. "Maybe I can send you something to hold you over until we have a better opportunity?" "Really?" He sounded intrigued at least. "Whatever you have for me, love, I want it." Well, give me just a minute and I'll send it, okay?" "I'll be waiting." I ended the call and took a second to try to calm myself down. I could do this. It wasn't a big deal, just a few pictures. And Royce had seemed so interested, surely it would be worth it. Although I didn't have much in the way of sexy underwear, I did have a couple of matching sets, so I wiggled out of my dress and chose my favorite set to change into. After switching my desk lamp on, I turned off the overhead lights and posed myself on the bed to take a couple of selfies. I tried a few different poses and expressions, then chose the ones that were the most flattering and didn't look like I was trying too hard. I could only hope Royce would agree. So I sent them over and waited nervously for his response. After a few nerve-wracking minutes, he texted me back. "God, you're beautiful. It's torture seeing these and not being able to touch you, but I mean that in the best possible way." I squealed and buried my face into my pillow, making a mental note to thank Carol for her advice later. Then, I got another text from Royce. "I don't suppose you'd let me see what's underneath." Heat rushed through my stomach, and I bit my lip in debate. If I said no, I was sure he would drop it. But knowing that he wanted to see me did feel really nice. So I wrote back, "Maybe, if you say please." His answer came almost immediately. "Please, love, I haven't been able to get your gorgeous body off my mind all day." How could I say no to that? Just one more picture couldn't hurt, so I took my bra off and snapped a couple more photos. Even though I kept my face out of the frame, my blush showed on my neck and chest regardless. I sent over a couple of the better ones, telling myself he wasn't going to get anything else. After a minute or so, he called me again. "Are you sure it's too late for you to come over?" he asked with a sigh. Although I did feel a little guilty about teasing him, I was definitely in no state to be traveling. "It's a school night, Mr. Moretti," I reminded him. I like it better when you use my first name." "Then I'll see you tomorrow, Royce. Maybe we can continue this conversation over the weekend." "I'll be looking forward to it." 9. Royce. A little more than a month after Jonathan was born, Miles's birthday was coming up. He had this ridiculously extravagant party planned and had been badgering me for a week about whether or not I would go. Truth be told, I was getting so tired of his worsening attitude that I would have given just about any excuse not to be there, but Roger asked me to go. He said it was important to present a unified front to the Moretti's enemies, and with Miles in charge, the family had no shortage of enemies. I knew all of that, of course, but I'd been trying to maintain as much distance from them as possible, especially now that Deanna and I were officially together. Things had been going well between us, but any time the subject of my family's business came up, she invariably got nervous and wanted to change the subject. It seemed like she wanted to pretend that I wasn't involved with them at all, at least in professional terms. She did still acknowledge them as my family and realized that was important. So which category did Miles's birthday party fall under? It seemed like I would have to ask her. The week before the party, I came to pick up Whitney from school as usual, and, as usual, she was too absorbed in conversation with one of her many friends to be easily pulled away. Not that I was complaining. "How was class?" I asked Deanna as I approached her. "Great. We're finishing up another book tomorrow, and the kids have really enjoyed it. I can't believe I only have a few more months with them." She sighed sadly and looked over at the kids who were still waiting to be picked up. Her eyes lingered on Whitney for a second, but soon enough, she shook her head and smiled up at me again. "What about you? How was whatever you were doing all day?" She never asked for specifics about my work and still didn't know about my position as Miles's advisor. Instead, she accepted my vague, "it's complicated" answer and tried not to think about it. It was fine. More job applications mostly. But I do have an issue I was hoping you could help me with. "What's that?" "Well, Miles's birthday is next week. He's having this huge party, and obviously he wants me to go. I was wondering—" I paused as I saw the discomfort overtaking her face, the way she wouldn't look me in the eye anymore. That was answer enough. If I asked her to go with me, she would either refuse or reluctantly go and be on edge all night. So I wouldn't force her to make that decision. Clearing my throat, I went on. "I was wondering if you might be willing to watch Whitney for me while I'm gone. She doesn't need to be around those people, especially when half of them will be drunk. Roger and Jill are going to be at the party, so they can't do it. What do you think?" Oh, sure," she said, visibly relieved. "Of course. I would love to. When is it?" "Tuesday, and it'll probably be pretty late by the time I get back, so—" I cleared my throat. "You could just stay afterwards, if you're interested." Despite her bashful smile, she didn't look away this time. "I think I might be." "Dad," Whitney was at my side all of a sudden, pulling at my sleeve. "We have to go. Sensei makes us do drills if we're late." "Doesn't that mean you get more practice?" I asked, waving at Deanna over my shoulder as Whitney pulled me away. "Kind of, but you have to do rolls, and it's bad for my hair," she said, smoothing the several tiny braids that were pulled into a ponytail on the back of her head. Definitely not my handiwork this time. I'd taken her to get it professionally done as atonement for not letting her attend Miles's party. Speaking of which, "Hey, so I just talked to Deanna." "You're always talking to Deanna, Dad," Whitney teased as we got to the car. "Aren't you supposed to call her Miss Blake? That's what I have to call her." "Yeah, well, I'm an adult and we're friends. The rules are a little different." I still hadn't made the full extent of our relationship clear to Whitney. I was still trying to figure out how to approach it with respect to her mom and in a way she could understand. "Anyway, she's going to keep you company while I'm at the party next week." "Okay. Is she going to take me to her house? Will I get to meet her grandparents? She talks about them a lot." "I don't know about all that, but I'm sure you'll get to meet them sometime." If things kept going as well as they had, I was hoping to meet them too. When Deanna got to the house Tuesday night, I caught her outside for a slow, deep kiss, where I knew Wits wouldn't see us. She'd been over once or twice since the first time, and each time, I craved every ounce of physical contact I could get. After all, it was never allowed elsewhere. She let out a whimper of surprise as I pulled her against me, but she easily relaxed into my arms and stood on her toes to kiss me back. When I finally remembered I had other plans for the evening, I forced myself to let her go, and she swayed slightly on her feet with a dazed smile. You look nice. She ran the silk of my tie through her hands, looking over my suit appreciatively. Maybe you'll dress up like this for me sometime. We still haven't had a proper date, you know. Not for lack of trying. I had asked her more than once, but she didn't often feel comfortable leaving her grandparents at home alone. The only reason she'd agreed to this night was that I'd asked her in advance, and if she needed to, she could always take Whitney back to their house with her. Soon, she assured me, leading the way into the house. Since Whitney was still up in her room, I was bold enough to step forward and grab Deanna's ass. She squeaked and rounded on me, swatting my arm with both hands and glowering past her blush. Grabbing both her hands and holding them still in one of mine, I apologized with another quick kiss, then called up the stairs. Hey, Wits, do I get a good bye or anything before I go? After a moment's silence, Whitney came out of her room and looked down at me from the top of the stairs. She looked me up and down in my formal wear and said with a pout, Goodbye. Have fun at your big grown-up party. I'll be here, being a child. She started back to her room, then paused, and added with a wide smile, Hi, Deanna. Brat, I shot back at her as she walked away. Turning to Deanna again, I went on, She shouldn't give you too much trouble. Once she has something else to focus on, she'll forget about the party completely. Are you okay on your own? Royce, I spend every day with her, she said with a roll of her eyes. I think we'll be fine. Maybe I was just looking for excuses to stall leaving. All right, I trust you. I should be back around 11, maybe a little after. 4 whole hours with my family. What a joy that would be. Deanna's kiss on my cheek before I left was some consolation, but it only lasted so long. When I got to the house, it was still pretty quiet, but that was to be expected. The first hour or so of the night would be an immediate family-only dinner. Me and my brothers, our stepmom Rena, and our 3 half-brothers. Everyone was already assembled in the dreary dining room by the time I got there, with Miles seated at the head of the table, legs crossed, ankle over knee. Finally, I was beginning to think you weren't coming. He frowned and lifted his head. Where's Wits? Did you not bring her? She has school in the morning, I pointed out, taking the chair next to Jill and giving her a brief smile. I wasn't going to keep her up all night. What the hell? I haven't seen her in months, he grumbled, dropping back into his seat and pouting like the child he was. Jonathan's here. I was expecting her to be here too. I'm taking Jonathan home right after dinner, Jill said, gently rocking the baby carrier that sat between her and Roger. This is just more of a grown-up function. Yeah, whatever. Miles always seemed to respond better to argument from women with some reason, or maybe it was just anyone who wasn't me. Anyway, if everyone's here now, I guess we can get started. He raised a hand lazily and snapped twice, prompting the kitchen staff to sweep in and serve the first course. Jill visibly winced at the way he treated them, not sparing them a second glance, certainly not bothering to thank any of them, and dropped her eyes toward her plate of salad. It's nice to see you, Royce, Rena said from her usual seat at Miles's left, since he'd taken Dad's chair. She smiled at me across the table. Like Miles said, we've missed having you and Whitney around, and you too as well. She nodded to Jill and Roger with a sad sigh. Come on, Mom. You can't start getting empty nest syndrome until all your kids have actually moved out, Gregorio said without looking at her, leaning on one elbow against the table. He was the oldest of her kids with my dad, having turned 20 this past November. Rena's other boys, Patrick and Kurt, had already started eating, not bothering to speak up. The air between us, me, Roger, and Miles, and them had always been a little weird and distinctly separate. As far as I could tell, the 3 of them hadn't been involved in the business as much. Whether they were actually considered my dad's heirs, I have no idea. Don't be jealous, sweetie, Rena said, pinching Gregorio's cheek briefly before he jerked away. I can miss my other boys and still appreciate the ones who are here. Like Dad? Gregorio mused, spearing a cherry tomato with his fork. Are you missing him too? A few seconds passed in awkward silence before Miles chose to break it. What else is she supposed to do? He was watching Gregorio intensely, but our half-brother refused to look up from his plate. If working with Miles had become so miserable, I could only imagine what it was like to live with him. I've never had so much sympathy for Rena's boys before. You wanted to go find him or something? What are you doing about it? Miles, Rena smiled at him. We all know how hard you've been working to find your father. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say we appreciate it. He stole one more look at Gregorio, as if looking for an argument, then turned his attention to his plate. Miles had a stronger relationship with Rena than Roger or I ever had, maybe because he was so young when Mom died. So her encouragement had a stronger effect on him than it would coming from someone else. That was one big difference between him and our dad. If you approached it and explained it the right way, Miles could actually be persuaded to change his mind. Lucky for Gregorio. Rena did her best to keep the conversation amiable, chatting with Jill and Roger about the baby, asking me how Whitney had been doing in school. If she'd known I was seeing someone, she would have flipped and badgered me all night for more information. So I kept it to myself. Or I tried to, anyway. By the way, how are things going with Deanna? Jill asked, making me stiffen in my seat. You haven't mentioned her in a while. I didn't want to bother you two when you've been so busy. I nodded to the baby carrier, hoping no one else had heard. No such luck. Who? Rena probably didn't intend to be nosy and was just curious. That didn't make talking about it any less stressful. I've been seeing someone, kind of, I muttered, picking at the duck breast that had been served as our main course. One of Miles's favorites, naturally. Oh, Royce, how nice, Rena said, clasping her hands in delight. Too excited to keep pacing herself, she rattled off quickly. I was so afraid you would never get over Margot. I'm so sorry. That's awful to say, isn't it? It's just that I want you to be happy, and raising a child on your own must be so difficult, especially a child as energetic as Whitney. So how did you two meet? What did you say her name was? Diana? Deanna, I corrected her without looking. She's Whitney's teacher, actually. That's how I met her. Oh, shit, Miles snickered, his face splitting into an amused grin. You're banging an elementary teacher? Seriously? You, Mr. All-Business Finance Major, son of a mob boss? With someone who spends all day finger painting and teaching kids how to share? She's just a person, I said flatly, pushing my glasses up on my nose just for something to do with my hands. Jill gave me a guilty look that said she was sorry she'd brought this up, but I couldn't really be mad at her. It's not that big a deal. How does Whitney feel about it? Rena asked in a false whisper, as if this could somehow become a private conversation between the two of us. I imagine it must be sort of hard for her. Why? You think she's still expecting Royce to get back with her mom? Miles asked, twirling his fork absently in his hand. With a dark chuckle, he added, That's about as likely as Dad getting back with our mom. Miles, Roger snapped as Rena's hand flew to her mouth. Seeing the way everyone was looking at him now, like he said something fucking unacceptable, he sighed dramatically and rolled his eyes. You really don't give a shit at all, do you? Gregorio growled, his hard, blue-eyed stare still directed at the table. You don't care about finding him. You don't want him to come back. The whole thing's just a joke to you. I'm sure you're not really trying to sit there and tell me how I feel about my own dad, but damn, it sure sounds like you are, Miles answered, his tone playful but dangerous. How he could be both at once, I still didn't understand. God, this family is touchy. One little comment about your own dead mom. Everybody acts like you're the one who killed her. We all know who actually did that, right? His dark eyes shifted to each individual at the table, none of whom wanted to look at him anymore. Right? I set my fork down and leaned back in my chair, leveling a look at him over the rim of my glasses. There wasn't a hint of fear or hesitation on my face, just exhaustion. I was so incredibly tired of watching him throw tantrums like this and everyone around him pretending it was okay because they didn't have the energy to argue with him. "Calm down, Miles," I said dismissively. "It can't possibly come as a surprise that your words affect the people around you. Maybe in the future, don't say stupid offensive shit, and no one will get offended." "Whatever. He can be dead too for all I care." That finally forced Gregorio to look at him, and Miles held his gaze while he added, "Makes our lives easier." Unable to listen to any more, Gregorio shoved to his feet, and Miles tensed up like he thought there was going to be a fight. But instead, he turned on his heel and strode out of the room. Rena immediately got up and called after him. "Let him go," Miles said, with a pointedly nonchalant shrug. "If he wants to throw a fit, he can do it somewhere else." Rena stopped and looked back at him with more anger and hurt in her eyes than I'd ever seen, then followed Gregorio out. Miles must have been cowed by that look she gave him. He sank down into his chair and muttered to himself. I said let him go. Like he was irritated she hadn't obeyed him. "We're moving," Jill said abruptly. "What?" Miles' outrage seemed a little dulled, as if he was tired too. "In the summer. We're moving to London," Jill went on, allowing Roger to take her hand. "We're going to have a wedding there, and we're not coming back." Miles's expression faded into confusion until he looked practically lost. "But what about finding Dad?" he asked, looking between her and Roger, who let out a scoff. "You really expect us to believe you care about that, after that shit you just pulled?" "I mean, we have to make sure, right? If he's still out there? He still has to pay for what he did," Miles insisted. Patrick and Kurt sat stock still in their chairs across the table, completely excluded from the conversation, probably wishing they could make a less dramatic exit than their brother and mom. "It's been nearly a full year since he disappeared," Roger said. "We can't put our lives on hold waiting for him to show up. If we don't find him between now and then, I'm done waiting." He had a point, and it made sense that Miles would argue against it. Once we left, once we cut ties with the family and its business, it would just be him, with the weight of the Moretti name, and we all knew he wasn't strong enough to hold it up alone. Throwing his napkin apathetically onto the table, he pushed to his feet. "You two can't leave yet," he said, glancing at Roger and me. "I need you to be seen at the party. Stay for at least a couple hours, if you can stand it." Once he was out of the room, Patrick and Kurt visibly relaxed. Were they afraid of him? They left the room without ceremony, and there was silence for a few seconds. "Shit," Roger muttered, putting a hand to his head. "This family is a fucking mess." "All the more reason to leave." Jill's arms were tightly crossed, but I didn't miss her shaking with either anger or distress. "Do you think he might actually be dead?" I asked. "Dad, we still don't know where he went or why. We don't know if someone kidnapped him or something after all this time. You think he's still out there for us to find?" "No idea. But either way, my life's plenty full already. I've better things to focus on." Roger leaned forward to look at me past Jill. "What about you? You and Wits don't have any reason to stay here. And if you're nearby, Miles is just going to keep bugging you for more help." I had been putting out applications for jobs in London. It was already February, which was my intended start date for those jobs. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should move when they did. The thought of Deanna popped into my head, and I tried to figure out how to address that along with the million other issues I had going on. But I did tell myself that I would follow Roger's guideline. Once the school year was over, Whitney and I were moving, whether we'd found Dad or not. At around 8, the rest of Miles' guests started showing up, and he had quite a few. This was how parties with our family had always been, jam-packed, ostentatious, sometimes a little dangerous. 100 or more people from various Mafia families would show up to enjoy the perks of our wealth, to pay their respects, and to socialize, or network. Plenty of business deals would go on over the course of the night, and those definitely weren't the only sort of propositions being made. Trying to stay isolated while still being visible was practically impossible. Despite my efforts to keep to myself in a slightly quieter corner of the high-ceiling living room, I was still eventually approached by a long-legged brunette, one I recognize. "You know, I can never tell where I'm going to see you," she said, standing on one hip with a glass of champagne in hand. "It is my family's house, Gemma." Gemma Luciano, eldest daughter of Marcel Luciano. They were another notable West Coast family, though they did most of their work out of L.A. It didn't surprise me she'd come down for Miles's party, whether the rest of her family was there or not. Marcel had been a longtime supporter of my dad's and had tried, more than once, to set me up with Gemma, looking to consolidate our family's respective power. I'd always thought of her as too young for me, since she was barely older than Miles, but somehow my rejection had only made her more determined. She'd been pursuing me for years, even while I was married to Margot. "Yes, but don't pretend you didn't spend some time elsewhere." She posed by the corner I was leaning in, subtly exaggerating her curves by arching her back. "I missed you terribly, you know." "I'm sure." I took a drink from my own glass and forced myself not to roll my eyes. "And you're as cold as I remember." Still, she was smiling, seemingly pleased by my resistance. "I'm not sure exactly what happened here. Weren't you running things for a bit before your father left?" "Oh, not exactly. I was doing his job for him, I guess, after the incident with Jill." I scanned the crowd for Roger and found him at Miles' side, looking stoic, as he usually did in these situations. Maybe having Jill there would have made him crack a smile at least, but she'd already left with Jonathan. "I was never really running things, though." "Why not? You came back all of a sudden. Your dad very conveniently disappeared. That seems like the perfect moment for you to take over, the way I see it." "Conveniently?" I repeated, looking at her again. "You're not suggesting I had anything to do with that, are you?" "Oh, not at all," she said with a little wink. "Just that the timing seemed pretty perfect. So why didn't you take over? Or Roger? Why Miles, of all people?" She glanced across the room to where he was sitting, surrounded by admirers or kiss-ups, toying with a butterfly knife again. "It just seems like such an odd choice. No one ever expected him to be in charge." "He volunteered. Roger and I were both unavailable." How much was safe to say? If I mentioned that he and I were both planning on moving away and living our own lives away from all this, would it be dangerous for Miles? Would it defeat the purpose of us being there? "Funny. You certainly look available to me." Gemma's eyes had gone back to roaming my body, and she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, maybe swaying her hips a little more than necessary. "I heard about the divorce. Surprising for a Moretti man, but I can't say I'm complaining. Does that mean you're back on the market?" She took a step closer, a little closer than I would have liked. I'd be lying if I said she didn't look good. Her hair fell in thick black waves past her shoulders. Her dress was tight enough that I could see every one of her curves, and those heels made her legs, definitely her best asset, look amazing. But I couldn't get past the way she looked at me, the glint in her eyes that said this was more about conquest than attraction. "Not where you're concerned," I told her with a dry smile. Nodding toward Miles, I added, "Maybe try the boss over there if you're looking to be a queen." She let out a frustrated huff, her eyes narrowing. "You're such an idiot." "Oh, yeah?" "You and I both know, hell, everyone knows, that you'd be 10 times the boss Miles is," she hissed, keeping her voice lowered in case any of his genuine supporters should be listening. "The only reason he's made it this far is because of your help. Why are you walking away? Why are you turning your back on the job you were born to do?" Gemma had always been a schemer, a lot smarter than she let on. But maybe she was more of a businesswoman than I'd given her credit for. "Does it matter? You can say I don't have the stomach for it if you want. You can decide I'm weak or a coward or ungrateful or selfish. I don't care. The fact is, I'm not taking my dad's place. I'm not spending the rest of my life here. And I'm not remotely interested in you. I drained my glass and set it aside on one of the nearby tables. Let me ask you something, Gemma. If I said I wanted you, but I wouldn't stay here, would you still be interested in me? She smiled sympathetically. Of course not. But if you wanted me, I would persuade you to stay, one way or the other. It's unfortunate for both of us that you don't. Frankly, if this isn't enough for you, she said, gesturing to the house and the people filling it, I don't know what it is you want. Flipping her hair over her shoulder, pretending she was the one who had ended the conversation, she left me there, maybe to try her luck with Miles instead. If so, she'd probably find him equally as frustrating. He wasn't nearly as stupid as people like to think, which made him difficult to control. Luckily, that wouldn't be my responsibility for much longer. As irritated with him as I got, I hated to admit that he would probably get himself killed once we left. But when he ignored my advice and refused to change, what the hell was I supposed to do about it? For the rest of the night, I was able to stay more or less unnoticed, or at least undisturbed. Maybe everyone there already knew I wasn't interested in speaking to them. Maybe Gemma was telling everyone not to bother, that I was a lost cause. It suited me well enough, and I left a little before 11, after making a point of looking Miles in the eye and shaking his hand, so everyone could see what great terms we were on. Sure. I spent the drive home thinking about how I was going to tell Deanna we were moving. It would be best to do it as soon as possible, both because I didn't like keeping secrets, and because it was very possible she wouldn't want to continue this if Whitney and I were just going to leave in a few more months. And God, what an asshole I was for jerking her around like this. After parking next to her car, I went inside, but she wasn't there in the living room like I expected. She couldn't have left. Maybe she was in the bathroom? I quietly crept upstairs to check on Whitney, and she was fast asleep as expected. Her usual bedtime was 9:30, but I figured she would talk Deanna into 10. Regardless, she was already in bed, so that just left me wondering where Deanna might be. I went to my bedroom to change, but when I opened the door, I found her, already in my bed, underneath the covers, looking through her phone. Her shoulders were just visible over the blankets, and they were completely bare. Shit. Oh, hi, she said brightly, setting her phone aside and smiling at the shock surely visible on my face. Is this okay? I figured you'd be ready for bed by the time you got back. Yeah. I closed the door behind me and took off my jacket to lay it over my desk chair, hardly able to take my eyes off her for a second. There was actually something I wanted to talk to you about. I towed my shoes off and went to sit on the bed with her. Is it something pressing? Deanna sat up and moved closer, letting the covers slip down to pool around her waist, then took my hand and brought them up to her bare tits. After finding her like that unexpectedly, and now, with her being so forward, my body was insisting that whatever I had to say could wait a few hours. Well, I guess it's not that urgent. With my hands held against the soft warmth of her breasts, I couldn't resist moving a little closer to hold them better, teasing her nipples between my fingers. She took in a soft gasp, but leaned into my touch. Then maybe we could save it for later? I've been waiting here for an hour or so, thinking about how unhappy you were earlier. And you said you prefer to think about good things when you're upset. So I wanted... Avoiding my eyes, she led one of my hands down between her legs, and a hot shiver coursed through me when I felt how smooth she was. Fucking hell. I just wanted to be good for you. My fingers moved down to stroke her pussy and found she was already wet. Did she get excited just thinking about jumping me when I got back? She shivered while I explored her, but pushed her knees a little wider to let me in. The way she leaned forward to rest her hands on my chest, practically climbing up me to ask for a kiss, how could I not give it to her? I slid my tongue along the part in her lips, then inside, pushing my free hand through her hair to lead her closer. She'd proven that she was good at following my lead, and this night was no different. She was panting and moaning against my lips, clawing at my tie and my shirt's buttons to help me out of them. "You are good, love," I assured her, pausing to get my shirt off. "Come over here so I can reward you." I took the liberty of helping her into my lap, but she didn't argue. Instead, she rested against me, her breasts pressed tight against my chest, while she kissed along my throat. When I felt a shiver run through her, I realized she must be cold, since I'd forced her out of the covers. To make up for it, I grabbed the shirt I'd just taken off and draped it over her shoulders. Deanna sighed and relaxed a little more. "You're so sweet," she muttered against my shoulder. "Yeah, that's me." I'd gone back to rubbing my fingertips slowly up and down her slick pussy, teasing soft moans from her lips every time I brushed her clit. After waiting until she was whining with impatience, I pushed 2 fingers inside her, forcing her to moan gratefully. She managed to breathe out my name in between kissing and lapping at the juncture of my neck and shoulder. While I curled my fingers inside her and pressed deeper, she started to bite that spot and suck on it harder with obvious purpose. "Are you putting a mark on me?" "Your shirt will cover it up," she mumbled, before going back to her task. She bit down with more force, and I had to hold back a groan. Pain during sex had never really been my thing, so it must have been her possessiveness that really turned me on. "I'm sure I'll pay you back for it by the end of the night." I pulled my fingers out of her, then shoved them back in harder, and she dug her rounded fingernails into my shoulders. "You're already dripping all over my hand. Do you want me that bad?" Deanna buried her face against my chest, muttering something incoherent, so I pulled away and grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. "Answer me." "I do." She wet her lips and shifted her hips down to meet my hand. "I want you." Even though we'd only done this a few times before, she'd made it pretty clear that she liked taking orders, and I had no problem with giving them. "Prove it." To give her an idea what I meant, I moved my fingers inside her but didn't pull them out. Eager to please as always, she held my shirt around her shoulders and rocked her hips forward and back, up and down. While she was losing her breath riding my hand, I slid my thumb slowly across her clit to encourage her. "Good girl." Casually, like seeing her that way wasn't affecting me at all, I leaned down to suck on one of her tits, playing with the other one with my free hand. She whimpered and tried to sit up closer, while still working her hips against my hand, but she was clearly having trouble doing both at once. "You're making this hard for me," she breathed. "Oh, you think it's hard for you?" I laughed. I'd been ignoring my erection to keep teasing her, but every time she squeezed around my fingers, that got harder to do. "Well, let me make it easier." With some difficulty, she sat up and got to her feet, gasping as my fingers slid out of her. She went to get a condom, so I stripped out of my pants and sat back on the bed. Despite the red flushing her cheeks and her chest, Deanna was bold enough to crawl closer and put the condom on me. If she wanted it enough to push forward like that without direction, she must have really been impatient. "Come here, love." You want me to be on top?" she asked, barely able to get the words out. "I like seeing those hips move," I confessed. "And after the way you're just riding my hand, I know you can do it. You can face the other way if that's less embarrassing." "You're so thoughtful," she said, sticking her tongue out at me. Still, she didn't really argue, kneeling over my hips with her back to me. Damn it. I hadn't realized how good she would look like that, how incredible the curves of her ass would look from this angle. She reached down between her legs to hold my cock steady, then carefully settled down, her pussy sliding over it, tighter than usual. But her weight made it easier to push down. Faster than I expected, she was fully seated against me, and I was buried to the hilt inside her. Fuck. I grabbed her hips as she ground them down against mine, like she still wanted more. "Good?" she asked breathlessly. Before I could answer, She sat up a little and dropped down again, and the jolt of pleasure made my head a little foggy. "Perfect," I managed, swallowing hard. She giggled and rolled her hips again, figuring out the new motion. Any time she moved just right and I bucked up against her, she moaned appreciatively and repeated the same motion. God, she was good. I was the one who'd wanted this, and there I was, quickly getting overwhelmed, maybe because the rush of pleasure was so sudden. I tried to get back in control of myself and the situation by leading her movements with a tight grip on her ass, but it was no use. If she kept being so damn good at that, I was going to come before she was ready. "Hang on." Even my voice showed how weak she was making me, and I cleared my throat to hide it while I held her still against me. "Is something wrong?" Deanna asked, glancing at me over her shoulder. With a soft laugh, she added, "Ooh, I'm getting a little shaky." "Well, let me help you then." 10. Deanna. When Royce pushed me forward, at first I wasn't sure exactly what he wanted, but he quickly clarified, kneeling behind me with me on my hands and knees. As his cock slid back inside me, his fingers slid into my hair, and he grasped it tightly. "Oh, God," I gasped, arching my back while he picked up the rhythm I'd left off. The new position had already made my head swim from how good it was, and now, with him picking up the pace even more, hard and hot and so deep, I could barely manage to keep my eyes in focus. "Royce, you're so good." "That's it, love. Tell me all about it." He seemed to be even more enthusiastic than usual, panting and moaning a little louder, thrusting harder. My arms shook from holding myself up, so I let them rest, dropping my head to the mattress so my back arched even tighter. Royce let out what sounded like a growl and took it in stride, bearing down on me with his hands still fisted in my hair. "Are you close?" "Mm-hmm." I would have nodded fervently, but had to settle for putting that eagerness into my voice instead. After he'd worked me up so much, and with him fucking me in the bed like that, I was sure I would come if I touched myself for even a minute. "I want to hear it when you come. So you're going to tell me, understand?" "Yes." Why did I love it so much when he was forceful like that? Whatever the reason, the stern tone of his voice sent hot shivers down through my belly and between my legs, as if I could get any hotter there. Taking his words as permission, I slid one hand down to rub my clit and had to muffle a cry of shocked pleasure against the bed. "Oh God, Royce, don't stop. I'm so close." "Say it." Somehow his voice stayed even as he tugged my hair and fucked me even faster. "Come for me, love." "Yes, I'm coming. Oh God." I buried my face into the sheets so I could scream from the waves of heat and satisfaction racking my body. Somewhere past my intense distraction, I heard a deep groan from Royce, and he kept up his fast pace for a few more thrusts before slowly calming down. As if he'd worked out all the roughness in his system, he leaned over me and carefully turned me toward him for a deep kiss. Then his fingers slid out of my hair and lightly down my spine. When he pulled out of me, I collapsed completely, still struggling to catch my breath. "You okay?" he asked, stroking my cheek and looking into my bleary eyes. I might have gotten a little carried away. "Mm-hmm," I mumbled, shaking my head and holding his hand against my cheek. "No, it was good. You're good. Everything is very, very good right now." I somehow managed to wriggle my way back under the covers, despite my exhaustion. Royce quickly got rid of the condom and came back to hold me. "Why is it every time I sleep in this bed, I wind up naked somehow?" I teased, smiling up at him. "Hey, don't look at me. It was all your idea this time." He took his glasses off and set them aside. How they stayed on through all that, I have no idea. When he looked back at me, the softness in his eyes practically melted my heart. It seemed like every time I saw him, I fell for him just a little more. The farther I fell, the easier it would be to get hurt. But What was the little danger compared to that smile of his? In the morning, I woke to Royce's hand on my waist and his lips on my ear. "Wake up, love," he purred, trailing kisses along my cheek. Do I have to get up already?" I whined, turning around to face him and snuggle into his chest. "I'm so comfortable here." "Somehow, I don't think your boss would accept that as a reason not to come in." Still, he wasn't discouraging me, running his fingers through my hair and planting another kiss on my head. "You're probably right." After another minute or two of enjoying being in his arms, I sat up and kissed him, then crawled out of bed to get dressed again. "You knew we were having a sleepover," Royce teased, watching me dress. "You could have brought over a change of clothes so you didn't have to leave so early." "I guess so." To be honest, I had considered bringing clothes, my toothbrush, that sort of thing. But I was afraid Royce would think I was trying to move in or something, and that it might put him off. "I'll try to keep that in mind next time." As reluctant as I was, I forced myself to leave so I wouldn't be late for work. As I got to the door, however, I heard a familiar, sleepy voice behind me. "Deanna?" Whitney stood on the stairs, still in her PJs, rubbing her eyes blearily and squinting at me in confusion. Some kind of alarm went off in my head as I realized that she probably wasn't supposed to see me leaving like this. It was sure to make her ask questions. "Hey, Wits," I said, with what I hoped was a friendly smile. "What are you doing up so early?" She ignored my question, still frowning at me. "Why are you still here? You didn't go home?" She was looking me over, probably noting that I was still wearing my clothes from the night before, and suddenly her warm brown eyes turned very cold. I have to be going, but I'll see you at school, okay?" I rushed out before she could ask any more dangerous questions. Oh, God. Why did I feel so certain that was going to come back and bite me? Judging by the look on her face, whatever she thought was going on, she didn't like it. Maybe Royce would talk to her about it before she came to school. That would probably be more appropriate than whatever explanation I could give. When I got back home, I went inside quietly, but my grandma was already seated on the couch, watching her sitcoms. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," she called, and I was caught like a deer in the headlights. She didn't seem upset that I was getting back so late, early, but she was wearing a smug smile. "Good morning, honey. Did you have a good night?" Yeah, it was fine," I mumbled, certain my face was beaming red. Grandma tilted her head to one side and asked innocently, "Didn't you have hose on when you left last night, Dee Dee?" She was obviously teasing me, but I didn't know how to respond to the fact that my grandma knew I'd slept over at a man's house. "I should really be getting ready for school," I said hastily, scurrying off to my room and shutting the door to knock my head against it, mortified. Oh, what was the big deal? I was an adult. It was perfectly fine if I wanted to sleep with the man I was dating. So why did I still feel so incredibly embarrassed about it? Trying to put it out of my head, I changed into a more work-appropriate dress and redid my makeup. My hair was sort of a mess after Royce had pulled on it so much, so I wound up brushing it back and putting it up in a bun, struggling to ignore the reminiscent rush of heat that memory brought up. After only a half hour, I looked totally professional again. I was getting good at putting myself together after spending all night falling apart in Royce's bed. When I got to school, as I was writing our agenda for the day on the board, I got a text from Royce. "Hey, just a heads up, Whitney's in a really bad mood this morning. I don't know what's up with her, but just be prepared for her to be more difficult than usual." I immediately assumed it must be because she'd seen me leaving the house that morning. Was she really that against the idea of me and her dad being together? She and I had always gotten along so well. I'd hoped she would be happy to have me around more often. Maybe I'd been assuming too much. "Okay," I wrote back. "Thanks for letting me know. I spoke to her for a second this morning, actually. Do you think that can have anything to do with it?" Before I could go back to my task, Whitney stomped into the room, head down, clutching her backpack straps. "Good morning," I said with a tentative smile. She ignored me completely and went to her desk, practically throwing her backpack to the ground. She must have been even angrier than I'd realized. As I was considering trying again, I saw my phone light up again. Oh, yeah, actually, I assume she got mad at you last night or something. She was definitely saying some things that sounded like it. My stomach dropped, and I stole another look at Whitney. She was reading quietly like we always did before class started, but her face was set in a frown harder than I'd ever seen on her. Like any 9-year-old, she'd had her share of bad days before, days when she was grouchy or temperamental. But those moods rarely lasted longer than an hour or two. I could only hope this would be the same. Once the whole class had assembled, I told them good morning as usual, and they answered as usual. Except for Whitney. This quickly became the pattern for the day. Everyone was excited to check on the crystal growing project we'd done the day before. Except for Whitney. With varying levels of enthusiasm, everyone participated in our vocabulary lesson. Except for Whitney. Even by the time we'd finished lunch, she hadn't said a single word to me all day. When I tried to call on her for her turn reading aloud, she glared down at her desk and muttered, "Read it yourself." Finally, working up enough courage to get irritated with her, I set my book down and asked, "What was that?" "I said, read it yourself, Deanna," she snapped, glaring straight into my eyes. "Whitney, it's not appropriate for you to call me—" "Why not? That's what my dad calls you," she said, crossing her arms and leaning back in her chair. "Is he special?" I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, trying to stay calm despite the other kids murmuring curiously, wondering what she meant. "He's an adult. You're not." "Why'd you leave before breakfast this morning?" She raised her eyebrows at me, blinking patiently. Realizing now that she wasn't going to make this easy, I stepped out from behind my desk and went to the door. "I think we should talk in the hall for a minute." "No," she said defiantly. "Let's talk here." "Whitney." I spoke as sharply as I could manage, and she groaned as she forced herself out of her seat to follow me into the hall. I shut the door behind us and knelt in front of her, but she refused to look at me. "Why are you so angry with me?" "You're only supposed to be friends with him," she said quietly. "You're not supposed to be anything else." "Why not?" I asked gently. "Because!" She looked at me as if I'd betrayed her, eyes red and shining as she fought back tears. "He's supposed to be with my mum. They were going to make up, and you're ruining it." This was probably the worst possible reaction she could have had, but her conviction was clear in her voice. "But they weren't happy together." Was it even my place to try to explain this? I'd always been so comfortable talking with kids, but this was throwing me completely. "Don't you want him to be happy?" "You don't know," she shouted, scrubbing angry tears away before they could surface. "You don't know anything about it. Just leave him alone." Beth appeared at the end of the hall, likely attracted by Whitney's distressed yelling, and I tried to gesture to her that I was taking care of it. I was trying, at least. "Wits, don't call me that," she growled. "Only my family calls me that. You're not my family. You're not my mum." We both stared down at the ground in silence for a few seconds, disturbed only by the pitiful sound of her sniffling and choking back sobs. Finally, she turned and yanked at the door, trying to get away from me, I guessed, so I got up and opened it for her. Before I could go inside, I had to pause there and lean my head back against the wall to compose myself. Just the night before, Whitney and I had spent hours playing together, having fun. I'd tucked her into bed. She'd told me good night. Now, she could hardly stand to look at me. Her rejection hurt, but it was even worse to know that I was hurting her. Maybe Royce could talk to her. Maybe she would listen to him. If not, how many options did I have? Could I just keep seeing him knowing she hated me for it? When I went back inside, Whitney had resumed giving me the silent treatment, and the rest of the class was clearly very interested in what was going on. I tried to put my smile back on for them and pretend nothing was wrong, continuing our group reading with the next student after Whitney. He glanced at her, as if expecting her to argue. This was one of her favorite parts of the day, but she didn't speak. So we went on without her. When she continued to ignore me, I thought of disciplining her, maybe sending her to the principal's office, but how could I? I felt too miserably guilty already. It was strange how much this bothered me. I'd had students dislike me before. Of course, it never felt good, but it didn't break my heart. Thinking that Whitney might hate me was kind of breaking my heart, but I couldn't let it keep me from doing my job. All my other students had to be equally important. I tried my best to focus for the rest of the day, but when everyone was dismissed and we headed outside, I found myself sneaking glances at her to see if her anger had faded at all. As usual, she sat and talked with Maisie while they waited, but she was far from her usual cheerful self. And it was my fault. When Royce did show up, Whitney hopped up from the ground and went to meet him in the parking lot, so he wouldn't have the opportunity to talk to me. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I saw him gesturing toward the school, toward me, probably. As he continued in my direction, Whitney rushed him and grabbed the car keys from his hand, hit the alarm button, then bolted, so he was forced to chase her down. By the time he caught her and turned off the alarm, everyone present was watching. Royce knelt in front of Whitney, holding her arms so she couldn't run away, and talking to her while she refused to look at him. He then got up and tried to lead her back to the school, but she wouldn't budge. He tugged on her arm, and when she continued to resist, he scooped her up and threw her over his shoulder to carry her over to me while she continued to fight. Some of the other kids' parents had arrived, but they were slow to get back in their cars, probably curious about what was going on. "Put me down!" There were tears obvious in Whitney's voice as she thrashed in her dad's grasp. "No, if you're going to act like a baby, I'm going to treat you like one." He put her down and held her in front of him, in front of me. Pushing mussed hair out of his face, he gave me a tight smile, then looked back down at Whitney. "You owe Deanna an apology." Whitney's lips stayed firmly pressed together. "She doesn't have to apologize," I said quietly, trying to keep the conversation between us. "I understand why she's angry." "It's no excuse for her to act like this," Royce argued, squeezing her shoulder tightly. "Whitney." Still silent, she shook her head. He took a deep breath and let it out as a slow sigh, kneeling to talk to her again. My phone started to ring in my purse, and I was grateful for the distraction. "Hi, Grandpa," I answered, taking a step back. "Do you guys need something?" "Now, Dee Dee, I don't want you getting upset." "Why would I be upset?" There was a pause, then he said, "Your grandma's at the hospital." "What?" My volume spiked with fear, but I didn't have time to be concerned about it. "What happened? Is she okay?" "The doctor says she's stable. I knew something was going on when she didn't want lunch. We were watching Days of Our Lives. She started talking about her neck and her arm being sore. She hardly moves around all day. There's no reason for her to be sore." "Grandpa," I said gently, trying my best to be patient with him, "just tell me what happened." "Well, I'm getting there, honey. She said the pain was getting worse, and it wasn't like her usual attacks. Her chest was getting tight. She was having trouble breathing." "Oh my God, she had a heart attack." I could hardly get the words out past the lump in my throat. "But she's all right," Grandpa insisted. "I told you, she's doing all right now. We've been here a couple hours now. They say they want to keep her in the ICU overnight for observation. I figured you'd want to come over and be with her." "Yes, of course I do. Just tell me where." When I ended the call, I needed a second to regulate my breathing and blink tears out of my eyes. I'd just seen her that morning. She'd seemed perfectly fine, smiled and teased me. And now she was in intensive care? When I opened my eyes and forced myself to be aware of my surroundings again, I found Royce watching me with concern in his eyes. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes. No, I don't know. My grandma's in the hospital." I shakily put my phone back in my purse and tried to find my keys while I relayed everything my grandpa had told me. "I have to go stay with her. And him. He must have been so scared. I should have been there. Maybe I could have helped. Deanna. Royce took a step closer and touched my arm gently. It was all I could do not to collapse against him. Nothing about this is your fault. You're going to go now, and I'm sure it'll help her to have you there. I nodded, aware that he was being more reasonable than me at the moment. After a second of hesitation, he added, Do you want me to go with you? That set me back a little. To the hospital? Yeah. It's fine if you'd rather it just be you and your family, he said hastily. But if having me there would help, if you could use the extra support, then let me go with you. Somehow, it was funny to be offered support when I was usually the one on that end. The only thought in my mind was supporting my grandparents when they were suffering. I hadn't thought for a second that I might need it myself. I would really appreciate that, I told him. Thank you. No problem. Do you want me to drive you or? Royce suggested. I nodded, but paused when I remembered that Whitney was there too. Just moments ago, she'd been throwing a tantrum and refusing to say a word to me. Surely she wouldn't want to come to something this personal and offer me any support. When I looked at her, she was already watching me, wide-eyed. Royce must have realized my concern. I'll see if Roger can pick her up once we get to the hospital. No, Whitney piped up. I want to go. After that fit you just threw, I don't think you get to argue with me right now. Her shoulders hunched slightly, and she glanced at me again, seeming unnerved by my distress. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I want to go. Royce shook his head and nodded toward the parking lot. Let's just get there first, and then we'll see. Aside from directing Royce where to go, I didn't say much on the drive to the hospital. I was too lost in thought about everything, about my grandparents, my job, Royce, Whitney. There was too much going on, too much to think about. I rushed inside once we'd parked, almost leaving my escort behind, and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Grandpa was there in the ICU waiting room, and I rushed over to hug him. Come on now, honey, everything's all right, he said, patting my back gently while I sniffled to keep my tears at bay. Your grandma's doing fine. They just want to keep an eye on her. We'll go home tomorrow. She'll be watching her soaps again before you know it. I nodded as I drew away from him, tilting my head back to keep my tears from falling. When Grandpa realized that Royce and Whitney had come with me, he gave them a quizzical look. Who's this? Royce Moretti. Royce took a step forward and offered his hand, so Grandpa shook it. Ronald Blake. Friends call me Ron. It's good to finally meet you. I've heard a lot. Placing a hand on top of Whitney's head, he added, This is my daughter Whitney. Hi, she mumbled, uncharacteristically shy. Maybe she was less comfortable talking with older people? Hello there, young lady, Grandpa said with a friendly smile. And how do you two know each other? Whitney's one of my students, and Royce is... I glanced at him, unsure of exactly how to phrase our relationship. You can use the word boyfriend, he said with a smirk. My boyfriend. There was heat rising in my cheeks, but my schoolgirl delight was dampened by Whitney letting out a humph and leaving us to sit in the other corner of the room and stare out the floor-to-ceiling windows. At least that was a little less vicious than earlier today. I'll talk to her, Royce assured me. She'll come around. You probably want to see her grandma, right? Can we? I asked Grandpa, and he nodded. They'll let us go in for a few minutes at a time. Go ahead, Royce agreed. We'll be here. I tried to convey my gratitude in a single look, and hoped he understood. We had to ask one of the nurses to open the doors for us, and Grandpa led me slowly down the dim hallway to a partially open door. There was a teal curtain dividing the room in two, and on the other side was a bed. Grandma was lying there in a hospital gown, slightly propped up, looking tired, but otherwise no worse for wear. Dee Dee, she said with a smile, I was wondering when you'd be by. I came over as soon as I heard. I managed to return her smile without a hint of visible discomfort as I went to her side to hold her hand. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm all right. She waved me off, like the concern was silly. It was just one little old heart attack. The doctors are all worried over nothing. Right. You were probably ready to leave as soon as you got here. I laughed. I could only imagine that being there under constant observation, hooked up to IVs and heart monitors, wasn't doing much for her anxiety. Deanna has some news for you, Patty, Grandpa said smugly, standing at the other side of the bed. She brought some friends along this afternoon. I have a boyfriend, I mumbled, and Grandma chuckled. So that's where you were last night? Blushing even harder, I nodded. His name is Royce. You can meet him when we leave tomorrow. Maybe I was assuming too much to think he would come back just to meet her, but something told me he wouldn't think anything of it. 11. Royce. Once Deanna and her granddad left, I went over to sit by Whitney. Whatever was going on with her, it was obviously a big deal. I hadn't seen her throw a fit like that in years. She was sitting next to a corner table, so I sat on its other side. After a few seconds of silence, I asked, What are you thinking? She shrugged silently. Come on, Wits, talk to me. Why can't you be with Mum? She asked, throwing me for a loop. That's why you're upset? Because I'm dating someone who's not your mom? It's supposed to be, huh? Whitney insisted, drawing her legs up to her chest, seeming smaller than usual somehow. When we were living in Bristol, you two got on fine. I thought you were going to get back together, maybe even get married again. I thought that for a while too, I admitted. So why didn't you? Your mom and I don't work together anymore, Wits. I leaned forward to rest my arms against my knees, trying to figure out how to explain this in a way she'd understand. We wouldn't be happy together. You saw how things were last summer. But you could make up. You could fix it and get back together like Uncle Roger and Aunt Jill. It's not the same, kiddo. Sometimes it's best for people to go their separate ways if they can't make each other happy anymore. And sometimes you can meet someone else who does make you happy, and it's better. You know, Nana's my stepmom, right? That's different. Your mom died. Even though it was just a statement of fact, the words still struck me harder than I wanted to admit. In an instant, all my anger with my dad was brought back up, but I forced myself to put it aside and focus on my daughter. It is different, but it's still true that she and Papa weren't happy together, and being with someone else made Papa happier. I was starting to really regret using this as an example. I didn't have anything against Rena, but still trying to present my dad as an illustration of doing the right thing rubbed me the wrong way. I don't want a new mom, Whitney said very quietly. There's no way anyone could ever replace your mom, Wits. I don't want that either. It's just different. I like Deanna a lot. Don't you like her? Begrudgingly, she nodded. Glancing toward the ICU doors, she admitted, I'm sad for her about her gran. Do you think she'll be all right? I'm pretty sure she's okay now, but it was probably pretty scary for Deanna. She worries about her grandparents a lot. More than she ever worried about herself, that was for sure. When I'd offered to come with her, she'd seemed so shocked by the concept, like she'd forgotten this was an emotional event for her, not just a responsibility to see them happy. I was awful to her today, Whitney muttered guiltily. When the doors opened and Deanna came back out with her grandpa, I got to my feet. Now's your chance to apologize. She looked a lot more relaxed now, so I assumed all was well. How is she? Fine, kind of exhausted, but otherwise she's all right. And she's very interested in meeting you, Deanna said, shaking her head. I told her maybe tomorrow? It's a date. Hey now, Ronnie said, puffing up a little. That's my wife you're talking about, young man. You caught me, I chuckled. I was only dating Deanna to meet her grandmother. Ronnie laughed out loud at that, and Deanna rolled her eyes. Whitney stepped forward and asked, Can I talk to you for a minute? Of course. They retreated to the corner where Whitney and I had spoken, and Ronnie settled ponderously back into a chair. So, Royce, he said, what is it you do? You look like a man who's got his life in order. If only. I'll take that as a compliment. I work in finance. Even when I was working with Miles, that wasn't technically untrue, which is probably the most boring possible answer to that question, I know. Not at all. I used to work in the banks myself. Never a dull moment when there's money involved. Fair enough. There was certainly plenty of excitement surrounding the Morettis. Too much for my taste. I couldn't help wondering how he'd react if he knew his granddaughter was dating the heir to a high-profile Mafia family. Probably better not to find out. How long have you and Deanna been seeing each other? He asked casually. When I hesitated, unsure if this was an interrogation, he laughed again. Calm down, son. Dee Dee's a grown woman. She can handle her own relationships. I'm just curious is all. She hardly ever talks about having any friends or anything. I gave him the quick version of our history, leaving out the bits about the Mafia, starting with the vindictive principal and ending with his phone call that afternoon. I think she has a hard time focusing on herself, I said, looking over at the corner where she and Whitney were chatting, both smiling again. Like, she'd rather think about helping others than her own needs. I'm hoping to get her past that. Good, Ronnie said plainly. It's about time. When she and Whitney came back over to us, he announced, I like this boy. You should keep him around. I laughed through a pang of guilt, reminded that I still needed to tell her about our moving plans. Well, if you insist, Deanna said with a smile. Whitney was actually saying that we should go to dinner tonight. The three of us. What do you think? I think that sounds great. I glanced down at Whitney and she grinned back at me. Oh, we should probably take you back to get your car. Yeah, I think I'm fine with driving now. Are you going to stay the night with her? Deanna asked her grandpa. I don't think you'll get much sleep in these chairs. Never underestimate an old man's ability to fall asleep, he said, wagging a finger at her. Go on and have fun, honey. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon. You can come pick us up then. Sounds good. She gave him another hug, then left with me and Whitney. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, I checked my watch again. Come on, Wits. It's not the Academy Awards. You don't need to get that dressed up. You got dressed up? She called back to me from her room. Yeah, and I was ready 15 minutes ago. We'd taken Deanna back to the school to retrieve her car and made plans to pick her up at 7:30. As I stood there, waiting for my prima donna daughter to be satisfied with her look for the night, it was presently 7:14. You can't rush art, Dad. Finally, she hopped down the stairs one at a time and did a little spin at the bottom. She had strategically chosen several different items from different brands and different collections that somehow all had the same color scheme. Accessories included, of course. Okay, you do look nice, I said, politely applauding her efforts while she beamed up at me. Now, let's go. Oh, I never got to ask you, she said as we got in the car. Was the party fun? Nope, I shook my head. Super boring, like I knew it would be. You're just saying that, so I won't be mad I didn't get to go. No, really. I was bored the entire time. Oh, but there was one cool thing. Uncle Roger and Aunt Jill are having their wedding in London. Whitney's face lit up. How exciting! I can't wait! Well, it'll be a couple of months. They're planning to move there this summer, I explained. As quickly as it had flared, Whitney's excitement died down. They're moving? You knew they wanted to move, kiddo. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror to see what her reaction to my next words would be. And I was thinking we could do the same. She opened her mouth, then closed it, seeming torn. To London? Yeah. That's cool, right? You get to see your mom whenever you want, and you can be around Jonathan, too. Trust me, he'll be a lot more fun as he gets older. Despite the joke, she still seemed unsure. "I like it in London," she said slowly, "and I want to see Mum more. But what about my friends here? What about Deanna?" That was the same question I'd been asking myself all day. "You'll make new friends. You're great at making friends. I know you'll be sad leaving, but it's for the best." It was our only option, the only way she would ever have a normal life. Even if Dad was gone, Miles would just keep trying to drag me back into the business, and I couldn't let that happen. "But don't you like Deanna? You said you like her a lot." "I do," I sighed. "Honestly, I don't know. I'm going to talk to her about it. Maybe we'll keep talking afterwards." That seemed unlikely. The distance had been a strain on Margot and me from day one, even when we were married and had a child. I couldn't imagine it would be conducive to a normal dating situation. "I don't know. We'll just have to see how things go." We were both significantly less cheerful about our plans for the night after that conversation, but I tried to put it out of my mind by the time we got to Deanna's house to pick her up. She came out in a royal purple dress with a silver shawl draped on her arms, her hair falling over her shoulders in large, defined curls. Damn it. Her usual wardrobe made it hard to tell sometimes, but her figure really was incredible. As she got into the car, I started to compliment her, but Whitney beat me to it. "You look so nice," she squealed. "What she said," I added, admiring Deanna's smile and the curves of her shoulders. "Thank you," she said, "both of you." "Why don't you ever wear fancy things like that to school?" Whitney asked. "I don't think Miss Terrio would approve of that." "Yeah, and you wouldn't want to ruin the great relationship the two of you have," I teased. When we got to the restaurant, I caught sight of our reflection in one of the windows and couldn't help wondering if we looked like a family to other people. With her brown skin and thick black hair, Whitney had always looked more like her mother than she did like me, and she certainly didn't have any resemblance to Deanna. But the way we were together, our body language, the way we addressed each other, the way Deanna held my hand while we walked, that was an image I couldn't seem to get out of my head. And very suddenly, almost frustratingly, I realized that I cared more deeply for Deanna than I'd been allowing myself to admit. I held the door for her and Whitney, and seeing them together, God, why did my chest get tight? Why did this, us, all of us, feel so unexpectedly comfortable? "Royce," Deanna must have caught me staring. She gave me a tentative smile. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." I stole a quick kiss on her cheek and followed her to our table. "I'm great." Somehow, I was distracted even while I was participating in the conversation. She and Whitney told me about their recent science experiment. Deanna wound up reprimanding her for making fun of some other student, and she responded the same way she did when I gave her corrections like that. Was Deanna like this with all her kids? I'd told Whitney that no one would be able to replace her mom, and I stood by that. But this different thing, the relationship they'd already built, it was good too. "Oh, I wish I could meet him," Deanna sighed as Whitney was telling her all about Jonathan. "He doesn't do very much yet," she said, pursing her lips. "I was excited too, but then he's just a baby, and all he does is cry and sleep." "Still, I love babies," Deanna confessed. "Just seeing them or holding them, they're so precious I could cry, especially newborns." "Maybe you can meet him sometime before they move." "They're moving?" Deanna looked up at me. "Roger and Jill are moving? Where?" "London," Whitney answered for me. "Have you ever been? It's lovely." "No, I haven't." Still, Deanna's eyes were on me, and she reached out just to place her hand over mine. "Are you okay? If Roger leaves, then it's just me and Miles." I laughed mirthlessly. "Yeah, that would definitely be pretty rough." "But we're moving too," Whitney piped up, like I knew she would. "After school is out, we'll all be in London, and hopefully this time we can stay put." "Oh? You two are moving too?" Deanna took her hand back and sat slightly away from me in our circular booth. In the summer? I didn't realize. You should go with us. The words slipped out, and at the sight of Deanna's wide eyes, I quickly backpedaled. I mean to Roger and Jill's wedding. It'll be a few months from now, but I'd like to have you there, if you're interested. That does sound nice, she muttered non-committally, fidgeting with the tassels on the end of her shawl and not looking at me. I'm not sure I could afford a trip like that, though. Well, I'm the one inviting you, I pointed out. If you wanted to go, I'd be happy to pay for it. Isn't that kind of a lot of money? She asked. I kind of really want you to go. Even though she wouldn't look up, I still caught her smile. Then how can I not? She relaxed in her seat again, allowing the distance between us to close a little. And you can meet my mom, Whitney said brightly. You'll like her. She's very nice. I cleared my throat and tried to be subtle in shaking my head at Deanna. Whitney still saw and stuck her tongue out at me. She's nice to me. After dinner, Whitney took it upon herself to invite Deanna back to our place to watch a movie. It felt like an offer I should have been making, but it still served the same purpose. When we got back to the house, Whitney and I changed into more comfortable clothes, while Deanna insisted she was fine in her dress and that she didn't need to borrow something from me. The three of us sat on the couch together watching some martial arts-based cartoon Whitney had picked out, her between us, pointing out jokes and references we wouldn't have gotten without her judo knowledge. I managed to casually drape my arm over the back of the couch and around Deanna's shoulders to run my fingertips along her skin and draw a smile onto her lips. By the time the movie was over, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and Wits could hardly get a sentence out without yawning in the middle. Okay, kiddo, time for bed. But it's Friday, she argued, while I tried to prod her off the couch. Can't I? A pause for a yawn. Can't I stay up later? If you try, you're just going to end up falling asleep on the couch. Come on. For the second time that day, I picked her up, but this time was a lot easier since she wasn't fighting me like an angry wildcat. Deanna accompanied us up to her room, and I tucked her into bed. Good night. Giving up on her pouting, she snuggled into her pillow and answered, Good night. Sitting up for a second, she added, Good night, Deanna. Good night, Wits, she said with a smile. I planted a kiss on top of Whitney's head, and she was more than half asleep by the time I shut the door. It's kind of shocking how well that went, I said, as Deanna and I went back down the stairs. I caught her around her waist and pulled her close to kiss her, but she turned her head, so my lips met her cheek instead. You're moving? She pushed my hands away and took a step back. The look on her face was irritation mixed with hurt. And I had to hear it from Whitney? It's not like we've had it planned for months. I just decided yesterday. The guilt from not telling her earlier was coming back strong. Roger and Jill said they were moving, and I figured it was time for us too. Why? I don't understand why you have to leave in the first place. It's my family. If I don't get away from here, I'm never going to get out of their business. More than that, I can't let Whitney stay mixed up in all of it. Believe me when I say leaving the country is genuinely the only way to get out of my family's reach. Then why are you here now? Why have you stayed this long? It didn't seem like my answers were helping her feel any better. If anything, she was only getting more upset. She still didn't know anything about us basically hunting our dad down, or trying to anyway. She knew he was missing and Miles had taken over for him, but not much more than that. Knowing she wouldn't be satisfied with it, I still made the mistake of saying, It's complicated. Well, explain it for me, she insisted, hands clenched at her sides. Because right now, I don't understand at all. I don't understand you, or what you want, or... She turned away from me and started to pace along the living room's back wall. What do you mean? I walked over to the couch to lean against it. I mean, I don't know why you're doing this. With me. If you're just going to leave, what's the point? It was a fair question, one I'd been avoiding addressing. I like you, I said, feeling like a high schooler bombing at talking to his crush. I like being with you. That's it. I like being with you too, Deanna muttered. That's the problem. If you'd told me earlier, maybe I could have avoided this. What? Caring about you. Being so hurt by the thought of you leaving. She paused her pacing to look up at me, her eyes shining with tears. But now, here we are, and it does hurt. I don't like losing people, Royce. I don't like it when the people I care about disappear from my life. If you'd told me from the beginning that you weren't planning to stick around, I would have known better than to get this close to you. I should have known better. Ouch. Pushing myself off the couch, I came closer to take her hands, and she let me. I'm sorry. If you think any part of this was me not caring whether you got hurt, you're wrong. To tell the truth, it'd been so long since I felt anything like this that I didn't even consider not going after it. I wasn't thinking about the future. The only thing that seemed important was getting closer to you. I believe that you care about me. She stared at my left shoulder, the same spot where I had a scar. But it won't keep you from leaving. And once you leave, it won't matter anymore. Go with me. She let out a huff of exasperation and turned away from me again. Can you please take this seriously? I am. If she'd asked me before tonight, I might have just said I was sorry and driven her home. Maybe if we'd had this conversation right after the party, like I originally meant to, it would have ended then. But after seeing her in pain and feeling compelled to fix it, after getting a blessing from her family and mine, after seeing her with Whitney and thinking all night this could be my family, I was more invested now. I was legitimately desperate to keep her around. Stepping in close behind her, I wrapped my arms around her waist and kissed her neck. Go with me. Go with us. She took a deep breath, but eventually shook her head. I can't. My grandparents need me here. My kids need me. I can't just disappear. I could have guessed that would be her answer. Of course, she had obligations here, and if I knew anything about her, it was that she would choose just about anyone else's needs over her own, given the option. Then be with me until we leave. I lifted my hand to her lips and kissed her fingers. Enjoy the time we do have. We're already in this deep. Might as well make the most of it, right? My words were light-hearted, but there was tension in my arms as I held her. If she did reject me and leave, if she decided those few extra months wouldn't be worth it, I was going to have a hell of a time trying to swallow that. Deanna pulled her hand out of mine and turned around to face me. Her eyes found my lips first, then shifted up to meet my gaze. Nodding slightly, she stood up on her toes to wrap her arms around my neck and kiss me. Some guilty part of me knew I didn't deserve the extra time, that I had no right to ask for it. It only made me all the more grateful she was willing to allow it. 12. Deanna. I decided for the time being, for the rest of the time he was there, I would do my best to keep acting like nothing had changed. I would try not to think about Royce and Whitney leaving. Now that our relationship wasn't a secret to anyone anymore, seeing Royce became much easier. He would stop by the classroom in the morning and call me into the hall to kiss my cheek. Then, when he came to pick Whitney up in the afternoon, he would kiss my lips, just briefly before they left. I still spent most nights at home to be around if my grandparents needed me, especially right after Grandma's hospital stay. But I went out with Royce, or stayed over at his place now and then, frequently enough that I did have extra clothes and such there. Pretending, trying to convince myself that these last few months would be enough, came surprisingly easy. I was able to spend time with Royce and Whitney without thinking about how they would eventually leave me. I could smile at him without a hint of sadness behind it. I could kiss him without reminding myself that those kisses would only last for so long. In some ways, I'd been pretending like this nearly my entire life, pretending things were fine, and I wasn't so often filled with dread. Maybe that was why it felt so natural. March 15th marked my 27th birthday, which Royce and Whitney celebrated with me and my grandparents. Grandma remarked that she was beginning to think she wouldn't live to see me with a family of my own, but better late than never. As sweet as that notion was, it stung to know the sweetness had an expiration date. Time wore on, March turned to April, and it became harder to avoid thinking about that date. My smiles became a little less confident, my gazes a little more wistful, my kisses a little more desperate. The longer I spent with Royce, the more apparent it became that letting him go was going to be much harder than I'd thought. Every time we tucked Whitney in and went to bed, I was painfully reminded of how lonely it was to sleep on my own. I thought, more than once, about trying to change his mind, to persuade him to stay there in San Diego. But he was very obviously miserable any time he talked about working with Miles. He couldn't be happy here. It would have been selfish to ask. I spent so much time mourning and fearing this eventual loss that I was completely unprepared to deal with a different one. On one of the nights I spent at Royce's house, early in May, I got a phone call around 2 in the morning. I missed the first one, too groggy to wake up right away, but they called again right after. Managing to swipe the screen to answer and bring the phone to my ear, I croaked, "Hello?" "Hi, I'm calling for a Miss Deanna Blake," said a calm, polite voice from the other side. "Is she?" I said, sitting up and trying to blink my eyes fully open. Royce was still asleep at my side. "Miss Blake, my name is Darren. I'm calling from the ICU at Morgan Memorial Hospital." Suddenly, I was wide awake. "What happened?" "Your grandmother, Patricia, was admitted tonight for a sudden cardiac arrest. Your grandfather asked us to call and inform you." "Wait, what does that mean?" I climbed out of bed and turned on the lamp so I could see to get dressed, still holding my phone with one shaking hand. "Cardiac arrest is just a heart attack, isn't it?" "The doctors can explain everything when you arrive." "But she's okay, right? Is she stable now?" There was a pause that could have said everything I needed to know. "She's in intensive care at the moment. I can't give you the full details over the phone. Your grandfather did request that you come as soon as possible." "Okay." My own heart had practically stopped. "I'll be there as soon as I can." I forced myself to get dressed without panicking or breaking down. Why hadn't Grandpa called me himself? Was he in there with her? Was the situation worse than last time? Terrified, I called to Royce as I was pulling my messy hair back. It took a second for him to register my voice, but when he did, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. "What time is it?" he muttered. "Where are you going?" "My grandma's in the hospital." Pulling my shoes and socks on, I nervously relayed the very limited information I'd been given over the phone. "I have to go, now." "Okay, will you be all right driving? Should I come with you?" As desperately as I wanted him to be there, I knew he wouldn't want to leave Whitney home alone, and I was hesitant to involve her in this. My mind was filled with every possible worst-case scenario, and if things got that bad, she didn't need to be exposed to it. "I'll be fine," I said, grabbing my jacket and purse. The waver in my voice probably wasn't very convincing, but I didn't have time to worry about it. I rushed out to my car, trying and failing to convince myself everything was going to be okay. She was at a different hospital this time than before, so I didn't even have that familiarity to steady me. I managed to find the ICU and explain my situation. One of the nurses checked her computer for a second, completely stone-faced and unreadable. Without a single change in her expression, she nodded and told me to follow her. My heart was in my throat as we walked down another dim hallway of large rooms. The sounds of heart monitors and quiet medical discussions and, somewhere, crying, all filled my head and set me even more on edge. The room I was taken to was surprisingly similar to the last, but the scene I found behind the drawn curtain this time came as no relief. Like before, Grandma was propped up slightly in the bed, hospital-gowned, and looking exhausted. But she was too still. This room was strangely void of the heart rate monitor's beeping rhythm, and despite her mouth being slightly open, I couldn't see her chest expand with breath. Grandpa looked up when he heard me come in, his eyes red and bloodshot. For once, he didn't smile at me, instead taking a step closer and opening his arms. Overwhelmed with despair, I collapsed against him like I was a little girl again and sobbed into his shoulder. Because she was my adoptive guardian, my grandma was considered immediate family, which meant I was allowed a full week away from work to struggle through the process of accepting her death. Some very small part of me felt guilty for leaving my kids for so long, but really, it was probably best for them too. I wouldn't have been able to focus and give them all my attention, even if I'd been there. Grandpa and I were forced to use the time to make funeral arrangements, and I did everything I could to support him. He never cried, at least not in front of me, but his usually cheerful attitude had been dampened and replaced with flat apathy. I knew he was feeling it. There was no way he couldn't. Royce was also there for that week, trying to offer whatever help he could without imposing too much. I was more grateful for his presence than ever. It felt wrong to go to my grandpa for comfort when he must have been in even more pain than I was. But Royce didn't mind holding me while I cried or listening to my memories of her, whatever I needed to cope. I wanted to stay at home so that my grandpa wouldn't have to be there alone, so Royce stayed there with me, despite it not being nearly as nice as what he was used to. He tried to have Whitney stay with Roger and Jill, but she refused to hear of it, instead sleeping in one of our guest rooms. Having someone there who couldn't be constantly weighed down by grief was helpful. She even got Grandpa to smile a time or two. After the viewing on Friday night, Terry showed up early with Vic and the kids, and she gave me a sad smile when she caught sight of me. "Hey," she said, tentatively taking my hands in hers. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," I told her, as expected, but she could see the strain behind my smile. Pulling me into a tight hug, she muttered, "I'm so sorry, Dee Dee. We were lucky to have her in our lives." It seemed to take her a minute, but she finally realized that Royce was standing nearby in support of me and not as just another guest. She gave me a questioning look, so I took the opportunity to focus on pleasant awkwardness rather than pain. "Terry, this is Royce. We've been, dating the past few months," I explained, glancing up at him. "Royce, this is my friend Terry, her husband Vic. This little man is Tyler." I ruffled the 8-year-old's hair. "And this is Cassie." Vic had the baby in his arms, and she seemed so much bigger than the last time I'd seen her. When she looked up at me with her big, sweet eyes, I had to physically restrain myself from grabbing her up. Noticing my staring, Vic smiled at me knowingly. "Do you want to hold her?" "I really, really do," I confessed sheepishly. "It's nice to meet all of you," Royce said as I was taking the baby and settling her on my hip. "My daughter, Whitney, is around here somewhere, too. I think she's about your age, Tyler." We had already stressed to her how important it was to be respectful in the funeral home, but that didn't make it any easier for her to sit still for long periods. She wasn't doing any harm by wandering the various rooms, so we didn't force her to stay put. We spent the next half hour talking with Terry and Vic. Royce and I explained how we'd gotten together. Then Terry told him about how she and Carol had grown up knowing my grandparents as my guardians. She reminded me of things I hadn't thought about in years. How her older brother used to playfully flirt with my grandma, the year she had altered one of her own old dresses for me to wear to prom, the time Carol had convinced her to dye her hair red. Recently, Grandma had been a little more subdued as her health wasn't the best, but 10 years ago, she was as feisty as could be, and would have proudly said so. It was also nice to spend time around another couple our age. The situation wasn't ideal, obviously, but those few minutes of light-hearted camaraderie made it feel much easier to handle. By the time Terry had to leave, I was so sorry to see her go, only partially because it meant I had to give Cassie back. She gave me another tight hug and told me that if I needed anything, even if I just wanted to talk, I could call her anytime. How are you still friends with people you knew in middle school? Royce mused once she was gone. I hardly even understand the concept. Well, you moved across the country after high school, I pointed out. He had mentioned before that he and his brothers had grown up in New York, but their family had moved around 10 years ago. So I can imagine why that would be hard for you. He shook his head. No, it's the concept of having friends for that long at all. You don't. He frowned slightly and looked away. He often did this when the conversation started straying too close to his family's situation, probably because he knew hearing about it made me nervous. But why should I be bothered by it anymore? He was going to leave soon, and take all of it with him anyway. Continuing to shy away from it seemed pointless. I would have to talk to him about it later. I was tired of keeping any distance between us at all. A little later in the night, Carol showed up too. Complete with a mini pillbox hat, her outfit looked more like little black dress than funeral attire, but the remorse on her face when she looked at me was completely genuine. Unlike Terry, she noticed Royce right away, and her eyes swept him quickly up and down before she turned her attention back to me. Hey, hon. She bent down a little to plant a kiss on my head. I just found out this morning. It's been a week and I haven't heard a peep from you. Are you okay? I'm as okay as I can be, I said plainly. I'm sorry. I should have called you. Oh, not for my sake. I just wanted to know you haven't been dealing with this all alone. But I guess that's not much of a concern these days. Again, her eyes strayed to Royce, and she took a step back to look him over properly. Not like she was checking him out, but like she was appraising him. In her heels, she'd nearly reached his height. So you're him, I guess. Royce Moretti, single father, age 30? Royce raised an eyebrow and glanced down at me, while I covered my face in embarrassment. Well, single is arguable, he said, resting a hand on my lower back. But you got the rest right. And you are? Carol Kay. She offered her hand to shake his, businesslike, as if this were one of her corporate meetings. One of Deanna's best friends since childhood. Kind of irritated. I'm just now meeting you. She shot me a look, but I avoided her eyes. It's taken us some time to get things figured out. There were a lot of things that still weren't figured out, in fact. Better late than never. Before she could go into the list of questions she was no doubt dying to ask, my grandpa's voice from behind us interrupted. Are these old eyes playing tricks? Or is that Miss Carol Grace here to see me? Mr. Ronnie, she squealed, beaming as she swooped in to hug him. It's been such a long time, but you haven't aged a day. While she continued her conversation with him, Royce watched in amusement. That was unexpected. He was sort of a dad figure to all three of us, I explained. Carol was around the house more than Terry, so she was even more attached to him and my grandma. It was good that seeing her there could lift his spirits even a little. After all was said and done that evening, we picked up dinner and went back home. Grandpa retreated to his room to eat alone, but I couldn't really blame him. It must have been exhausting having so much attention focused on his grief, and the funeral the next day was only going to be harder. With that in mind, and knowing we had to get up early in the morning, we went to bed soon after. Once we'd tucked Whitney in and we were alone for the first time all day, Royce wrapped his arms around my shoulders and pulled me close, my back against his chest. Feeling how solid he was against me and how firmly he was holding me made it easier to relax, to believe he would hold me up if I needed it. How are you? He asked softly, and don't say I'm fine. Tired, I admitted. I've been tired all week. Even when we weren't busy with planning things, being forced to address our mourning in terms of money, the emotional effort of accepting that she was gone was exhausting in itself. Can I help? Tilting my head back against his chest to look up at him, I asked, Do you have something in mind? He kissed my forehead, then released me and nodded to the bed. "Lie down." Even if I'd wanted to question him, I didn't have much fight in me at the moment. So I slipped out of my kitten heels and crawled onto the bed, lying on my stomach and hoping for a massage. Royce came to join me, unbuttoning his cuffs to roll his sleeves up. After brushing my carefully curled hair out of the way, he ran one hand slowly down my back with just enough pressure to make me sigh, then back up, along the nape of my neck, to push his fingers into my hair. He must have realized that he couldn't do much from my side, and he seated himself behind me instead, straddling me to slide both hands up my back this time. I let slip a tiny moan and relaxed under his touch. Royce grasped lightly at my hips, then worked his hands up my sides and over my shoulders to rub his thumbs along my spine. "Feeling any better?" he asked, as his fingertips ghosted along my neck to make me shiver. That's nice." When he started to slowly pull down my dress's zipper, the tension returned to my body. But I didn't stop him. We hadn't really been intimate all week, maybe because he realized I was fragile and didn't want to push me. But now that I was thinking about it, now that his hands were sliding under the edges of my dress to pull it open in the back, I actually felt like it could be a form of comfort. My only concern was that we'd gotten a little rough in the past, with my enthusiastic consent, of course, and I needed him to be gentle if this was going to work. One of his hands followed the undone zipper all the way down to where it ended, just above my tailbone, and the other one toyed with the clasp of my strapless bra. "I'll be able to reach you better if I take this off." He made it out to be a request, waiting until I nodded to undo the clasp. Trying to help him, I sat up a little and drew my arms out of my dress's short sleeves so the back could open up more, then pulled the bra out from under me and tossed it to the floor. "Okay, go ahead," I said, folding my arms to rest my head on them. He worked slowly, carefully, starting from my hips and moving upward. His grip was never too tight and he never pressed too hard, so I kept encouraging him with little moans and sighs. A few times, his hands wandered a little, down my sides to my waist or to trail along the curves of my breasts, teasing out another breathless whimper that I had no control over. As I was thinking about asking him if he wanted more, he sat up to lean over me on both hands, dropping his head to shower my neck with kisses. As he shifted to get closer, his hips pressed into my backside, and he let out a groan against my skin. Heat flooded through my stomach from the friction. "Royce? I'm sorry," he said, quickly backing away. "I got carried away, didn't I? If you don't... Royce!" I glanced back at him over my shoulder with a shy smile. "I was going to say you should do it again." "What? This?" Holding me still, he leaned forward again and started grinding his hips against my ass, sending another hot shiver through my chest and down. I could hear the smirk in his voice when he asked, "You like that, huh?" Don't tease me." I was lucky to be facing away from him, so he couldn't see me turning red, somewhere between embarrassment and excitement. When I felt him starting to get hard, I had to suppress another shiver and lifted up my hips a little to make it easier for him. Hearing him lose his breath a little, I couldn't help smiling, gripping at my bedsheets. He paused for a second to edge his fingertips under the hem of my skirt. With me lying down, it was hugging my thighs tightly, and he inched it up just a little. "Is this okay?" I nodded quickly, so he pushed it up to uncover my ass, and took in a sharp breath when he saw the thong I was wearing. "What?" I mumbled when he didn't speak. "Don't just stare like that. I had to wear it for my dress." "Relax, love. I'm definitely not complaining." I heard him unzip his pants, then he closed the gap between us again, sliding his erection between my cheeks. With only the thin barrier of his underwear in the way now, it was even more obvious how hard he'd gotten, and my knees suddenly felt a little weak, even more so when he reached down and started to tease between my legs, not giving me any actual pressure, just enough attention that my patience was wearing thin. "Royce, can I?" I pushed his hand gently away, so he sat back to free me from underneath him. After climbing up his shirt for a deep, longing kiss, I stepped out of bed for a second to turn on the box fan I used when it got too hot for the house's old AC system. The white noise it provided made me feel a little more comfortable that no one else in the house would hear us. Realizing my dress wasn't doing much to cover me anymore, I wiggled out of it and dropped it to the ground. Then noticed Royce was watching me very closely, and the fact that he was still hard. Snuggling up to his side, I reached into his boxers to stroke him slowly. "I don't suppose you brought any condoms with you?" He winced and tried to speak past the distraction of my hand on his cock. "I didn't think we would need them. I figured you wouldn't want to do anything like that here." "That's what I get for assuming, I guess." Taking my free hand, he brought it up to his lips and kissed it softly. "But I'm sure we can still figure something out. I'm not going to leave you wanting." No, my pleasure had always been very important to him. He'd told me before that he couldn't really enjoy it unless he knew I was. But there must have been something we could do together. Maybe. I considered for a few seconds before sitting back away from him. "Can you come stand over here?" I gestured to the edge of the bed, and he obeyed without question. When I slipped my panties off, not that they were covering much to begin with, he swallowed hard, his hands twitching to help me. Helping him out of his tie and unbuttoning his shirt, I explained, "I was thinking maybe if you stand here." I tugged his pants and boxers down to free his erection and pull him closer to me. "And you're behind me. You could." It seemed like an awkward thing to explain in words, so I tried to show him instead, turning my back to him and trying to reach for his hand. Royce must have figured out what I meant. He stepped in close behind me and grasped my hips to slide his cock between my legs. He didn't go inside, just moved against my lips, slick and hard and so hot. "You're so resourceful, love," he purred in my ear, holding me tight against him, while I shifted my hips a little to make sure he was positioned just right. I wanted to stay close to you," I confessed, resting my hands on his and leaning back against his chest. "So, keep me close, okay?" "Gladly." His hips moved, back, then forward again, and my breath shuddered. We both knew how wet I got, and although it was embarrassing sometimes, it was helpful here. When he moved, it was all slippery and smooth, even as I squeezed my legs a little tighter around him. Royce lost his breath a lot faster than usual as he picked up his pace, grunting and sighing into my ear. True to his word, he didn't let an inch of space between us while he thrust it against my thighs and my pussy. "God, Deanna, you're incredible." For a second, between his possessive grasp on me and the heat of his body on mine, I forgot myself and let out a moan, loud enough that he immediately clapped a hand over my mouth to keep me quiet. That only made it feel more intimate somehow, and I hummed against his palm to let him know I liked it. "I am going to get you alone sometime," he said quietly, his free hand fondling my breasts. "Just the two of us, and then you can scream as much as you want." "Mm-hmm," I managed, reaching back to slide my fingers through his hair. "But it seems like you're not enjoying this as much as I am," he said, leaning into my touch. "Is something wrong?" I hastily shook my head, but it seemed like he didn't believe me. Pausing in his rhythm, he slid his hand down my chest, my stomach, then between my legs, and spread my lips apart. With his next thrust, the firm heat of his cock slid against my clit, and the friction stole a high-pitched whine from my mouth. That's better. It was a good thing his hand was muffling me when he started his rhythm again. sliding constantly against my clit and driving me crazy with unexpected pleasure. I could hardly keep myself quiet, despite my best efforts. Every breath came out as a mewl or moan, and I even started getting a little lightheaded as Royce's pace got faster, too fast for me to handle. I came before him as usual, grasping and squirming and tensing up as my body was flooded with a different sort of orgasm than the ones that came from penetrative sex. But even then, he didn't stop, even when he hissed in my ear and buried his face into my hair and ground out his own pleasure between my legs. He kept going with enough speed and force that I had no choice but to come again. Once I'd finally managed to blink my eyes clear again, I was still leaning heavily against Royce, hardly able to support myself. He seemed to have no problem with helping me, laying a trail of slow kisses along my neck and shoulder. "That was," he let out a soft chuckle, "amazing. Are you okay?" Finally noticing that he'd taken his hand away from my mouth, I swallowed hard and nodded. "Okay is putting it very mildly," I mumbled, slowly and carefully drawing away from him to sit on the bed and try to calm my frantic heart. "We sort of made a mess of your bed," he said, grabbing the box of tissues from my desk to wipe his cum off my blankets while I lay back and giggled breathlessly in embarrassment. "It's fine. Come here." Once he was done, he crawled back into bed with me and stripped down to just his boxers, allowing me to curl up against his side. His arm wrapped around me, his fingers combed through my hair, and neither of us spoke for a few seconds. I couldn't have said why I found myself with tears in my eyes. The difficult week, maybe. The emotionally draining day. The knowledge that no matter how perfect he was, no matter how comfortable he made me, no matter how much I wanted this to go on forever, he was leaving soon. No shortage of reasons, excuses, and explanations. Luckily, these tears were the silent kind. When I moved closer to bury my face against Royce's chest and sniffled softly, he didn't take it for anything out of the ordinary. Or if he did, he was kind enough to not mention it. Maybe he realized, as well as I did, that I had every right to cry for a few minutes. As expected, the funeral involved even more tears. I stayed by my grandpa's side as much as possible, while Royce and Whitney stayed at mine. I lost count of how many distant relatives and old friends I spoke to, how many condolences and well wishes I received. We were the first ones at the funeral home for the service, and the last ones to leave the cemetery after the burial. By that point, I'd cried so much I must have been dehydrated. Afterwards, I tried to get Grandpa to come to lunch with us, but he refused and said he'd rather be at home. When I tried to persuade him, he told me with an edge to his voice that he wanted to be alone. So I let him go. I didn't blame him for being cold, not for a second. Everyone had their own ways of dealing with grief. Mine was to go out to lunch with Royce and Whitney. She tried her best to cheer me up by telling me what happened at school in the time I'd been gone, but I had to inform her gently that thinking about going back to work was hard for me right now. That evening, Royce got Roger and Jill to take Whitney for the night, and the two of us went back to his house to give Grandpa his space. When we got inside, I settled down on the couch without a word, and Royce watched me in silence for a moment. "Do you want a drink?" he asked finally. "Like juice?" "Sort of. I've had a bottle of Pinot Grigio in the fridge for weeks," he explained. "I bought it to share with you, but I can't remember why. Now seems like as good a time as any." "Why not?" I said with a shrug. He retrieved the bottle from the kitchen and came back to pour each of us a glass. "Cheers." He tapped his glass lightly to mine, and we both took a drink. It was a very mild wine, a little tart, but not dry or bitter. A good drink for morning, I figured. "Why don't you ever talk about your family?" I asked, stealing a glance at Royce. "What do you mean? I talk about them." "Not often. Not unless I ask, and usually not in detail. Mostly, you talk about Roger and Jill. You've just met pretty much all of mine as of today. I said with a bland laugh. I'd introduced him to everyone as my boyfriend, all the while trying not to add, for now. And I hardly know anything about yours. Like your parents. Tell me something about them. He didn't answer me right away, absently swirling the wine in his glass. It's hard to talk about the family without talking about the business. So tell me about the business too, I reasoned, a little bothered that he was still using that dodge. Even if my life wasn't as interesting or dangerous as his, he still knew pretty much everything about it. Didn't I deserve to know something about his life? Or did he not want to bother sharing it with me? It's part of you, or it was, so I want to know about it. Okay. I guess my parents are the place to start. It's not a pleasant story. I don't remember a time when they ever got along. They fought constantly. My dad subscribed to that classic Mafia mentality. Women should be seen and not heard. And she didn't agree. She was always arguing with him, trying to point out when he was doing the wrong thing. Like, she wanted to run the business? No, I mean morally wrong. When he took advantage of people or got people hurt or broke up families. Royce stopped and shook his head. She tried to tell him it was wrong, to change his mind. It never worked. The man is incredibly stubborn. Eventually, he got tired of her complaining. So they divorced. He'd mentioned before that his mother had died years ago. They must have split up before then. No. He let out a sound that was almost a laugh and looked at me again. You sure you want to know? I nodded, so he went on. He had her killed. What? That came out louder than I meant it to, and I recoiled in horror. Yeah, he hired someone to kill her. Royce said all of this calmly, maybe because he had accepted it as a fact, or maybe because connecting to it emotionally would hurt too much. I told you it wasn't pleasant. He took another healthy drink and leaned back in his armchair on the couch. We didn't know at the time, obviously. Roger, Miles, and I only found out last year. Do you remember anything about her? His eyes narrowed, and he looked at me in confusion. I just told you my dad had my mother assassinated, and that's the question that comes to mind? It seems like the most important thing, I said with a slight shrug. Your memory of her, the impression she left on you and your brothers. Huh. Well, we were pretty young at the time. Miles was only 4. He barely remembers her at all. I'm asking about you, I pointed out, and his frown deepened. If Miles was 4, that would make you 10? 11? I was 11 when I lost my parents. I still have memories of them. Like what? He wasn't looking at me. He was trying to change the subject and let me talk about myself, so he wouldn't have to share any of his own more sensitive feelings. But I told myself not to hold it against him. Maybe this was a difficult subject for him. I'm asking about you, I repeated. After several more seconds of silence, he let out a brusque sigh. I don't know what to tell you. Anything that comes to mind. He tilted his head back and shut his eyes, brow furrowed in either concentration or irritation. She had brown hair and green eyes. She wore horn-rimmed glasses. She was outspoken and independent, and a lot of the time angry. My brothers and I were everything to her, and she dealt with our dad for our sake. Another pause. She didn't really support the business. From early childhood, my dad was constantly preparing me to take his place someday, teaching me all the ins and outs, the responsibilities, the tough choices that had to be made. She hated it. She hated that as a child, I was already being groomed to become my father. And I fought with her about it. He let out another half-hearted chuckle and opened his eyes, distractedly tapping a finger against the side of his wineglass. How so? I took another drink, but my eyes stayed on him. I already knew that I loved being around him. I felt like I knew him well, based on our conversations and interactions. But this was different. This was him, addressing parts of himself and his past that he didn't seem to like, thinking about things that made him unhappy, and sharing them with me simply because I'd asked. It was different. When I was that age, I idolized my dad. I wanted to grow up to be like him. So whenever she tried to keep it from happening, I got mad. I'd tell her she didn't understand. I'd get pissed at her for treating me like a baby. Like, at 10 years old, I already thought I was some kind of big man. He shook his head. God, I was a little shit. And no matter what sort of insensitive garbage I threw at her, she never got mad and argued with me. She would just get quiet. She was the kind of person who always had something to say. So if she got quiet, it was a pretty obvious sign she was upset. It sounds like you two have a lot in common, I noted. The smile that curved his lips was slight, but it seemed genuine. My dad said the same thing. Maybe he should have expected me to start fighting his bullshit teachings eventually. Sitting forward to refill his glass, he went on. Miles is really set on finding him, trying to punish him for what he did to our mom, but honestly, I'd be fine with never seeing him again. Probably realizing how heavy the conversation had gotten, he cleared his throat and forced a smile. Am I allowed to pass the emotional baton yet? I'm sure your memories of your parents are a lot nicer. They're definitely different from yours, I agreed, curling my legs up on the couch and running my fingertips around the rim of my glass. I do remember my dad being a lot stricter than my mom was. She pretty much let me get away with anything. You must have been so cute she couldn't bring herself to punish you, Royce suggested with a smirk, and I stuck my tongue out at him. No, I really think it was just because I was her child. She was a teacher too. She was pretty strict with her students. Then when it came to me, she acted like I could do no wrong. To my surprise, Royce suppressed a laugh. When he looked up and saw my questioning expression, he seemed a little guilty. I'm sorry. It's just, your mom sounds a lot like Margot. Oh, really? She's the same way with Whitney, he said, nodding. If she ever does anything wrong, it's because someone, usually me, led her into it or influenced her somehow. I took another long drink from my glass and fought with myself about whether or not to ask my next question. Some part of me was positive I would regret it, but at the same time, Margot had occupied a huge part of Royce's life. I couldn't just pretend she didn't exist. You don't talk about her often. What's she like? If he was surprised by the question, he didn't show it. Harsh, he said plainly. Defensive. She expects a lot, and God help you if you don't meet her expectations. Is that why the two of you split up? Because you didn't meet her expectations? Looking at the man in front of me, I couldn't imagine what more a woman could possibly ask for. No, it's actually because I met the wrong ones, he chuckled dryly. Our history's sort of a mess. I don't know if there was ever a time when we were totally amicable. She's confrontational by nature, so even when we were getting along, we'd still argue. We were only together for a year or so before Whitney was born, and things just got tenser from then on. That makes sense. Having kids always complicates things. Or so I hear. It was mostly the fact that Margot didn't like her being here, around my family, and all that implies. Not that I blame her. These days I feel the same way, but back then... He sighed, and the weary, wistful look on his face made me wonder if bringing this up was a bad idea after all. I was wrong about a lot of things, and I didn't realize it until it was too late to change anything. Ugh. He put his glass down on the coffee table and pinched the bridge of his nose, like he was getting a headache. She still lives in Bristol, right? I asked, and Royce nodded. Is that anywhere near London? It's not too far. He must have realized where my mind was going, as he sat up in his chair and reached out to place his hand on my knee. If you think there's anything between me and Margot now... It doesn't matter, I said, gently brushing his hand away. Why had I started this conversation? Why had I asked about his family to begin with? Why was I trying so hard to get closer to him when I knew there was no point? He was going to leave, and whether or not he wound up getting back with Whitney's mother, he would certainly be out of my reach. So it didn't matter, really, whether he still had feelings for her, or it wouldn't for much longer. It does, he argued, leaving his chair to kneel in front of me on the floor, trying and failing to catch my eye. Look at me, love. My heart clenched at the sound of that word, but instead of sighing over how sweet it sounded, I found myself wondering if he'd ever used it for Margot, if I really was just a placeholder until he was with her again. The thought made me feel sick. Shakily setting my empty wine glass aside, I pulled farther into the corner of the couch, away from him. When are you two leaving? I asked quietly. A few seconds passed in silence. Maybe he was considering insisting we continue our original conversation, but eventually he gave up and moved to sit next to me on the couch, still with some distance between us. Toward the end of June, once school is out. So I had at most 6 weeks left with them. You've already made plans, I guess? You have a place waiting in London? Are you sure you want to talk about this? Yes, I lied. Yeah, we have a place, he said at length. It's not far from where Roger and Jill will be. I'm going to be helping them set up the wedding once we're all settled. I nodded slowly. It must be nice to have siblings who could soften the blow of a breakup. I was almost hoping he would ask me again to go with him, but he didn't. Not exactly. Are you still going to come to the wedding? I hadn't been thinking about it much since he'd first mentioned it, but at this point, going just seemed like rubbing more salt into the wound he was going to leave me with. I don't know, I said tersely. We'd all like to have you there. Again, he tried to touch me, to brush my hair back over my shoulder, and again I drew away. Deanna, talk to me. What are you thinking? I didn't answer, burying my face into my hands. My time with him was running out, fast, and I was only more distressed about it every day. It was time to start thinking about whether the good in our relationship was still outweighing the pain I would feel from losing him, or if I should start getting used to being alone again. 13. Royce. I dropped Deanna off at her grandparents' place on Sunday, and this time, she didn't invite me in. She wanted to be alone for a while, she said, which wouldn't have worried me if it weren't for last night's conversation. Still, I tried my best to be supportive and give her whatever space she needed, and she only gave me the briefest kiss on the cheek before closing the door in my face. The events of the previous night still weren't quite clear to me, as far as I could tell. She'd gotten upset after hearing me talk about Margot, but she was the one who'd asked. Then we got on the subject of the move, which definitely didn't help her mood. She'd stayed distant and gloomy the rest of the evening, refusing to even get too close to me in bed, much less let me touch her. Whatever was going on in her head, it was clear I'd screwed up somehow. And when she was already depressed and exhausted over her grandma's death and everything that followed, I felt like a complete asshole for adding to it. When I picked up Wits from Roger and Jill's place, she was disappointed that we weren't going back to Deanna's house. Despite agreeing with her wholeheartedly, I had to explain that Deanna needed time to herself to grieve, even if I knew for a fact that that wasn't what was going on. I tried texting her a time or two, but she didn't answer. She didn't pick up when I called that night either. It wasn't like her to ignore me that way, even if she was distracted and upset. Was she just cutting me off completely now? I told myself that if she didn't want to see me anymore, and every signal she was sending me suggested that this was the case, I would have to accept it and move on. As much as I'd been putting aside all thoughts of having to leave her, it was still present in my mind. If she wanted to end it a little sooner than that, she had every right to. I just hoped whatever discomfort or detachment she was feeling toward me wouldn't apply to Whitney, too. That thought kept me occupied most of Monday, while I was trying, without much success, to send out more job applications. That was the one loose end in our move to London that I hadn't tied up just yet, and I wasn't making a lot of progress while obsessing over Deanna. Though I resisted the urge to text her again, I was still wondering how she was adjusting to being back in class. If the kids had tried to get her to talk about why she was gone. If Whitney was helping her with whatever she needed, like I'd asked her to that morning. I would see her that afternoon, and then I could ask her in person, assuming I could keep from driving myself crazy thinking of her until then. But it turned out all my patience was for nothing. When I got to school to pick Whitney up, Deanna was nowhere to be seen. There was some other teacher in her place, one who only gave me a brief look and a tight smile before turning away. I found Wits sitting with her friend Maisie as usual and nudged her with the toe of my shoe. "Hey, kiddo, did Deanna already leave?" "She wasn't in class," Whitney said, getting to her feet and shrugging her backpack on. "We had a sub today. Maybe she got sick?" Maybe. It was possible that was the reason she'd been acting so weird, but it seemed unlikely. I'd tried texting her again before taking Whitney home. After a few hours, I tried calling her, and then calling her again when she didn't answer. Maybe it was paranoia instilled from my years working with the Mafia, but I was starting to worry. Anytime a person went totally silent and unresponsive like this for longer than a few hours, my mind was quick to assume the worst. But it was just as reasonable to think that she was ignoring my attempts to contact her, trying to protect herself. That didn't explain why she wasn't at school. I paced through my room trying to decide what had happened, trying to decide how to approach it. I could easily go by her place and check on her, but if she was intentionally avoiding me, that would be a pretty shitty move on my part. "Hey, I was just worried you might be kidnapped or dead. Thanks for putting my mind at ease." No, that wasn't an option. My only real choice was to wait until I got some proof one way or another. Surely she would be back in class soon, and then I would know it was just me she was ignoring. Until then, I was going to have to keep my concern to myself. By Wednesday afternoon, when Whitney reported that Deanna still wasn't in class, I was starting to lose my grip. The way I saw it, there were 2, maybe 3 possible explanations. Either Deanna was so upset over the thought of us leaving that she couldn't stand to see me or Whitney, and was skipping work on that basis, or she really had conveniently gotten sick and somehow lost the ability to use her phone, or her disappearing wasn't by choice. My head was really leaning toward the last one. But why? Why would someone take her of all people? If it was related to my family, if someone was trying to get at Miles, why not take someone like Rena, or, God forbid, Whitney? And if someone had taken her to get us, we would have received some kind of demands already, or someone would have. In the middle of my drive home with Whitney, I swung the car around and headed for Deanna's place instead. If she was there, then I'd been worrying for nothing and could try to make myself stop. If she wasn't, her grandpa would be, and I could ask him what the hell was going on. Now that I was giving in to my suspicions and falling back on the way of thinking I'd learned from my father, I kept Whitney close to me when we reached the house, refusing to leave her in the car by herself. Deanna's grandpa answered the door, his face a red-eyed mess of concern. "Royce, has Dee Dee been with you?" Shit. "I thought she was here," I said, shaking my head, gripping Whitney's shoulder tighter. The old man's shoulders shuddered, and he took a step back. "Come inside." We sat on the couch, and he explained. "I thought I hurt her feelings the other day. I was a little short with her after the burial. Then I spent all of Sunday locked up in my room. I figured she was staying over with you two. But when I called her Monday afternoon to apologize, she never answered. She hardly ever lets me get through more than a couple rings when I call her. I would have called you just to be sure she was all right, but I didn't have your number." "So you haven't seen her at all since Saturday?" I asked, and he shook his head. "It's not like her to run off without saying anything. I don't know where she could be." Ronnie dropped his head into his hands, leaving me to decide how much to tell him. There was a good chance her disappearance had something to do with my family, and I felt like it was his right to know that. But explaining would have taken time that could be used to look for her instead. That had to take precedence over full disclosure at the moment. I'm going to find her, I assured him, already getting up and tugging Whitney along with me, and I'll get her back to you as soon as possible. What? How? You have some clues I don't know about? No, just resources. Trust me, I'll explain once she's safe. Without giving him the chance to argue, I took Whitney back to the car and headed for the family's main house instead. Dad, she asked weakly from the back seat. Yeah? Do you think Deanna's in trouble? Her voice wasn't as clear as usual, and I glanced at her in the rear view to see her starting to tear up. I don't know, kiddo, I said as gently as I could imagine, but Uncle Miles is going to help me find out. It'd been a while since I'd gone back to the house after Miles's party. It seemed like he was getting less and less likely to ask for my help, and I could only hope that meant he was learning how to handle things properly on his own, and not that he was solving every problem with a bullet or a blade. Right now, it didn't matter. I needed his contacts, and he owed me more than one favor by now. I was almost surprised to find him in his office, and he looked equally surprised to see me. Weird. I don't remember calling you, and I know you wouldn't come just to visit. What? Hey! His face lit up when he saw Whitney, and he immediately hopped up from his desk to hug her. Despite her fears for Deanna, the grin on her face when she hugged him around his neck was entirely genuine. With an exaggerated, choking noise, he added, Eesh, take it easy, kid. You're gonna strangle me. Sorry, she giggled. I don't know my own strength. I'll say, have you... Miles, I snapped, trying to maintain my patience with the two of them. I need help with something. Deanna's missing, and I think someone took her. Huh. You know, it's weird. I feel like I've heard you say something like that before, he said, pursing his lips in thought. But I don't know why you're telling me this, like it's related to me at all. I don't know Deanna. I haven't met her. Roger and Jill have, I hear. Witz knows her, obviously, but not me. I took a deep breath, struggling to keep myself calm during this argument I didn't have time for. You have more important ways to spend your time. It was a weak excuse, and we both knew it. Pfft, right. I appreciate you being so concerned about my schedule. He got up and flicked Whitney's braids lightly before going back to sit behind the desk again. So, now that you need something from me, we're friends again? Miles, please. You can be pissy at me all you want, but do it after I make sure Deanna's safe. She's not supposed to be involved in any of this. When are you going to figure out it's not possible for someone to be involved with you, he jabbed a finger at me, without being involved in all of this? You and Roger both, acting like you can just detach yourself from our life and pretend it doesn't exist. Our life or your life? Both. I'll never not be your brother. You'll never not be a Moretti. Dad had said something very similar when we first arrived. The point is, maybe you should stop trying to force the women you're into to be part of your life, when obviously they don't want to be. I found myself gripping the back of one of the leather armchairs that sat across from the desk. This place is not my life. Except that it is. Miles leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on one of the arms, looking at me like I was being unreasonable. Once you've successfully walked away from it and cut all your ties, then you can tell me it's not. It hasn't worked yet, and it's not going to, because you were literally raised to do this. Your first instinct when your girlfriend went missing was to ask the boss for help, wasn't it? To ask my brother for help, I corrected. My brother, who wouldn't have any idea how to be the boss if I hadn't been teaching him for a year straight, who, despite all my advice, still isn't very fucking good at it. Royce, language. His eyes flicked toward Whitney, who was standing near the door, staring at the ground, fidgeting with her hair. I hate it when she had to see me this angry, even though the situation had nothing to do with her. Anyway, if I'm so bad at this and you're so set on getting away from it, why should I bother helping you? There was an unspoken question there, one he was probably expecting me to answer. What's in it for me? You really are exactly like him, I said, forcing as much ice into my voice and gaze as possible. "Fuck you," Miles growled, shoving to his feet. In the corner of my eye, I saw Whitney flinch, and he must have seen it too. He let out a sigh and shoved a hand through his hair. "Wits, what's your teacher's last name?" Though she seemed a little confused, she answered, "Blake." He scribbled something on a notepad on his desk, then looked back up into my eyes. "Get the hell out of my office." I didn't send Wits to school the next day. Despite her insistence that she wanted to go and nothing bad would happen, I couldn't stand to let her out of my sight. I didn't know how or when Deanna had been taken, but I was convinced that if Whitney left my side, she'd be in danger too. While she was in the next room, painting out her frustration, I tried to use the few contacts I had to figure out who would have taken Deanna and why. It was nearly impossible to learn anything with such limited resources, but like hell was I going to call Miles so he could pick another fight. Luckily, I didn't have to. Around 2 o'clock, my phone rang and Miles's name popped up. "What?" I answered. "Hey." His tone was a lot less confident than it had been the day before. "So, good news and bad news. Good news is I know who has your girlfriend. Bad news? It's Dad." 14. Deanna. When I woke, I had no idea how long I'd been sleeping. The small room I was in had no clocks or even windows, so I couldn't tell what time of day it was. The only indication of time passing that I got was the cycle of meals I received throughout the day. When I woke up this time, there was another one waiting by the door, so I took it back to my cot, the only piece of furniture besides a toilet and sink, to nibble at it miserably. The thought popped into my mind that it was sort of like a school lunch, and it took a solid 2 minutes for me to fully catch my breath from hysterical giggles that quickly turned to tears. The room genuinely looked like a dungeon. Dark, unfinished walls, only a couple of lights and dim ones at that. The bed was clean at least, but very minimal. No pillows, just one blanket, and a few inches of height off the floor. The toilet was in the far corner, but there was nothing to stop someone from walking right into the room. No one would talk to me. Even the men who delivered my meals didn't come inside or speak a single word, despite my begging and crying. But I knew enough. All it took was one time hearing the phrase, "Mr. Moretti," from outside the door to tell me what was going on here. Wherever I was, Darren Moretti had kidnapped me, probably intending to use me as bait or leverage for Royce. If he thought Royce would sacrifice anything for me, though, he was going to be unpleasantly surprised. I wasn't enough to convince him to stay with me, no matter how much I loved him. Having all this time alone, with nothing to do but think, I'd realized that I did love him, despite my best efforts at resisting. If I'd told him earlier, maybe it would have made a difference. Well, it didn't matter anymore. Darren was going to realize that I was of no use to him, and would probably kill me. I'd thought that stating that as a fact in my mind might make it easier to accept, but it still made me dissolve into helpless tears once again. If I assumed I was being given 3 meals a day, it was around 4 days into my stay when someone finally opened the door and stepped inside. It was a smartly dressed older man with slick-back gray hair and cold black eyes. His expression as he looked me over was somewhere between pity and disgust, and I couldn't blame him. I felt disgusting myself. "Deanna Blake," he said with a very slight incline of his head. "It's nice to finally meet you. I hear you've been a part of my son's life for some time now, and my granddaughter's as well." "Yes, I'm Whitney's teacher," I answered flatly. "And Royce?" he prompted. "What are you to him?" With another brief laugh that teetered on a sob, I shook my head. "I don't know." It's not exactly what I was hoping to hear. You see, you're here to help me with something." He began to pace the room in front of me, and his wingtips tapped softly with every step. "My sons, well, 3 of them, are angry with me at the moment." "Because you killed their mother?" He raised his eyebrows. "I'm surprised he told you about that. You two must be closer than I realized, but no. To be absolutely clear, I did not kill Latasha. I had someone else do it for me. It's the same thing. Not quite, but yeah, that is why they're upset. And the fact that they found out about it has ruined my fucking business, he growled. Why they chose to put Miles in charge, I'll never understand. Have you met my other sons? I've met Roger, not Miles. Well, there isn't much worth knowing about him. He has so much potential. His personality just ruins it. Darren definitely sounded every bit as harsh and ruthless as Royce had suggested. To talk about his own son as if he was worthless? Maybe that was why Miles was so intent on getting back at him. Roger doesn't have the vision to ever be in charge, but he can at least follow orders. And he chooses to, but Royce? He smirked darkly and shook his head. Royce was exactly what I needed in an heir. He's smart, he's strategic, and he's authoritative in a way the others can't compare to. And yet, he let out another sigh, he's too much like his mother. Too concerned about the well-being of others to put himself and his family first. I can't work with any of them. Why are you telling me all this? I asked, gripping my blanket tighter as a chill passed through me. The room had been freezing ever since I'd arrived. Well, you're about to be a part of our little feud. I figured you might as well know some of the history behind it. He paused in his pacing to stand in front of me on one hip. But I'm sure I don't have to tell you what sort of person Royce is. You got to know him very well, haven't you? Despite my embarrassment from his knowing smirk, I didn't have the energy to blush. He really should learn not to get so attached to his women. You're disgusting, I hissed without meaning to. Where did that come from? Maybe I was too exhausted to be afraid. Maybe I was thinking about the look on Royce's face when he talked about his mom's death. What is it you're trying to get from him? What do you want? My assets, first and foremost. I'd also appreciate it if they'd call off their little manhunt. It hadn't gotten anywhere so far, thanks to Miles's poor management, but on the off chance he improves, I'd rather not have to worry about it. Tugging his cuffs down, he went on. But as you said, there's no need to be telling you all this at the moment. You're about to hear me explain it to them. He slipped his cell phone out of his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, then held it to his ear. A few seconds passed in tense silence. Then his smile came back. Miles! Yeah, it's nice to hear from you too, son. Are your brothers there like I asked? A brief pause. Fantastic. Then I'd like to take this moment to tell you, you're all acting like fucking children. I expect it from Miles, but you two should know better. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said, but I did hear something, so I assumed someone was shouting into the phone. That's not necessary, Darren said, looking bored. Now, are you three going to speak to me like adults, or should I be having this conversation with Royce alone? Good, then shut up. I'd like you all to meet with me to discuss the future of the family business. My business, that is, since you've been steadily destroying our family's reputation. I'm better off on my own at this point. So I want... He paused, brows furrowed, then glanced in my direction. Yeah, she's here. Say hello, sweetheart. He turned the phone toward me, but I kept my mouth shut, refusing to play along with his game. Seeing my resistance, Darren took a step forward and slapped me sharply across the mouth, hard enough to knock me down onto the cot and force a yelp from my lips. I tasted blood and realized it was leaking from the corner of my mouth. While my head was still spinning and I struggled to sit up, I could hear Darren talking about the money he wanted, how he wanted it delivered, and when and where. Eat me as much as you want, he was saying, as I gingerly touched my sore cheek. If everything goes as planned, this should be the last time we see each other. As long as you do everything right, we can all walk away from this and go about our lives. Once he ended the call, he looked down at me again. My sons have already learned that things are easier when they do as I say. Don't make me teach you that lesson again. With a slight curve on his lips that said he enjoyed seeing me cower, he left me alone in the room again. I tried to process exactly what this meant. Was Royce going to come for me? There was no reason he would have to come unless it was just about revenge. But he'd told me he didn't care about that. I almost didn't want the hope that was starting to warm my chest. I was too afraid of it getting taken away. 15. Royce. God damn it. I wanted to break something, namely, my father's fucking hand after that sound I'd heard Deanna make. Who knew where the fuck she was, what she'd been through since he'd taken her, and how much she must hate me for getting her into this? God damn it! I punched the wall behind Miles's desk, and he shot me a glare. Look, I'm pissed too, but will you calm down? Breaking my shit isn't going to do anyone any good. We need to figure out how to deal with this. What do you mean? He just told us. As much as I hated the idea of following his orders as usual, if it was what I had to do to make sure Deanna was safe, I'd swallow my pride and do it. We're going to do what he said. And then just let him walk away? Miles demanded incredulously, looking to Roger for support. We've been looking for him for over a year, and now we're finally going to get close to him? You want to let him go? We don't have any choice. The hell we don't. Miles had been leaning against his desk throughout the conversation, arms crossed, but he gestured widely as he argued with me now. He's going to be right there. He's going to meet us in person. We go, we find him, we fucking end this. What do you mean, end it? Roger demanded as I stalked to the other side of the desk, struggling to keep from tearing the office apart. What, you're going to kill him? I don't know why you're talking to me like I can't do it, Miles growled. I don't know why everybody in this fucking family thinks I can't do anything. If you two won't, yeah, I'll do it myself. Like I took the job you two didn't want. Like I'm running the business you two can't stand. Everyone likes to act like I'm doing such a shitty job of this, but if it weren't for me, it wouldn't get done at all. Right now isn't the time for you to be defending your ego, I snapped at him. If you just want to prove how big your dick is, do it when someone else's life isn't in danger. I thought you two wanted him to pay for what he did. Wasn't that the point of looking for him? Wasn't that the point of getting hard proof? So we could get payback. But now he has a little leverage. We're just going to forgive him for killing our mother? Yeah, it's totally cool. Just don't let it happen again. And he scoffed out a laugh, his voice getting louder and more emphatic with every point he made. Didn't you hear the part where he's taking all his money back? The money you two have been living on for the past year? The money your kids have been living on? What are you going to do without that? What about Rena and her kids? He's telling us to help him ruin our lives, and you just want to fucking do it. He dropped his head and leaned heavily against the desk. He has a point, Roger muttered at length. Thank you. But our priority still has to be making sure Deanna is safe. Roger went on, sitting forward in his chair. I get what you're saying, Miles. I hate the idea of that asshole getting away with what he did to Mom. I don't want to go along with his bullshit demands any more than you do, but the fact is, he has Deanna right now. We all know he won't hesitate to hurt her if we don't play by his rules. So, once we make sure she's safe, once he can't touch her, then we can think about how to make him pay for all this. Miles considered for a few seconds, glancing in my direction. All right, he said with a shrug. So what do we do first? Dad had given us specific instructions, then sent them in an email to Miles so we didn't screw up any part of it. He wanted access to the various accounts all the family revenue went into. He wanted certain amounts transferred to overseas accounts, and a solid sum in cash to be delivered in person when we met with him. Apparently, he'd found a place for himself in the darker parts of the organized crime world, the parts where known names were exchanged and things were divided up into producers, traders, and buyers. It was surprising, frankly, that he was willing to work in an industry that didn't make use of the all-powerful Moretti name, but it seemed like he was serious when he said he was better off on his own. I didn't care what the fuck he was doing with himself. If he hadn't taken Deanna, it wouldn't have mattered to me where he was or how or if he was still living. But it was obvious now why he had taken her. Taking Rena or Jill would have been next to impossible when they were practically always around some other member of the family. And he would never have threatened Whitney since she was the family's future. But Deanna? He had no ties to her and therefore no reason not to hurt her. It was easy to get her alone. She was small, not a fighter by any means, and Most importantly, I cared about her. Me, specifically. After years of teaching and watching me, he knew how my mind worked. He knew that I was every bit the strategist he was, and that I would have easily been able to work around whatever scheme he had in motion, unless he successfully clouded my judgment. As angry as I got thinking about Deanna being at his mercy, subject to being threatened or hurt at any time, saying my judgment was clouded would be an understatement. As we were going through all the necessary preparations to make the trade-off with Dad, Roger explained the plan to Jill, and she wasn't happy. "Don't go," she begged, holding on to his hands tightly. "What if this is a trap? He could have people waiting to kill you so he can take back this throne. Don't pretend he wouldn't do it." "We don't have a choice, babe," Roger told her. "We can't just leave Deanna with him. Who knows what he'll do to her?" The thought made my stomach clench and burn with fury. "Renegotiate," she insisted. "Tell him you won't come in person, and you'll have to do the trade differently. I don't want to lose you, any of you." Miles made a sound sort of like a laugh without looking up from his computer. "Touching," he muttered. "Even you jerk," she snapped. "You're not going to lose anyone," Roger said. "We're going together, we'll come back together. You know they would go with me if you were the one in trouble." That seemed to give her pause, and she turned to look at me. "Royce, is it that serious for you?" she asked, and I frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, do you love Deanna? Is that what the stakes are here?" I was silent for a few seconds, staring down at the money I was counting out and losing track of the numbers completely. It was a question I'd been avoiding asking myself, maybe because I knew the answer would only complicate things, especially now that she'd been held hostage and threatened by my dad, used as leverage against me. Surely, she wouldn't want anything to do with me after all that. But that wasn't what Jill had asked, and if I looked at it for what it was, no other conditions or stipulations added, I knew the answer. "Yes," I told her, keeping my eyes down, thinking too hard about Deanna's smile and the things it did to my heart. "I do." Jill sighed and turned back to Roger. "Please, be careful. If you die before our wedding, I'll kill you." It took 2 days to get everything together for the trade-off. I tried to speed things up as much as possible to get Deanna back as soon as we could, but I knew we couldn't afford to make any mistakes. We called the number Dad had supplied in his email. "Took you long enough," he said. "Trust me, I'm looking forward to being done with this as much as all of you are. All this distraction really isn't good for business. I'm going to send you a location. I want the three of you, only the three of you, to meet me there tomorrow night. No weapons, no uninvited guests. I'm sure you know better than to snitch to the police, but I'll go ahead and remind you anyways. Deanna will be right by my side the entire time, and if I even think you're trying to pull something, you might end up taking her home in pieces." "We get it," I growled back, unable to keep biting my tongue while he talked about her like that. "Oh, I'm sure you do, and I have all the confidence in the world that you'll corral your brothers into doing this correctly, like you always do. Have a good night, Royce." The phone line went dead, and Miles hung it up with a sour look on his face. We got the location, which turned out to be somewhere in Alaska, and we started making plans to leave immediately. Once we were packed and ready to head to the airport, the girls came to see us off at the door. Rena had agreed to watch Whitney while we were gone, and Jill was going to stay with them too. Solidarity, I figured. "I don't want you to go," Whitney sobbed, clinging to my shirt while I held her tight. "I don't want you to get hurt." "Hey, I'm going to be fine," I assured her. "I'm going to get Deanna, and then we're coming home, that's all. I know you want her to be safe too." She nodded slowly, and I planted a kiss in her hair. "Please be careful," Jill was telling Roger, and he pulled her in for a firm kiss. Miles had been standing by the door, quiet, hands in his pockets, but finally spoke up. "We should get going." He was probably trying to seem cool and confident, But we all knew he talked more when he got nervous, and he was talking practically non-stop throughout our 7-hour flight. Roger, surprisingly, had the patience to listen to him, while I tried to zone out and clear my mind, without much success. We landed in Anchorage around 10 and booked hotel rooms for 3 nights. I figured Deanna wouldn't be in any state to travel right after we got her back, and I had to force myself not to think about what sort of shape she was in if I wanted to maintain my sanity. We spent the next day going over everything we already knew, what our plans were, and who was going to deliver what. Dad sent an email saying he wanted us there at midnight, so we rented a car and waited until late that night to drive out to the coordinates he'd sent us, some middle-of-the-nowhere spot outside of Poor Man. Despite no other sign of civilization for miles, we found what looked like a small shed, just where Dad had said it would be. There was supposed to be an elevator inside, and the long, complicated passcode he'd provided would let us take it down to his fucking cartoon villain lair underground. Hang on. I stopped my brothers from going inside, just to be absolutely sure before we committed to this. I hadn't actually spoken to Deanna before, and if we went in and she wasn't there waiting, perfectly safe, I knew I might just kill him with my bare hands. So I stood out there in the snow and called the number he'd given us instead. "Please don't tell me you're backing out," was his answer. "That really wouldn't be good for Miss Blake's health." "Shut up and let me talk to her," I demanded. 16. Deanna. I could hear Darren's voice outside my room, my cell, again, after all the times he'd stopped by to taunt and torment me over the past 3 days. I was conditioned to cringe at the sound. Even though I was still freezing, I barely had the energy to shiver anymore, so I stayed still and curled up on my side on the couch, huddling under my blanket and wishing I could wake up from this nightmare. At any moment, I could open my eyes and find myself in Royce's bed, scoot closer to him for warmth and comfort, tell him all about the terrible dream I'd had. He would hold me and kiss my head and tell me he was sorry. Maybe he would make me coffee, and Whitney would come downstairs ready for school. Maybe I was getting delirious from hunger and sleep deprivation. All I could think about was Royce and how much I wanted him there, because some part of me knew, beyond any doubt, that he would be able to right everything that was wrong about this situation. But it had been days, and I hadn't gotten a single update on what was happening. Maybe he'd changed his mind. Maybe he and his brothers had decided my life wasn't worth what their dad was asking for. Fine. If it'll get this over with faster," Darren was saying as he opened the door and stepped inside. "Deanna, you have a phone call." Remembering what happened the last time I tried to ignore him, I forced myself to sit up. Who do you think? It's Royce, of course." I practically snatched the phone out of his hand to hold it to my ear. When I spoke, my voice came out pinched and weak. "Royce?" "Deanna, thank God you're okay." Just hearing his voice was enough to force out the sobs I'd been holding back for nearly a week, and I fought with little success to keep them quiet. The remorse in his tone was painfully obvious. "I'm so sorry, love. I should have known I was putting you in danger. It was stupid and selfish for me to get involved with you." "Don't say that," I managed past my tears. "Please, don't say you'd take any of it back. I wouldn't." He was silent for a second. "Even after this? Knowing this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me?" "Yes." I took a deep breath and brushed away my tears to tell him firmly, "I would go through it again 100 times, and I know you would always come to get me. I love you." Darren laughed out loud at that and reached down to take the phone from me. "All right," he said into the phone without raising it to his ear. "Surely that's enough to convince you she's fine. Now come get her, and let's be done with this." He ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket, watching me with that pitiful look in his eyes again. "I'll give you one thing. You're loyal. And obedient, too, from what I can tell. If things had turned out differently, I might have been happy to have you as a daughter-in-law. But I guess I have to settle for using you a different way." "And then what?" I asked, keeping my eyes on his shining brogues instead of looking up at him. "You're alienating your entire family for the rest of your life. But at least you'll have your money? Is that really all you care about? I'm sure that naive perspective fits in very well among my sons, but it doesn't really mean anything to me, he said with a shrug. I couldn't possibly care less what you'd think of my actions if I tried. Once this is over, you can go back with Royce, and you'll see how long their family lasts without my money. Their loyalties might not be as strong as you'd think. He stepped back outside, and I could faintly hear him talking to one of his men. They're here. We're going up in 10. Get the girl and be on your guard. I don't trust them not to pull something. A few minutes later, one of the guards came in and, completely dispassionately, dragged me to my feet to zip-tie my hands behind my back. He led me outside and down the hall, plain gray concrete, like my room, to an elevator where Darren was waiting. "Showtime, sweetheart," he said, as he took my arm and pulled me into the elevator. Two of his guards followed. We went up a few floors before he led me out into a dimly lit open area, sort of like a warehouse. On the other side of the room were Royce, Roger, and Miles, each with a briefcase in hand and a hard look on his face. Without thinking, I called out, "Royce!" When he saw me, he tensed up, probably horrified by my appearance. I was embarrassed myself to have him see me that way. I hadn't been able to shower for a week. My hair was a rat's nest, and I was constantly aware of my body shaking either from cold or weakness. "Good to see y'all again," Darren said, stopping maybe 20 feet away from them. "But I'll assume you want this to be over as much as I do. You have everything I asked for?" Miles stood in the middle of his two brothers, and he was the one who answered. "Transfers are scheduled for processing in the morning. Cash and account information's in here," he said, indicating the briefcase in his hand. There was contempt in his voice and written all over his face, like he was consciously restraining himself from attacking Darren. "You know, we're not the only ones you're screwing over, right? Remember wife number 2 and your other kids? Or are they just as expendable to you as we are? My other sons are smarter than the 3 of you. I'm sure they'll do fine for themselves. Now put the money down and walk away. I'll send Miss Blake up the elevator for you once I know everything's in order." "That wasn't the deal," Royce growled, and warmth bloomed in my chest from seeing him so protective of me. "We're not leaving without her." Darren let out a sigh. "You know I'm not stupid, son. If I hand her over to you now, there's nothing stopping you from trying to take her and the money. You might have her convinced that you're the epitome of honor, but I don't trust a single one of you. So go back outside and wait. I'll hold up my end, once I'm sure you've held up yours." "You always fucking do this," Miles said, dropping his briefcase to the floor with a slam that echoed and thickened the air with tension. "Even when you act like all your shitty cards are on the table, you still manage to find one more ace somewhere up your sleeve. That's why you don't trust anyone, because you lie about everything." "Take your daddy issues elsewhere, son. I don't have time for them," Darren said, making a show of checking his watch, but still keeping a tight hold on my arm. "Royce, control your brother." "I don't need to be controlled," Miles snarled, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. "Who the hell do you think you are? After everything you've done, you think you just walk away? You think I'm going to let that happen?" "Oh, it's you now, is it?" Darren asked thoughtfully while Roger and Royce exchanged concerned looks. "I see what's happening here. You've gotten used to being in charge, used to people listening when you talk for once, and actually being respected. After you spent 23 years trying so damn hard to prove you're worth something, that must be a nice change." "Shut up," Miles snapped. "Well, let me tell you something, son. Most of the respect you're getting is respect for your title, not for you. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's actually respect for me," his dad went on, apparently relishing his anger, "for what I built our family into. No one's impressed with your leadership. No one genuinely thinks you deserve the power you have." "I said shut up." "In a full year of searching, you couldn't find a single trace of where I went," Darren pointed out. "The only reason we're talking now is because I contacted you. I may be good, Miles, but I'm not perfect. If someone else had been in charge, say Royce maybe, he would have found me months ago, but not you. Because despite having done it for a year, you still have no idea what the hell you're doing." I could have sworn Miles stole a brief, resentful glance in Royce's direction, but his hard gaze was back on his dad the next second. "And now you're here throwing a tantrum because I took away your mommy when you were barely old enough to remember her face. Am I right so far?" Miles shook his head and answered coolly, "This isn't even about her." Royce and Roger both turned toward him in shock and confusion, watching him warily. If Royce's account was anything to go by, Miles was extremely hard to predict, even for the people who'd known him all his life. For a stranger like me, it was impossible. "It's about you, you arrogant son of a bitch, thinking you can treat people however the fuck you want, and no one will challenge you for it if you scare them enough? Well, I'm not scared of you anymore." "Bravo!" Darren drew me a little closer and casually slipped his other hand into his pocket. The zip tie around my wrists was too tight, and my hands were starting to tingle uncomfortably. Part of me wanted this to end quickly, but another part was terrified of what the results would be. Miles seemed well on his way to getting himself killed if he didn't stop goading his father. "And what does that mean?" "Miles," Royce said warningly, taking a step closer to grip his shoulder. "This was not the plan." His brother ignored him. "It means you and I are a lot alike, Dad," he said, tugging down the sides of his suit jacket to straighten it. After practically shaking with rage moments ago, he now seemed eerily calm. "You're not afraid to ruin anyone else's life if it means serving your own interests. If I have to make a few sacrifices to keep you from pulling this shit again, so be it." My blood ran cold when I realized what he meant. "Miles, shut the fuck up!" Royce barked, furious, grabbing his arms, but Miles jerked out of his grasp. Darren must have seen the grim determination in his black eyes. He let out a frustrated scoff and dragged me in front of him, wrapping his arms around my waist to keep me close. There was a sharp click, and I caught sight of the switchblade in his hand for a split second, before it was at my throat. "Unless you're prepared to make good on that promise right now, I suggest the three of you drop the money and leave," he growled. The cold edge of the knife touched my skin, and I tried to call out to Royce, but my voice was frozen with terror. Roger and Royce both did as they were told, putting down their briefcases and backing away. Miles stood his ground, glaring hard while Royce shouted at him to come with them. I could feel Darren's heart pounding against my back, and he muttered, "You had to push me." Everything happened at once. The knife bit into my skin. Royce called my name and bolted toward us. Darren's men drew their weapons. Then there was a burst of gunfire so loud and oppressive that I screamed by reflex. 17. Royce. My vision-blurring, world-ending fury at Miles was only overshadowed by my vital concern for Deanna. Beating the shit out of him could wait. I needed to focus on her. Even when Dad's body hit the ground and she wasn't being held anymore, she stood completely still, head down, shaking. Unfazed by the sound of Miles efficiently taking out both of Dad's bodyguards with his beloved .22, I ran to her and took her face in my hands, trying to get her to look me in the eye. Her skin was cold to the touch. "Deanna." My voice was hoarse from yelling at Miles, but I tried my best to smooth it out for her sake. "Love, look at me." It took a few seconds, but she managed to raise her head, and her brown eyes were rimmed with red, streaming tears. I only just caught her as she collapsed, and I carefully helped lower her to the ground to sit in my lap. Her arms squirmed slightly, so I grabbed the knife my dad had dropped and used it to cut her hands free. Barely able to get my name out, she shakily threw her arms over my shoulders and sobbed into my chest. For a minute or so, she could barely breathe, much less speak, so I didn't try to push her. I held her close, fingers lost in her hair, and told her again and again that she was safe. I had her. I loved her. I was sorry. When she finally recovered enough to get her breathing under control, she sat up carefully and kissed me on the mouth. "Thank you," she muttered. "Thank you for coming to get me." "You don't have to thank me for fixing something that shouldn't have happened in the first place." When she started to turn around, toward the three lifeless bodies behind her, I shielded her eyes. The smell of blood was already strong enough. She didn't need to see all of it, too. She'd been traumatized enough for one night. "I'm going to get you home, okay? You can rest tonight, then we'll fly back tomorrow." "Okay." She allowed herself to rest against me, grasping tightly at my shirt like she thought I might disappear. As I picked her up and headed toward the elevator we'd come from, I finally became aware of Roger yelling in Miles's face. "The fuck were you thinking? You could have gotten her killed. You could have gotten all of us killed. If you just stuck to the plan, then what? He'd be walking away with everything we have, and we'd be going home with our tails between our legs." Miles glared down at our father's body, and Roger and I had no choice but to do the same. The shot was clean, straight through the forehead, leaving no question about the outcome. There was a moment of mixed relief, guilt, and satisfaction. Even if Miles had gone about it in completely the wrong way, we were sure now that our dad wasn't going to cause any more suffering for us, or anyone else. He couldn't threaten our loved ones to control us. He couldn't take anything more from us for his own again. The finality of his death forced me to remember the few positive moments we'd had in the past, but the bad heavily outweighed the good. "Fucking bastard," Miles said with a sneer, holstering his gun under his jacket. The resentment in his voice was palpable. To think, just a year earlier, he'd been constantly working for Dad's approval. Being in charge had definitely changed him. I cleared my throat and turned away. We should go. Standing there staring wasn't doing any of us any good. It was done, case closed, and we had other concerns. "Focus on Deanna," I told myself as I headed for the elevator. "She's the most important thing." By the time we got back to the hotel, Deanna had more or less stopped shaking. Trying to be as discreet as possible, we went in through the side door where I told my brothers I would meet them downstairs in the morning. They accepted that without argument, and it seemed like they weren't speaking to each other anymore. It didn't matter. We could deal with that later. We finally knew that our dad wouldn't be causing us any more trouble in the future, but I had a hard time feeling relieved. I probably wouldn't be able to relax until Deanna was recovered. "Could I have a bath?" she asked quietly as we got inside the room and I locked the door behind us. "I'm sure I must look awful." "You look fine, love." Mostly just exhausted and wearing my dad's blood since she was so close when he got shot. "But if you want a bath, you can have one." "Will you help me?" "Of course." I carried her into the bathroom and carefully set her down on the counter to go fill the tub. "I want it as hot as possible," she mumbled, leaning her head against the wall. "Will do." While I was helping her out of her clothes, I couldn't keep myself from saying again, "I'm sorry for everything. For my dad and Miles. I don't know what he was thinking. I swear we'd planned to just go through with the deal. Whatever it took to keep you safe." "Their behavior isn't something you should have to apologize for." Standing naked in my arms, she blushed weakly and slid her fingers through my hair to pull me down for another soft kiss. "I'm safe now, and I'm with you. That's all that matters." I had a hard time taking my hands off her, even while she got into the bath and relaxed into the water with a satisfied sigh. I wasn't trying to initiate anything sexual, but I felt like the contact was comforting for both of us. Deanna didn't complain, smiling every time my fingertips slid up her arm or along the curve of her thigh. It turned out she didn't actually need my help with the bathing part. She just wanted me to stay with her. "So," I started casually while she was working a handful of hotel conditioner into her long hair. "When we were on the phone earlier, you said you loved me." She seemed a little bashful, but not quite embarrassed. She was still smiling at least. "I did. I do. You said it too, I think. I was sort of distracted, but I'm pretty sure I heard that." "Yeah." If we both knew, shouldn't this question go without saying? Shouldn't it be the obvious answer? I watched her dip her head back into the water to rinse her hair out, and I knew I wanted to see this every day. I ran my hand up her knee, saw her lips curve, and God, I wanted to make sure she was smiling every waking minute. When she sat up, I met her with another kiss, drawing a squeak of surprise from her lips. After running my tongue along her lips, I let her go to look her in the eye and repeat my offer. "Come to London with us." Biting her lip, she let her eyes wander away from mine. "Royce, why not? I love you. Whitney loves you. You belong with us." "It's not that I don't want to," she insisted hastily. "I do. Of course I do. I want to be with you all the time. Both of you. But my grandpa just lost my grandma, and leaving him alone right now to go after what I want seems so selfish. I'm willing to bet he wants you to be happy more than he wants you to be at home with him." If the conversation we'd had at the hospital was any indication, he would have loved to hear that she was considering doing something selfish. Hell, if that's really your only reason, he can go with us too, as long as it means I don't have to go without you. After a few seconds of seeming torn, she said, "I'll talk to him about it. That's all I can promise right now. If he doesn't have any objections, then yes, I'll go with you." I grinned and kissed her again. When she'd finished her bath, we both updated our respective families to let them know we were okay. She had a tearful conversation with her grandpa, apologizing, of course, for worrying him and promising to explain everything once we got back. She made sure he knew that I was the one responsible for bringing her home. Then we called Rena and talked to Whitney for half an hour, before finally convincing her that it was late and she needed to get back to bed. And we did the same. Without bothering to get dressed again, Deanna crawled into the bed at my side and got as close as possible, pressing her body into mine, all smooth skin and soft curves. But as I held her, I could feel her shaking slightly and knew she was still fragile. So I held back and instead promised myself that once she was up for it again, I was going to give her as much of my attention as she could handle. Jill had given me the idea to bring fresh clothes for Deanna, and she appreciated it immensely as we were leaving the next day. Miles seemed to have more or less resigned himself to being ignored, though he definitely wasn't happy about it. And of course, Deanna's nature couldn't stand to see someone else unhappy, especially if she perceived it as being her fault in any way. It's nice to finally meet you," she told him with a tentative smile. "You don't have to lie to make him feel better," I muttered. "He doesn't deserve it." "I mean it, though," she insisted. "I've wanted to for a while, and it seemed like it was never the right time." "Funny how that works," Miles said, stealing a glance at me. "Well, I wish it didn't have to be under these circumstances, obviously, but likewise. Just so we're totally clear, you know I wouldn't have actually let him kill you, right?" Deanna's smile faltered slightly, and I let out an irritated sigh. "What? I'm just supposed to ignore the really big deal that went down last night? I know you guys like to pretend unpleasant things don't exist, but..." "Just shut up, Miles," Roger said. "You're not doing yourself any favors. Look, I just don't want her thinking that I genuinely don't care. I do." He looked at her again, trying his best for sincere. "Seriously, if you and Royce are really that close, you're practically part of my family. And nobody fucks with my family." "And your dad doesn't count?" she asked thoughtfully. "He stopped counting when he killed my fucking mom," Miles said darkly, sitting back in his seat and taking a drink from the bottled water in his hand. Just took me a while to realize it. It took all the self-control I had not to break his jaw. First, he pulled that stunt with Dad. Then, he was being completely insensitive about all this personal shit, bringing it up to Deanna like she had anything to do with it. I tried to think about something, anything else, so I wouldn't have to keep doubting if I could still call him my brother. After we landed, we had a car come pick us up. Deanna and I went with them so we could see Whitney. She was overjoyed to have us back, of course, and she couldn't wait to tell Deanna all about the school events she'd missed. Rather than asking her to tone it down, Deanna listened and tried to match her level of enthusiasm, then hugged her tightly and said how much she'd missed her. I wanted to tell Wits right then that Deanna was going with us, but we still had one more stop to make before the news was official. Much to Whitney's disappointment, we told her that the conversation with Deanna's grandpa would be grown-ups only, but assured her we'd come to pick her up right after. My heart was in my throat the whole time. They were hugging and crying. We had to explain everything about my family. And if he decided that I was too much of a danger to her, she would listen to him. A lot was riding on this one conversation. When he asked what had happened, There was a lot to say. I started with my family first and the whole concept of the Morettis and who they were. Ronnie listened, asking a few questions here and there. He didn't seem to be condemning me right away. He even chuckled and added, "So, you work in finance, huh?" "I do. Outside my family's business," I insisted. "I can at least say that working with them gave me some useful skills." I then had to explain more personally about everything that had gone down in our family. My parents' shitty relationship, how we'd learned that our dad had set up our mom's death, his disappearance and our search for him. "He took Deanna to get to me," I explained, taking full responsibility, "because I was the biggest threat, and he figured he could use me to control my brothers." "Or so he thought," Deanna mumbled. With her help, I went into the intended trade-off and how Miles had gone off script, ending with our dad's death and bringing Deanna back. "Pardon my French, but damn, Dee Dee," Ronnie said, seeming more impressed than angry. "You really packed all those years of relationship drama you missed into 1 year." "Grandpa," she rolled her eyes, unamused. "So what now?" he went on. "Are you two still an item? Sure seems that way." His eyes fell on our hands, clasped together between us. "Yes." Deanna had gotten nervous again. "Actually, we want to talk to you about something. Royce and Whitney can't stay here in San Diego, not if they want to get away from his family and all their messy business. They've been planning a move to London, and I was thinking—" "Are you going along?" His face had split into a grin, which seemed to confuse her. "Well, I was thinking about it. That doesn't bother you?" "Dee Dee, I've been waiting for you to find someone like this for years," he confessed. "Your grandma said it too. You deserve to have a family of your own." "But what about you? You're my family." "I'll be just fine, honey. The last thing I want is for you to lose a good man who makes you happy." He nodded to me. "Over me? I want you to go. Go on, get out of my hair." He was wearing a playful smile, teasing her, but the sentiment of wanting what was best for her stuck. With an undeniable grin of her own, she went to hug him again, and I held back an audible sigh of relief. Getting so many problems solved in such a short time was a huge weight off my shoulders. 18. Deanna. Jill must have noticed my staring, again, as she smiled at me sympathetically. "You know, it's okay if you want to hold him." "I just feel bad asking over and over," I mumbled, embarrassed, but unable to look away from Jonathan's sweet little face. "Don't. I know he's the cutest baby in the entire world," she said, scooping him out of his carrier to hand him to me. During a normal commercial flight, that might have been a little unsafe, but considering we were on a private jet and the ride had been pretty smooth thus far, it wasn't much of a concern. Once he was settled in my arms, she smiled at him and tapped his little nose. "Yes, he is. Yes, he's my precious little man." "When will he start walking?" Whitney asked, leaning over in her seat next to mine to poke his hand, so he grabbed at her and smiled. Even she couldn't resist grinning back at him. "Not for a few more months, Whit," Jill said as she sat back down. "Try to be patient. I know that it's not your specialty, but do what you can." Whitney stuck her tongue out, and Jill returned the gesture. We'd finished out the school year, as intended, and Miss Torrio had seemed surprisingly sad when I told her I was moving away, and nervous when I said I was going with Royce. But she still wished me the best, and thanked me for being there as long as I was. It was now the end of June, and our two families were moving together, as intended. Royce had shown me pictures of our new place for my approval, and I couldn't wait to get settled in. I'd also gotten more involved in helping with the wedding planning now that we were certain I would be there to help set it up. Jill had hinted, more than once, with a playful wink, that she'd be happy to return the favor if I ever needed it in the future. The sound of Royce's laughter caught my attention, and I glanced down the cabin to where he and Roger had been discussing work. The interviews Royce had set up, and the fact that Roger needed to catch up and find a job of his own. Judging by the large gestures Roger was using while he talked, and the pained laughter Royce was trying to hold back. I figured they must have gotten onto a different subject. After a few seconds, Royce caught me staring and shot me a smirk, and I had to turn my attention back to Jonathan, hoping I wasn't blushing. "Is it weird to think of teaching in a different country?" Jill asked as she came back from retrieving drinks for us. She opened my bottle of water for me, since my hands were full, while Whitney happily took her juice box. "I don't know. I'm actually kind of excited about it. There'll probably be a learning curve, but I'll figure it out. Sure, I was going to miss my old school and all my coworkers, but I was curious about what sorts of differences I would find between the UK's education system and the US's. "It's not that different," Whitney said with a flippant wave of her hand, as if she were an expert on the subject. "Mom was worried it was going to be really hard for me to switch, but it was fine. You'll be fine too." "Well, let's hope I get most of it down by the time August gets here," I said, bouncing Jonathan lightly in my arms, while he was fascinated by my dangling earrings. "September," she corrected me with her grin. "Just ask me when you're not sure, and you'll know everything in no time." "Right, because you obviously know everything," Jill teased again. "Obviously." Later on, in our 10-and-a-half-hour flight, Royce came back to his seat next to mine. Whitney had fallen asleep already, her head resting on my leg. There were beds, but she had insisted she could stay up longer. Clearly, that hadn't worked out. Her dad leaned in to kiss my cheek. "I just can't get over how much I like seeing you two together." "It's not such a bad place to be," I agreed, toying with her hair while she slept. "I hope you're still seeing it for quite a while to come. I'm counting the moments until she gets old enough to get tired of me, though." "I'm not counting on that. How could anyone not like you?" Breathing onto my neck, he lifted his head a little to run his tongue up my ear, and I had to squirm away. Roger and Jill had already gone to bed, but with Whitney right there, I still felt weird about it. "Be patient," I said, giving his lips a brief, chaste kiss. "Fine, fine." He took his hands off me and sat back a little. "Have you talked to Jill about Margot yet?" "A little. I'm really confused now, though. She gave me a totally different account from yours." When I had asked her, Jill hadn't been able to say enough good things about Whitney's mom, until she realized that praising Margot so much was intimidating me a little. She was planning to meet us. Well, to meet Whitney when we landed, so I wouldn't have much choice but to meet her and just hope we got along. "I'm trying to be optimistic, though. I think we'll get along fine." "Well, at least one person is going to be well rested," Royce said, shaking his head at Whitney. When we did land, even though it was midnight in England, I knew it was only 4:30 in the afternoon in San Diego, so I called my grandpa to check in. "You landed?" he asked. "Everybody in one piece?" "Yeah, we're all fine. Whitney's having a hard time staying up, but I think that's just because she got bored," I laughed. "What about you? Are you okay?" "For the last time, Dee Dee, I'm fine," he said, sounding a little huffy since I kept checking on him. "You have these nurses and care people calling at all hours of the day, and if I don't answer, they send someone down to check on me. I'm not going to faint without someone noticing." Even though he complained, I knew he was mostly just teasing me. Okay, I said. "I'll leave you alone then. But you can call me whenever you want, you know." "I know, honey," he said gently. "Now, go on back to your family. I'm sure Royce is waiting for you." He was, as patient as always. We parted ways with Roger and Jill so we could meet up with Margot, and I tried hard to suppress the butterflies in my stomach. What if she didn't like me? What if she didn't want me around Whitney? What if she still had feelings for Royce and didn't want me around him? I could have thought up a million reasons that the prospect of meeting her was terrifying, but luckily, she showed up before I could get that far. "Whitney!" A feminine but authoritative voice called out to us, and we quickly saw the same beautiful black woman who had shown up in all of Royce's pictures, pushing her way through the crowd. With a squeal, Whitney ran to her, and Margot scooped her up to spin her around. By the time we caught up, she'd already put her back down and was fussing over her hair.
You'll need this redone before you can attend any weddings." "But it takes so long," Whitney whined, trying to squirm out of her mother's grasp. Royce cleared his throat, calling Margot's attention. She smiled at him slightly, keeping her arms around Whitney. "Thank you for bringing back my daughter, Mr. Moretti," she said, and he rolled his eyes. "Nice to see you too, Maggie. And you must be Deanna." Her dark eyes, so similar to Whitney's, now turned on me, appraising and thoughtful. "Oh? Did Royce mention me?" "No, but Whitney has. She's been talking about you for the past year, in fact." Margot held up her cell phone. "We've been talking practically every day, and from what I've heard, I think you all and I will get on just fine." She took a step forward and surprised me with a hug. "Thank you for taking such good care of Whitney. Her father tries, but—" She shot him a teasing smirk. "Well, a little girl needs reliable women in her life as well." Even though she was technically poking fun at him, it didn't seem mean-spirited, and Royce seemed just as surprised as I was. "It's pretty late," he pointed out. "We should probably get to bed if we're going to get used to the time change." "But I'm not tired anymore," Whitney protested. "We should have dinner. Or breakfast, the four of us." Margot exchanged a glance with Royce and me, then said with a smile, "I would like that." 19. Royce. It was nice being back in England. Whitney was certainly happy to be there. She seemed more at home than she'd been in California. That made me feel a little guilty for keeping her there for a year and a half, but I reminded myself that it was her choice. With her out of school, me starting a new job, and Deanna getting her qualified teacher status squared away, our flat had no shortage of noise and conflict on any given day. It was fantastic. Living with Deanna full-time was a huge improvement over the awkward on-again, off-again situation we'd had before, and it was a relief to have another person helping with the adventure that was my 10-year-old daughter. She still referred to Deanna by her first name, but she treated her more like a parent and less like a teacher. To my shock, Deanna even got along with Margot. While she was still sort of cold toward me, she tried her best to be civil, and she seemed to enjoy spending time with Deanna and Wits at the same time. Apparently, now that Whitney was in the UK for good, and my dad wasn't there to force us back, Margot was much less worried about her future. I couldn't have really asked for a better outcome. Roger and Jill were also a little hectic while trying to get settled in, and Deanna had already offered to watch Jonathan any time they needed. He and Whitney traveled back and forth between our two flats often. Through a process of arguments and persuasion, tea and coffee, debate and compromise, we finally wound up with concrete wedding plans for them. They were married toward the end of July in front of a small collection of family and friends. Jill's sister Annette flew in to be her maid of honor, and their mom came with her. Although I agreed to be Roger's best man, Whitney chose to forego the flower girl role and instead served as their ring bearer in a hot pink dress she and Jill had chosen together. Even Margot showed up. Apparently, she and Jill had continued their friendship long distance, with a date of her own. Rena and all our brothers were there, though there was some pretty clear tension between Miles and Gregorio. I could imagine why. They all knew what had happened with Dad, and that Miles was the one to instigate it. I could only guess what kind of uproar the news would cause once it got around to everyone, but I tried not to think about it too much. That wasn't my life anymore. I had no reason to be concerned with it. I repeated those words to myself over and over, hoping I would eventually believe it. The day after the wedding, we gathered at the hotel where our visiting family was staying to have a calmer, more private conversation. We talked with Rena, who'd been crying for most of the wedding, for a bit. Despite her best efforts, she started tearing up again as she told us how much they would miss us while we were so far away. There was a certain amount of guilt that came with knowing we had made our stepmom cry, but she pushed past it with a smile and assured us that as long as we were happy, she would be happy. "What time is your flight? Maybe we could have lunch or something?" I suggested, trying to soften the blow a little. "Miles said you weren't leaving until later tonight." At the mention of Miles's name, her tears stopped, but she turned sort of somber. "The boys and I are flying out at 2, she said, folding her hands in front of her. "Miles didn't come with us. I don't know what he's doing or when. I think he may be doing some business here. You'd have to ask him." It seemed sort of unbelievable to me that she could be mad at him for what had happened to Dad, knowing everything we did about him. Either way, she was way more loyal than our father deserved, or Miles had been doing something else to upset her. I exchanged a look with Roger, ready to believe that our little brother was up to no good. When he'd first taken on the boss title, it had been with the understanding that we needed the resources to find Dad, meaning now that Dad was taken care of, so to speak, Miles should be able to step down, walk away, maybe let Gregorio take his place. But I wasn't counting on it. It was still early, around 10 o'clock, so we made plans to have lunch with Rena at noon. Roger and I then left the girls to talk with her and went to find Miles. We found him sitting in a corner of the lobby with Wits, who'd been talking with Annette the last time I'd seen her. "No, look, you're not doing the wrist thing at the same time," he was saying. "Look." He reached into his pocket and pulled out one of his butterfly knives to demonstrate a trick while Whitney watched closely. I now saw she was holding a practice knife in one hand. Not bladed, thank God, but still, I didn't like it. As we were walking over, she tried the trick he'd shown her again, but she wound up rapping her own knuckles with the knife handle, hard. "Ow!" She dropped the knife and shook her hand out, and I could have sworn I heard her mutter, "Shit!" "What was that, Wits?" I asked, eyes narrowed, and she looked up at me like she knew she was doing something I wouldn't approve of. "I said, ow," she mumbled, bending down to pick up the practice knife again. "Uncle Miles is teaching me tricks. I know 2 already, but this one is harder." "I don't really think a 10-year-old has any need to know butterfly knife tricks," I said, shooting a glare at Miles, while he flipped his knife closed and slid it back into his pocket, smirking. Whitney let out a groan. "It's called a balisong, Dad." "Whatever it's called," I said, hoping she heard the warning in my tone. "You don't need it." "Sorry, Wits," Miles said, holding out his hand. "Your dad hates fun." She handed over the practice knife and shot me a surprisingly resentful pout. "You should go find Deanna," I told her, "and please don't wander off again." Without a word, she hopped up and left us alone, arms crossed. "It's not dangerous," Miles said, flipping open the practice knife and showing me it was totally blunt. "She wasn't going to cut her fingers off or anything." "When are you going back to San Diego?" I asked, not about to argue with him on whether my child needed a knife of any sort. "I told you, later tonight." He continued to toy with the knife while he talked. Maybe it was some kind of intimidation tactic I didn't get, one of the psychological aspects of his image. "Why? It's not like you 2 are going to go out drinking with me or anything." He raised an eyebrow at the idea, looking intrigued by it. "I don't think my wife would appreciate that," Roger said, and Miles deflated completely. "Yeah, that's what I figured. So why do you care?" "Rena said you didn't come here with her and her kids." "Nope." If he was surprised that we knew, he didn't show it. "I got here a few days ahead of them, actually." "What? And you didn't tell us you were here?" I asked. "Oh, why should I? You're not my dad," he said with a devious smirk. "What have you been doing here?" "Again, not really your business. I'm pretty sure you 2 don't want to know what I'm here for." The clicking of that knife was starting to drive me crazy, but when I tried to snatch it out of his hand, he quickly pulled it back. "What's your problem?" "We're just trying to figure out what you're doing now," Roger said, more patient with him than I was, "with the business." Miles took in a deep breath and let it out as a sigh. "Look, I know what you want me to say, but the actual answer is going to disappoint you. I feel like I'm hitting my stride here. I like doing this job. And I know you 2 don't get that. You don't understand how anyone can do what I'm doing and actually enjoy it. But I'm not like you, either of you." He gave me in particular what seemed to be a meaningful look. "It's not just the job, Miles," Roger said, frowning. "It's the whole business. It's dangerous and violent and immoral and illegal and dishonest. Yeah, I know. Miles waved away the concerns with one hand. Thing is, none of that really bothers me. So you guys can keep your perfectly normal lives here, and I'm going to go back to San Diego and keep being a Moretti. A few seconds passed in silence. Miles was totally calm while delivering the news, like he expected us to disagree, but not to fight with him about it. If that's what you want to do, I said with what I hoped was an unaffected shrug, we can't stop you. Try not to get yourself killed if you don't mind. Whitney would miss you. He smiled, but his eyes were cold. Don't worry. I won't be asking for more of your advice anytime soon. You're completely off the hook. So why did that feel like an accusation? Miles left to do whatever business he had in town, and I told myself it didn't matter. We saw Rena and her kids off that afternoon, and I told myself it was a normal family parting. Roger and Jill left for their flat, and I told myself it wasn't worry I saw on his face. Then I finally got home. Just me, Deanna, Whitney, our flat, and I stopped having to argue with myself. Whitney's mood seemed to have improved, and she was happy to talk with us about her favorite parts of the wedding and the chat she'd had with Gregorio about Italian soccer, or football, as she called it. After she'd gone to bed, Deanna cornered me in the kitchen and kissed me hard, then ordered me in a very soft voice to come to bed. This was my life now, not San Diego, not Miles, not the Mafia, just my own family. This has been Lethal Protector, written by R.A. Black and Sable Phillips, narrated by Russell Newton for Hot Ghost Productions. Copyright 2019 by R.A. Black and Sable Phillips. Production copyright by R.A. Black and Sable Phillips.